Chapter 51 Explosive Power. The kobold commoners who had been running around frantically since the beginning of the fight collected themselves and started throwing stones at Saran. Even though the stones did not contain much power, it would still hurt when they hit, especially when volley after volley of them came flying. Despite his high dexterity of 20, he could not avoid all the attacks due to the limited space and was hit a few times. As the saying goes, little drops of water make the mighty ocean. The accumulated damage received from the rocks might prove to be fatal. Burning hands. With his past knowledge of spells, Saran instantly identified the spell used by the crimson-scaled kobold and rolled away. He could still remember the ground blade style used by drows. With a single slash, he cut off the legs of 3 kobolds. Players always jokingly called it the barrel roll style, as it focused on avoiding attacks and retaliating through low movements such as rolling and ducking. It looked like something cowards would do, thus it did not give people a good image. Nonetheless, most close-quarters combatants learned at least parts of it because it was effective in group fights where everything was a big mess. Rangers, warriors, and Ronins could choose to advance to the profession Ground Blade Master, which was renowned for its combat prowess in group battles. It was a combat style which required the user to have high coordination, agility, flexibility, speed, and even strong inner organs. Dual-wielding drows were masters at attacking lower areas such as the stomach, groin, and legs. Saran had once seen one of them sever the thighs of a dozen enemies in one single slash. The enemies all fell to the ground dismembered before they could even touch the drow's clothing. True masters in combat rarely stayed in the air for extended periods of time even if they could, as there was no leverage to give additional power out to unload power from incoming attacks. It was also inevitable for one to show openings when landing, making them vulnerable to attacks in that time frame, even if it was only a short one. The most they would do was leap into the air and swoop down at the enemy. Thus, compared to jumping, rolling was much more practical. The fire on Saran was extinguished after he rolled on the ground. However, the kobold sorcerer moved its palm toward Saran. The flames from the spell followed suit and pursued him. It was one of the more troublesome level 1 spells, as the caster could freely change the direction of the spell as long as it was still in effect. Saran grit his teeth as he lifted up the corpse of a kobold and threw it with all his might at the kobold sorcerer. 50 pounds was barely within the weight range of things he could throw as weapons. The dead body struck the sorcerer head-on, interrupting and ending the spell. But that was not without its price. The kobold warriors leaping and rolling around Saran cut him twice while he was tossing the corpse. Saran turned his body as he stood up, grabbing the ankle of a kobold while doing so. The kobold let out a cry in fear, but he ignored its cries and swung it like a club, forcing the surrounding kobolds to back off. Saran let go of the kobold as if he was hammer throwing, and sent it flying away. With a great leap, he jumped out of the kobolds' encirclement as they were distracted for a moment. It was crucial not to get surrounded by enemies in a group fight. When trapped in an encirclement, the advantages of high reflexes and agility disappeared due to the limited space available for dodging. In the end, the surrounded person would have no choice but to take the attacks head-on. Saran took out his enhanced crossbow once again and fired at the kobold sorcerer. The kobold archers took out their bows and fired at him as well, but their archery was not good enough to hit Saran, who was running around at high speeds. Instead, their shots landed on their brethren. _clang !_. Saran unsheathed his curved sword and swung it as he spun in a full circle, blocking an incoming arrow. Perhaps because he felt awesome, he continued to parry another 3 incoming arrows with his sword instead of dodging them. Saran dashed toward the crimson-scaled sorcerer. Spellcasters were bad at close-quarters fights, and their constitution was nowhere as high as warriors either. He was confident that he could split its body into 2 in one hit. Icy hand. The kobold sorcerer pushed out its palms at Saran, an icy blue glow enshrouding the outstretched hands. He was immediately struck by a freezing aura, and a layer of frost began forming from the tip of his curved sword all the way to his eyebrows. It chilled him to the core. his arms turning stiff from the cold. Shadow Strike. Saran ground his teeth as he endured the level 1 spell. Forcing his body to move, he continued to rush at the kobold sorcerer and delivered a slash. Formless dark energy gathered on his blade, and he beheaded it with a single slash. Ice and frost formed by spells did not last long, especially so after the mana supply from the caster was cut. The frost on Saran's body shattered and melted immediately. Spellcasters were simply such dangerous existences. Fortunately, the troublesome kobold sorcerer was finally dead. Without looking back at its dead body, Saran kicked the ground and lunged at the kobold archers that were quite some distance away. Once the kobold leader died, there was a high chance that their ranks would collapse. This meant that they would flee, having decided it was impossible to defeat the enemy. It was also the reason why kobolds could not be completely exterminated. They were simply too good at running away, with them splitting up and running in different directions. The only feasible ways to completely annihilate a group of kobolds were to surround them with numbers or snipe them with ranged weapons. After going through so much trouble, Saran naturally did not want his prey to escape. Before the kobolds' morale plummeted, causing them to flee, he would have to slay as many of them as possible. The complicated terrain of the forest made it hard for Saran to catch the kobolds once they fled. It would be a waste to let hundreds of slaughtery XP go. The death of their leader caused some of the kobolds to panic. The weak-hearted ones were about to flee, while the braver ones were still struggling between fighting and running away. There was only one enemy after all, not to mention that he was injured. After making up their minds, the kobold warriors once again tried to surround Saran. They still had the advantage in terms of numbers. They would not run away until over half of them were killed. The battle had lasted for a few minutes already at this point. Saran, who was using his explosive power to its maximum, had consumed considerable stamina. As such, his movements were gradually getting slower. Even though he still managed to avoid most of the attacks, some still landed and injured him, albeit not fatally. Getting injured in the wild was something inevitable, especially when there were so many enemies. His leather armor effectively protected him from the arrows, and most of his injuries were either shallow cuts or bruises from the stones thrown at him. Contrary to his expectations, the kobold archers were not as threatening as the stone throwers. He was struck more times by stones than by arrows, perhaps because the archers were trying their best not to hit their allies. The stone throwers, on the other hand, did not worry too much about it as they knew they could not kill the other kobolds with stones. The most they could do was make their allies shout in pain, nothing more serious than that. What truly hurt, though, were the level 1 spells Burning Hands and Icy Hand. The former dealt 8 burn damage, while the latter dealt 6 cold damage. If he had not leveled up his profession to level 5, he would be suffering from heavy injuries after getting hit by the 2 spells, lowering his combat prowess by half. His stamina was decreasing while his injuries were worsening. Even Saran felt a bit powerless. He was not a warrior. A level 5 warrior equipped with chainmail armor would be slaughtering the kobolds as if he was chopping up meat for dinner. When equipped with a shield, things were even easier. The only thing warriors had to pay attention to was their stamina. If they were too slow, they would get kited by the kobolds and would not be able to close in on the kobold sorcerer. Armor heavily affected one's movement speed and agility after all. Level up the profession rogue ! Saran said in his mind. With 20 or so kobolds left, Saran promptly decided to level up. The profession rogue is now level 6. Received 24 dex 20 plus int 18 10 times 0.5 skill points. HP increased by 11. Profession HP 6 plus con 19 10 times 0.5. Received 1 free attribute point, 1 ability point, and 1 weapon point. Left with no time to assign the other points, Saran assigned the attribute point to Constitution, increasing it from 19 to 20 and reaching the threshold for extraordinary Constitution. Having 20 Constitution made everything different, bringing Saran back to his peak condition instantly. Vitality surged from within his body, and the accumulated fatigue blew away as if it had never existed. His wounds became itchy as they started to heal. and he could no longer feel pain from the bruises caused by the rock throws. Saran, who had been sluggish, demonstrated his explosive speed and power once again. The curved sword flashed through the air, splitting a kobold into two halves. He took in a deep breath, then kicked the ground to launch himself into the air. As he landed, he spun his body along with the sword, killing two kobold archers in a single slash. Even the wooden short bows were cut apart. Spinning strike. Even though he had yet to learn the combat ability, Saran manually performed several rogue techniques with his replenished stamina. He did another full spin on the ground, his sword cutting through everything in its path. Three kobolds had their upper and lower bodies separated after the spin. Immediately after, Saran pulled back his blade and stabbed a kobold that was rolling toward him, pinning it to the ground. The kobolds' morale finally fell apart. The commoners all dropped their stones and weapons and fled into the forest. Even the kobold warriors were showing signs of fear. The enemy seemed to have gotten stronger all of a sudden. Saran continued to attack mercilessly, cutting off limbs and heads every time he slashed. One after another, the kobold warriors were killed. Saran went on to slaughter the kobolds who were trying to escape, but around 10 of them still managed to run away. They crawled through bushes and ran into the forest and were soon out of his sight. Tracking them down was troublesome, thus Saran did not bother to do so. Shaying exclamation mark underscore. Saran sheathed his sword and let out a sigh, then began to bandage his wounds. The arrows did not deal too much damage, as they were stopped by his leather armor, but the grazes and cuts on his legs were different. They had to be bandaged, or else they would worsen over time. Rows of data appeared, no longer in combat. After a tough battle, you have improved your skills. Evasion body shifting +1, evasion rolling +2, listen position perception through wind +1. Hope you like the chapter. Next chapter will be out Tuesday, 1st May. Chapters are out at 9:30 AM UTC. Join our Discord server here, https://discord.ggq2w2a6. You can now vote for more chapters, find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. Every 400 votes. _1 extra chapter. Final ranking at the end of April, top 20, _1 extra chapter, top 15, _2 extra chapters. Vote here now to motivate me and get more chapters. Thanks for all the support. Alternatively, you can click here to donate for more releases. Buy 2 get 1 free now. Comment down below and let me know what you think about the chapter as well. Longtoes, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Chapter 52. Multi-professioning. Despite their short stature, kobolds were by no means weak. Perhaps because their ancestry was really a distant branch of a draconic bloodline, and advanced kobold warriors' strength could range from 13 to 15. If Saran had not worn his armor, their attacks might even have damaged his bones. He did not gather the loot, but instead opted to bandage his wounds first. There was no need to rush anyway. Although Saran had brought several potions, it was a waste to use one in this situation. A low-grade potion which could heal 8 to 10 horsepower cost around 60 silver dirals. Given his new ability Rebirth, which was obtained after reaching 20 constitution, the wounds would almost be completely healed by tomorrow after bandaging. His muscles and tendons were unharmed after all. Elementary Rebirth gifted ability. Your constitution is no longer within the realm of typical humans. Attacks which used to be fatal will only inflict serious damage instead. Your strong vitality grants you the ability to recover from any injuries, regardless of their severity, over time. Although you still cannot regrow limbs like trolls, it may be possible someday. HP regeneration +1 per hour. This was the description of Elementary Rebirth, the lowest tier of the Rebirth ability. Now that Saran was a level 6 rogue, his maximum HP had increased to 63. If he did not lose any limbs or body parts, as long as he still survived, even if only barely, he would still completely recover in 3 days at most. This ability must not be underestimated. Even though the recovery rate was not high enough to show its effect in battle, it allowed one to recover swiftly afterwards. Many close-quarter combatants relied on the skill to survive and recover from normally unrecoverable injuries, continuing to use it all the way until they reached the realm of legends. Trolls were monsters which had a minimum of 25 constitution. If their regeneration ability could not be suppressed, they could regrow their heads after being beheaded. They were almost like biomonsters. Regrowing body parts and recovering immediately after drinking potions was not possible in this world. Even the divine spells of priests could not achieve such a thing. High-grade recovery divine spells often burned through the caster's stamina and caused them to become weakened for a period of time. Revival spells were not things which could be used casually either. They were all level 9 divine spells. Not to mention that the deities of death would have to allow your soul to return in order for the spell to succeed. If not, reaching the realm of legends would not have been so difficult. Saran looked through his log. The battle just now netted him around 900 slaughter EXP. Kobold commoners were worth roughly 15 EXP each, kobold warriors were worth 50 EXP each, and the crimson-scaled kobold sorcerer alone was worth 300 EXP. After all, spellcasters were more dangerous and thus gave more EXP. He rested for a while, then began assigning the newly acquired skill points. He spent 7 points on sneak to raise it to 110, then spent the rest on literacy. He had already increased his literacy to 8 through reading, and he now had exactly 25 points in the skill, reaching the minimum requirement to multi-profession in Wizard. The choices for multi-professioning were limited for Saran. His strength was too low for warrior, while his wisdom was lacking for becoming a priest. Once the time of troubles began, divine spells would become garbage anyway, as they could not be cast due to the fall of the deities. Becoming a sorcerer with just 16 charisma was undesirable as well. The only suitable profession which could be effectively used in combat was wizard. One had to meet the minimum requirements before he could multi-profession. Warrior had a strength requirement, priest required the person to have considerable wisdom and faith in a deity, while wizard required 25 points in literacy. If he had the basic profession sage, it would not be a problem to become a wizard, but he only had the basic profession commoner, which was why he had to raise his literacy to 25. It was actually a viable option for Saran to multi-profession in wizard, but he was still struggling due to the drawbacks of doing so. The slaughter EXP required to level up in the early levels would be increased by at least 50. If he had a lot of slaughter EXP, he would not have cared about it, but things were different currently. It was difficult to acquire slaughter EXP. As shown in the previous battle, he only received 900 slaughter EXP after slaying so many kobolds. But that alone was not enough for him to even begin multi-professioning. He understood clearly the strengths of becoming a wizard, which was why he considered the option in the first place. If not, multi-professioning was a poor decision, as one would end up unproficient in everything. Using Saran's profession layout during the game, he once had the professions level 10 commoner, max level 10 rogue, level 10 lurker. As lurker was an advanced profession of rogue, it technically did not count as multi-professioning, though the principles were the same. With the new profession starting from level 1, the multi-professioning penalties did not apply. To reach these levels, it cost him around 2 million slaughter EXP, and it cost him even more to reach the realm of legends and awaken to the legendary ability Shadow Realm. With the same amount of EXP, he could only level up 2 basic professions to level 14. Level 14 warriors could not endure over 10 of his attacks, while level 14 wizards might not even have the time to finish their chant before he could kill them with Shadow Step. In fact, it was difficult to say which path was better. Each had its own strengths and weaknesses. Multi-professioning allowed one to cope with various situations, the multiple professions complementing one another's strengths and weaknesses. It also allowed the person to use a wide range of skills and abilities, not to mention the extra free attribute points available from leveling up. The drawback, though, was that it would take more time and effort for them to acquire legendary skills. Even though they could achieve similar effects through combining the skills of different professions, they would still be inferior to those who did not multi-profession in certain aspects. Many players chose to multi-profession for the extra free attribute points, giving up the powerful legendary skills as a consequence. For example, the legendary rogue skill Shadow Realm was an unparalleled skill for the purpose of sneaking around, despite having plenty of skill prerequisites. It allowed the user to enter the plane of shadows. If one chose to multi-profession, these legendary skills could not be obtained easily. Unless one managed to kill a deity or two and obtained a huge amount of slaughter EXP, it would take a relatively long time to get legendary skills. On the other hand, those who focused on one profession and its advanced classes had to rely on teammates as they lacked versatility. Comparatively speaking, they would be at a disadvantage when their profession was incompatible with the terrain or enemies, which was why they needed support from others in these situations. The benefit of this path, though, was that they could obtain legendary skills earlier. They did not need to spend time learning the abilities and skills of other professions. After all, profession level reflected one's strength, but that was not all. Many professions required the user to learn special abilities on their own, which also affected the combat prowess of the user. Those who had the same levels could differ in strength, depending on the skills they had. In the end, it was hard to tell which path was better. Those who made it to the realm of legends were few to begin with. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. Legendary multi-profession players could adapt to most situations, while legendary players who focused on one profession excelled in one or two aspects. As an example, level 40 wizards could destroy an entire continent if they wanted to. In fact, many of those who pursued the path of multi-professioning focused on one main profession as well, and the other professions were used to support their main profession. A popular example would be maining rogue while having warrior as a side profession to improve their close quarters combat ability. Multi-professioning was rather time-consuming. If Saran decided to multi-profession in wizard, he would have to invest plenty of slaughter EXP into the profession while spending time to study and learn the professional abilities. This would require a lot of time and effort. At the very least, he would have to learn 3 or more spellcasting-related abilities in order to be comparable in strength to other wizards. During the period of time when he was focusing on improving his combat strength as a wizard, his rogue profession would be set aside. Having the profession without the abilities was not an option. It would be useless in combat if his spells dealt a lot less damage than his simple melee attacks. The true value of multi-professioning laid in its flexible skill and spell combinations. For example, using greater invisibility together with backstab was a deadly combination. If the professions were incompatible with one another, it was a complete waste of time and effort. The user would also be limiting his own strength, as mortals who did not have shards of divinity could only accommodate a limited amount of power within their bodies. Slaughter EXP was difficult to earn to begin with, let alone shards of divinity. Saran had killed 5 or so dragons and liches in order to obtain the 2 million EXP needed to reach the realm of legends. Of course, the EXP was split among his teammates back then, but he was now alone, meaning all the EXP gained from killing monsters belonged to him. As a matter of fact, many would not have died on their path to the realm of legends if slaughter EXP was easy to obtain. Apart from the extremely fortunate few who managed to slay deities or obtain shards of divinity, those who made it to the realm of legends had experienced countless hardships. It was not an exaggeration to say it was a path full of blood, sweat, and tears. Since they had experienced too much during their journeys, those who made it with their own strength were all masters in combat. Their challenge rating was comparable to the powerful NPC wizards. Trying to kill them was almost like besieging a legendary wizard tower. Author's note: this chapter is a short intro to multi-professioning. It's fine as long as you have a grasp of the basics. There will be more explanations in future chapters. Hope you like the chapter. Next chapter will be out Wednesday, 2nd May. Chapters are out at 9:30 AM UTC. Join our Discord server here, https://discord.ggq2w2a6. You can now vote for more chapters, top 10, _6 extra chapters, 11th, _4 extra chapters, 12th, _3 extra chapters, 13th, _2 extra chapters, 14th, _1 extra chapter. Vote here now to motivate me and get more chapters. Thanks for all the support. Alternatively, you can click here to donate for more releases. Buy 2 get 1 free now. Comment down below and let me know what you think about the chapter as well. Longtoes, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Chapter 53 Curved Sword Mastery. Saran put out the bonfire with a kick, then sat down and began to assign the newly acquired ability point and weapon point. Warriors would obtain their weapon point earlier and would also receive another before they could continue into advanced professions, but rogues were different. They would only get their first weapon point at level 6. And the next one would only be obtained at level 12. Weapon points were almost the same as ability points, except that they could only be used to increase one's proficiency in weapons. Similar to other assignable points, it also took some skill to assign weapon points appropriately. Saran was exceedingly familiar with how to become stronger as a rogue, but he was considering a different path than the one he used back in the game because of his ability, Omnipotent Hands. Even though it was in a sealed state, it did not change the fact that it was a passive skill. It was an ability usually obtained by legendary rogues through training. Having this ability was equivalent to having the ability Weapon Focus, the advanced version of weapon proficiency. For every weapon, those with melee professions had to increase their proficiency with weapons step by step. The most basic abilities were basic weapon proficiency, martial weapon proficiency, and exotic weapon proficiency, which allowed the ability bearer to use the specified weapons or weapon types without any penalties. The next grade above weapon proficiency was weapon focus. Close combat spellcasters, however, could only obtain the ability weapon focus for specific weapons. Priests could only get the ability for Warhammer, Morning Star, and Flail, while druids were limited to the weapons quarterstaff, sickle, and club. To further improve one's weapon proficiency, one could not dabble in a wide range of weapons, but instead had to focus on a specific one which was the most suitable for their playstyle. The next grade above weapon focus was weapon specialization. Every other profession had to train in the specific weapon chosen, while warriors would get the ability martial weapon specialization after picking an advanced profession of warrior. Saran, of course, would choose to specialize in curved swords. Weapon specialization curved sword. As you fight more and more with curved swords, you become skilled at using the weapon. Your proficiency with the weapon is ranked among the top 2 to 5% of all curved sword users. Even plenty of drows, the main users of curved swords, are lacking when compared to your capacity for the weapon. You understand its strengths, allowing your attacks to land more easily and deal higher damage. Accuracy +2, damage +2. The next level of weapon proficiency was weapon mastery, which could only be obtained after acquiring weapon specialization. Warriors who did not multi-profession could learn martial weapon mastery through simply leveling up, allowing them to advance into weapon masters or sword saints. After advancing into one of the two, they could obtain weapon grand mastery for a specific weapon. Other professions, on the other hand, could not reach martial weapon mastery as they rarely fought with a wide range of weapons. They could only pursue proficiency in one specific weapon, for which Saran would definitely choose curved swords. The highest level of proficiency one could normally achieve for multiple weapons, though, was weapon mastery. Furthermore, martial weapon mastery was almost exclusive to warriors as they could learn the skill naturally, while other professions had to manually train in all martial weapons to the level of mastery. If they had so much time, They might as well spend the time training other skills and abilities instead of trying to become masters of weapons that they probably would not use anyway. Some warriors would learn martial weapon proficiency at level 1, martial weapon focus at level 3, martial weapon specialization at level 6, and martial weapon mastery at level 9. They would only then start learning other abilities and finally obtain weapon grand mastery for their weapon of choice through becoming sword saints or weapon masters. Finally, the highest tier of weapon proficiency was legendary weapon master. Sword saints and weapon masters would usually obtain the ability at level 15. This was not without its drawbacks. Warriors who focused on increasing their weapon proficiency were compromising other abilities, such as armor proficiency, shield block, and weapon parry. When wearing full plate armor, their mobility and flexibility would be poor as compared to their counterparts who had armor proficiency. If they did become weapon masters, they would then be restricted to wearing medium armor. Anything more than that, such as heavy armor or full plate armor, would cause their combat prowess to be drastically lowered. Their proficiency in using shields was also not as high as other warriors. Even more extreme were those who chose the path of becoming sword saints, who would completely forsake defense, which was one of their major weaknesses. This was the popular Fury Warrior build back in the game. Saran had the ability Omnipotent Hands, even though it was currently in a sealed state. He still had the ability, though he could not utilize the benefits of it. In other words, Saran had basic weapon focus, martial weapon focus, and exotic weapon focus, but all were in sealed states. Thus the effects of the skills were not active. Even so, it did not mean they were completely useless. They could be used for satisfying the prerequisites for other skills. It was just a guess, so Saran held his breath in anticipation when checking if he could advance his weapon proficiency with using curved swords. There, seeing the option to learn weapon specialization curved sword, Saran was exhilarated and immediately chose it. His hypothesis was right on the mark. The sealed ability satisfied the prerequisites for learning weapon specialization. Advance into weapon specialization curved sword ! The options to choose weapon specialization for other weapons disappeared immediately, and a new ability appeared on the list of obtainable abilities, Weapon Mastery Curved Sword. Unlike mastering a wide range of weapons, getting weapon mastery for a single weapon was relatively simple. The prerequisites of the ability were weapon proficiency, weapon focus, and weapon specialization in that specific weapon type. As long as they met the requirements, they would immediately get weapon mastery for that weapon. This explained why Saran could get weapon mastery curved sword earlier than warriors would get martial weapon mastery. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates. Better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. Weapon Mastery Curved Sword. You are now a master at using curved swords, able to use them like extensions of your arms. Your proficiency with them is now ranked within the top 2% of all curved sword users. If people wish to learn from you, you can even set up a dojo in cities to teach the way of the curved sword. Accuracy +3, damage +3. Attack speed +1, _hot damn ! I actually got weapon mastery for curved swords ! Saran could not help but grin widely. He could not believe he managed to learn weapon mastery at level 6. Placing his hand on the hilt of his curved sword, Saran kicked a log into the air and unsheathed the weapon, the blade producing flashes in the air. His speed was a lot faster than before. He could even feel his sword cutting through the air and the entirety of his power transferring to the log at the moment of contact. The curved sword was almost like a part of his body. He simply knew how to bring out the full power of the weapon and how to focus all his strength at the right moment. The log dropped back to the ground, splitting into 4 pieces from the horizontal and vertical slashes. As expected, lower tiers of weapon proficiency are simply incomparable to weapon mastery. Saran slowly sheathed his curved sword. Even though the slashes he performed just now seemed simple, those who actually wielded weapons would understand how much power, speed, and accuracy were required to perform such strikes. Professional boxers could punch 7 to 10 times in a second, while Mike Tyson could punch up to 12 times. However, these punches focused more on speed instead of power. Even Mike Tyson could only punch 3 or 4 times in a second if he had to bring out his full strength in every one of the punches. From this perspective, Mike Tyson could be said to be similar to level 6 monks. Their attributes and bare-handed attacking speed had little difference between them, just that monks would have slightly higher wisdom, while Mike Tyson would have slightly higher strength. Master martial artists who trained in speed and strength would be able to reach this level as well. As compared to using bare fists, attacking with weapons was obviously slower. In terms of stats, the base attack speed of using bare fists was at least 1 point higher than using weapons. If Saran trained in bare-handed combat instead, he could punch at least 4 times in a second with his full strength, given his current attributes. This meant that, apart from strength, his attributes would be better than Mike Tyson's. Many players liked to create character sheets for iconic historical figures. One of the most well-known ones was Bruce Lee. His character sheet was level 7 monk, level 1 fist master. Disregarding their ki energy, the attack speed and attributes of monks and Bruce Lee were similar, thus their explosive power in combat should be comparable as well. Bruce Lee Human Grade 2 Challenge Rating, Level 5 Profession Levels, Level 7 Monk, Level 1 Fist Master, Dangerous Target. Attribute Estimation, Strength 17, Dexterity 18, Constitution 16, Intelligence 11, Wisdom 16, Charisma 15. Special Abilities, Bare-handed Combat Mastery, Unhinged Punch Mastery, Nunchaku Mastery, Powerful Roundhouse Kick, Powerful Side Kick, Danger Sense, Mobile. Bruce Lee was one of the few people from Earth who was almost grade 3. Due to the limitations on Earthlings, their attributes and abilities were a lot lower as compared to the characters in-game. People from Earth did not have convenient abilities and skills such as increased vitality and regeneration rate. Their maximum HP was roughly 20. A mere level 5 warrior would be able to easily decimate normal people on Earth. After all, the number of legendary fighters who could reach the level of Bruce Lee and Mike Tyson could be counted with both hands even when there were billions of people. Those with grade 3 professions were already among the realm of the supernatural from the perspective of Earthlings. The two simply could not be compared. Hope you like the chapter. Next chapter will be out later today at 12:30 p.m. UTC, 2nd May. Join our Discord server here. https://discord.ggq2w2a6. You can now vote for more chapters, top 10, _6 extra chapters, 11th, _4 extra chapters, 12th, _3 extra chapters, 13th, _2 extra chapters, 14th, _1 extra chapter. Vote here now to motivate me and get more chapters. Thanks for all the support. Alternatively, you can click here to donate for more releases. Buy 2 get 1 free now. Comment down below and let me know what you think about the chapter as well. Longtoes, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Chapter 54 Wizard. After assigning the points, Saran began looting the battlefield. Kobolds rarely had anything good on them, thus he only quickly checked their corpses before searching for chests and boxes. These pesky creatures liked to hide their treasures, especially in locations near their settlements. They did not carry much on their bodies due to their short stature. Even the kobold sorcerer did not have anything valuable, carrying just some worthless trinkets. Saran soon noticed an odd rock. The soil nearby was clearly turned over recently. He removed the surrounding soil until he could flip the rock over, using his sword as leverage. As expected, there was a wooden chest buried beneath the rock. Knocking it open with his sword revealed grains of impure gold. These kobolds turned out to be rather rich. These gold grains, despite their impurities, could be converted to gold emeralds at the shrines of the goddess of riches. The rates differed, but the priests and priestesses offered fair rates overall. Saran searched through the chest, also finding a piece of agate, a small chunk of obsidian, 3 pieces of opal, and 2 stones which he could not identify. Kobolds had a tendency to dig and mine from birth, which was one of the reasons they liked living in caves. Even if they were residing in forests, they would still explore random caves from time to time. The dragon blood flowing in them also gave them the habit of collecting shiny and sparkling stuff, especially after defeating other monsters or creatures. Not bad, Saran murmured while transferring everything into his multi-dimensional bag. Maybe 100 gold dirils? Every pound of gold grains could be exchanged for roughly 60 to 70 gold dirils. On the other hand, there were plenty of gem mines. Thus the minerals were worth only around 30 gold dirils in total. Jewelers would probably try to lower the prices as well. Usually, kobold tribes did not have so much treasure. The key to their riches might be the kobold sorcerer. Spellcasters were worth more money after all. After killing the spellcaster, it was only a matter of time before the kobolds crumbled. The treasures belonged to Saran the moment he killed the sorcerer. Kobold sorcerers were mostly level 2, thus they did not have great equipment. This time, it only had the rare grade weapon Ebnold Staff +1. It was one of the most worthless rare grade weapons in existence. There was nothing special about it apart from its toughness. It was a weapon used by spellcasters for blocking and parrying. The staff was mostly used by low-level druids as it did not hinder their spellcasting and could even be used as a spellcasting material when necessary. The weapon could be sold for 10 or so gold dirils, but not many people were willing to buy such a weak weapon. After gathering all the valuable items, Saran hurriedly left the scene. The stench of blood would attract nearby beasts or monsters such as wolves, ogres, and gnolls. It was highly probable he would encounter these creatures if he stayed behind any longer. Back in the game, he almost got killed by gnolls who were attracted by the smell of blood. The corpses of kobolds would most likely disappear within 2 days. Other monsters would head toward the smell of blood and devour the dead bodies. Hiding in the surroundings in order to ambush the attracted monsters was originally an option, but Saran opted to leave since he was injured. He could still manage if wolves came, but things would be dire if gnolls or ogres appeared. The monster level of gnolls was level 3, but they had similar strength to level 5 warriors when taking their professions into account. The most threatening factor was not their individual strength, but their numbers. They moved in groups of at least 3 to 5. He remembered there were stockaded villages nearby. It would be best if he could spend the night in one of them. Sleeping in the wilderness alone was extremely dangerous, and it would be bad if he got ambushed while asleep. Furthermore, he could hardly feel at ease when resting in the wild. It was impossible to fall asleep, but now he needed to rest in order to recover from his wounds. I can make wizard my sub-profession if I get a spell book, Saran said to himself as he returned the way he came. Spell books were not cheap at all. Those who chose to become wizards as their first profession would receive a basic one from the start, but they had to buy higher-tier spell books themselves as they progressed. The basic spell book cost around 150 gold dirils, and the higher-tier spell books could cost up to thousands or even tens of thousands of gold dirils. _bang !_. The sound of a gunshot resounded throughout the area. Saran startled for a second, then immediately ducked into the shadows while slowly approaching the origin of the sound. Was it gnomes or dwarves? Ancient firearms were rarely used by humans. Alchemic items were strictly restricted items which were hard to obtain even through black markets. The power of firearms was also not as high as you would expect. They were effective against common folk, but they were lacking when up against people with combat professions. Even the powerful sniper rifles produced using alchemy were not that effective against high-grade professions, especially spellcasters. Some even joked that only nukes could break through the defenses of legendary spellcasters. That, of course, was exaggerated to a certain extent. The churches had placed harsh restrictions on the use of alchemical items, with the ban being only second to life creation and alteration researches. From what had been passed on through the ages, It was said that the restrictions were in place in order to avoid the crisis from the age of the Arcane Empire. Ancient books and documents recorded the catastrophe caused by a floating fortress of the Empire. The fortress reportedly broke the continent into 8 separate pieces. Though firearms might not be so impressive, even nuclear weapons from Earth did not have as much destructive power as some of the ancient alchemical weapons. If humans bombed the entire planet with nukes, all life forms on the surface would be wiped out, and the world would be completely contaminated, but the planet itself would still remain, albeit scathed. Alchemical weapons, on the other hand, could sink continents and even destroy entire planes of existence. Of course, this was something only possible back in the age of the Arcane Empire. Arcanists back then were way more badass and dangerous than the wizards these days. Even the golems created by wizards nowadays were derived from the mana-powered devices from back then. Saran had encountered ancient golems back in the game when he was exploring the sunken ruins with his squad, and his squad almost got annihilated. The golems were so powerful that they were almost like high-tech mobile armors from the distant future in sci-fis. He felt surprised at first, but eventually got used to it after encountering them several times. From what he could remember, some gnome alchemists were even working on rockets. During their research, they accidentally damaged a black dragon, causing a catastrophe. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. Anyway, the restriction on the use and distribution of alchemical items should still be in place. The deities had yet to descend into the mortal realm, and the churches currently held unprecedented power. No one dared to use alchemical weapons out in the open right now. Grey dwarves. Saran squinted as he melded his silhouette into the shadows. A few hundred meters ahead, a dozen or so grey dwarves were surrounding and attacking someone who seemed to be a wizard. Some of them were holding ancient firearms. The main reason Saran was attracted to the scene. Bang, bang, bang exclamation mark. Gunshots broke out one after another, bullets flying straight toward the wizard. However, they all either got deflected in different directions or stopped and dropped to the ground when they reached within onimeter radius around the wizard. Greater mage armor. Saran sneaked closer to get a better view while giving off a heavy atmosphere. It was his first time seeing a high-grade wizard in combat since he came to this world. The wizard should be grade 3, probably level 10 or above, and did not seem to be a human. The group of grey dwarves were attacking him with all their might, but all of their attacks were repelled the moment they entered the onimeter radius, be it their swords and axes or the flying projectiles. This was the protection barrier used by wizards. There were 2 types of barriers, the armor type which blocked incoming attacks and the deflect type which, as its name implied, deflected incoming attacks. The level 1 spell mage armor could withstand 20 points of damage, which was not even enough to completely mitigate a slash from Saran. However, the durability of the barrier increased proportionally to the caster's profession level and spellcasting score. If high-grade wizards cast the spell, even the low-level barrier would be able to withstand at least 3 of Saran's attacks, without using rare-grade weapons. The most damage he could deal in one strike was around 20. Many close-quarters combatants back in the game called the barrier an field, an energy field which could block almost all attacks in an anime, and people often whined about how spellcasters were cheats because their barriers were simply that powerful. Hope you like the chapter. Next chapter will be out Thursday, 2nd May. Chapters are out at 9:30 AM UTC. Join our Discord server here. https://discord.ggq2w2a6. You can now vote for more chapters, top 10, _6 extra chapters, 11th, _4 extra chapters, 12th, _3 extra chapters, 13th, _2 extra chapters, 14th, _1 extra chapter. Vote here now to motivate me and get more chapters. Thanks for all the support. Alternatively, you can click here to donate for more releases. Buy 2 get 1 free now. Comment down below and let me know what you think about the chapter as well. Longtoes, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Chapter 55 Spells Under the Siege of the Grey Dwarves. The wizard's barrier finally crumbled. There was a limit to how much damage it could mitigate after all. A dwarven warrior rushed in and hacked at the seemingly vulnerable wizard, but surprisingly, his attack was repelled as if he had struck stone. Stone Skin. Saran could already tell the outcome of the battle at this point. The spell Stone Skin could receive up to 150 damage before it would be dispelled, meaning the dwarves would need to attack the wizard plenty of times before their attacks would start injuring the target. However, there did not seem to be any high-grade warriors among the Grey Dwarves, with just a bunch of Grade 2 warriors. Killing a high-grade wizard was almost impossible. A dwarven warrior startled for a second, then chopped his companion's head off out of the blue. Dire Charm. The charmed dwarven warrior went on a killing spree, slaying 3 of his allies before getting killed. Not even a single spellcaster. Saran thought. They are pretty much throwing their lives away if they don't even have a priest. Saran continued to observe the battle and murmured, "It's about time for a no attack." Immediately after, a breeze coerced through the battlefield. The wizard's movements sped up drastically, and he pulled away from the dwarves, creating a 50-meter gap between the two sides. Casting a spell quickly, the wizard shot out a massive spider web, entangling most of the Grey Dwarves' web. The effectiveness of the spell was dependent on the target's strength and dexterity. They could either dodge the spell or break through the web with brute force. For low-grade warriors, however, it was difficult to do either. The wizard did not let the chance go, immediately following up with another spell. A basketball-sized fireball hovered in front of him. Pointing his fingers at the entangled dwarves, the fireball flew toward them and exploded upon impact. Fireball. It was commonly thought that Fireball was a simple and basic spell which could be tossed around casually. Contrary to such beliefs, Fireball was by no means a low-level spell. It was a level 3 evocation-type spell, and it required the caster to be level 6 in his profession. Its power was reflected in the fight. Along with a near-deafening boom, the fireball exploded like a grenade in the middle of the group of dwarves, enshrouding them in fiery flames. Some exploded into chunks of meat, while others were sent flying. Those who survived were just barely alive, with blood gushing out from their mouths and wounds. Their body hair and clothes were all on fire as well. Probably around level 12. Analyzing the strength of the fireball, Saran estimated the wizard's level. If cast by higher level wizards, the spell would at least kill over half of the dwarves. The spell Fireball was one of the spells Saran was most familiar with. Back in the game, there was an extremely popular strategy which involved 5 grade 2 wizards casting Fireball together and bombing the targets with explosions. It was enough to wipe out enemies within an area of 60 square feet, leaving a 3-meter crater. As a result, he shouldn't have many spell slots left. Saran glanced at the wizard, showing a grin. It looked as though he was eager to give it a go, killing the wizard, that is. Even though spellcasters were cheat-like beings, they were vulnerable after using up all their spell slots. Judging from the 20 or so dead dwarves nearby, the battle should have been going on for quite some time now. The wizard must have used a considerable amount of spells. Spider Spawn. The wizard threw something into the air, which landed on one of the dead grey dwarves. The 2 bulbs turned out to be spider eggs, and each rapidly swelled up before bursting, spraying dark green gooey fluids. 2 poisonous spiders the size of millstones hissed as they emerged from the fluids, then briskly leapt at the other grey dwarves under the command of their creator. Several dwarven warriors were bitten to death. Saran got goosebumps all over his body after witnessing the spell. With a flabbergasted look, he murmured, "A drow?" Spider Spawn was a rather unorthodox level 4 spell. The number of spiders conjured was based on the caster's profession level and the spellcasting material used, usually ranging between 1 to 3 spiders. The monster level of the conjured poisonous spiders could reach over level 8, Other special species were even stronger, not only having great physical attacks, but also being able to use spell-like abilities. It was a rare spell that could only be learned by wizards from the Underdark. The most proficient users of the spell were drow wizards and priests. The reason for such was because drows worshipped the Queen of Spiders, Lolth, an evil and powerful goddess. The wizard's protective measures remained in place, the caster not suffering even the slightest of injuries from the start of the battle. The grey dwarves started to feel desperate. Some turned to run away, only to be killed by the agile poisonous spiders. Others mustered their courage and charged in, but their efforts ended in vain as their heads got blasted into pieces by magical energy darts one after another. The spell this time was Arcane Missile. Magical energy darts would form on the fingertips of the caster and shoot out at the designated targets. When cast by a high-grade wizard, the magical darts could even puncture a 3mm thick steel plate. The power was comparable to armor-penetrating pistol rounds at an 100-meter distance. Even if they did not hit any vital spots, the energy was still enough to puncture through armor and flesh. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. Saran finally gave up the thought of going in for the kill. Drows were extremely crafty creatures. The wizard must still be hiding some sort of deadly magic up his sleeves. From the beginning to the end, it was a one-sided massacre. Without breaking a sweat, the high-grade wizard annihilated 30 grey dwarven combatants. Apart from the moment when his barrier broke, he was completely safe throughout the battle. Among all combat professions, only sword saints could destroy the magical barrier of a wizard of the same level in one hit. Other professions would need at least 2 to 3 blows, and it would take even more if there was a difference in profession levels. If Saran had a powerful rare-grade weapon, it might be possible to break through the barrier within a second. Even so, he would not be able to assassinate the wizard because of the target's equipment. The drow was wearing a robe which seemed to be a rare-grade equipment. There must be some sort of protection barrier on the robe which he had yet to deploy. Buttons, breastpins, rings, jewelry, head ornaments, necklaces, and talismans, many items which looked as though they were just there as decorations might be special equipment. Spellcasters were simply so rich to the point that they would raise others' hackles. A grade 2 wizard usually had 6,000 gold derals worth of equipment, while the amount would be over 10,000 for more advanced wizards. What were my chances of winning if I had fought him? Saran gazed at the wizard who was calmly leaving the scene. The drow remained vigilant, making the 2 poisonous spiders walk beside him as bodyguards. The spiders would survive for a certain period of time before deteriorating. Just like that, the drow walked toward the plains. Saran had no idea where his destination was, though it was probably some hidden location. Drows were unaccustomed to sunlight and preferred dark places. If I could destroy the barriers, wyvern poison should be able to paralyze him. Wizards don't have high constitution after all. Unless he cast some protective spells beforehand, the fortitude roll should fail. The poison would lower his spellcasting success rate by 50% or even render him completely unable to cast. The problem would be how many layers of barriers he has. What are the chances of me poisoning him before he could throw spells at me? Saran slowly sheathed his curved sword. After analyzing his own strength and the target, he came to the conclusion that his chances of winning were less than 10%. Even though the wizard had used quite a lot of his spell slots. The key to defeating wizards was burst damage. If one could not break a wizard's barriers quickly, it would be only a matter of time before he would get overwhelmed by the barrage of spells flying at him. Saran had killed over 100 wizards on his journey to becoming a legendary rogue back then. He knew all too well the consequences of giving wizards time to think and battle. If only I had shadow jump, then I could have killed him with a single strike. Rogues who were level 12 or above and specialized in shadow-related abilities could get the ability Shadow Jump. It allowed the user to enter the plane of shadows temporarily, then emerge at the desired location. Even though the ability could only be activated for a second, it would be enough for Saran to slip through the barrier and attack the wizard. Shadow Jump was also the key to learning the legendary ability Shadow Realm in the future. Top-tier rogue players love to jump across planes and assassinate their targets. In fact, the operating principle of Shadow Step was similar to Shadow Jump. It was just that it could transfer the user through shadows instead of crossing planes. Back to the present, the wizard faded into the distance as he continued to walk away. Drows would not appear on the surface casually. Saran was sure something was going on, but he had no idea what it was. Level 12 wizards had decent social status. The number of reasons for such a person to appear in the wilderness alone was limited. Hope you like the chapter. Next chapter will be out Friday, 4th May. Chapters are out at 9:30 AM UTC. Join our Discord server here, https://discord.ggq2w2a6. You can now vote for more chapters. Top 10 _6 extra chapters, 11th _4 extra chapters, 12th _3 extra chapters, 13th _2 extra chapters, 14th _1 extra chapter. Vote here now to motivate me and get more chapters. Thanks for all the support. Alternatively, you can click here to donate for more releases. Buy 2 get 1 free now. Comment down below and let me know what you think about the chapter as well. Longtoes, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Chapter 56 Ring of Wizardry. Saran hid in the surroundings for a long while. After confirming the wizard was gone, he approached the dwarves' corpses. Although the wizard did not bother to search the bodies of the grey dwarves, things were different for Saran. He had a sister to care for, not to mention that they were planning to travel afar. There was no such thing as too much money for him. Additionally, Vivian would have to spend quite a lot of money in the future if she pursued the path of a sorcerer. If Saran decided to splurge a bit, a set of rare-grade equipment of even the lowest tier would cost roughly 3,000 gold emeralds as well. There was blood everywhere. Judging from the traces left behind, it looked as though the battle broke out all of a sudden. In fighting, Saran continued to observe the nearby footprints, then muttered as he furrowed his brows, "Looks like they were traveling together at first." For some reason, they started fighting each other. The footprints that were further away were tidy, as though a group of people were guarding something as they traveled. A bit closer, and the footprints started to get messy. There were signs of people rushing and charging. Saran tried to imagine the scene using the available information, and in the end, he could only deduce that the grey dwarves were the ones who went on the offensive. There were traces of warriors charging on the ground, which probably belonged to the grey dwarf warriors. Even grade 2 warriors could sprint as fast as sprinters in the Olympic Games due to their ability to bring out their explosiveness for a short period of time. Saran rolled over 3 dead dwarves and found a corpse which had his chest punctured, the wound corroded by what seemed to be acid. Acid arrow? Saran carefully removed the ring on the corpse's finger and was delighted. So there was a spellcaster, but he got killed right off the bat. There was a wizard among the team of grey dwarves. He was nowhere as strong as the drow though, probably only grade 2 and level 5. Perhaps the battle was so sudden, he did not have time to react before immediately getting killed by the drow with acid arrow. Saran's grin widened as he caressed the ring, which had a weak magic halo around it. It was a low-level ring of wizardry which increased the spell slots of level 1 and 2 spells, at least worth 1,200 gold emeralds. Saran stowed the ring away, then continued to loot the dwarves' corpses. He didn't even bother to loot his ex-companions. Either he's rich as hell, or there was something so urgent that he could not delay even a single bit. What major incident happened in this period of time? Damn it. I didn't really care about the state of affairs of the world back in the game. Saran continued searching the wizard's body. He found a multi-dimensional bag. It was a low-grade one which was the same as his. Even though grade 2 wizards were rich, it was not like they could splurge on everything. Anyway, he looked through the items within the bag, but there did not seem to be anything valuable apart from a single item, a spellbook. The Dwarven Wizard's spellbook was a thick, black tome, and mysterious runes were written on the pages. Unlike typical books, spellbooks would not deteriorate with age and could be used for a long time. Saran flipped through the pages, revealing densely packed runes and symbols, most of which he was unable to decipher because he did not have the ability to decipher script. He could only judge from experience the spells recorded in the spellbook. The first spell was Enlarge. As its name implied, the spell could enlarge a person to twice his original size, increasing his strength by 2 and reducing dexterity by the same. Skilled casters could even apply the spell on specific parts of the body through the use of meta-magic abilities. Of course, this was not something the NPCs developed, but instead was invented by a player who wanted to overcome the regret he had in real life. The same could also be applied to Shrink, but that thought alone was too evil. The second spell in the spellbook was Arcane Missile. It was one of the most commonly used spells by wizards because it had a short casting time of 1 second. There was nothing too extravagant about this spell. Magical energy darts would form on the caster's fingertips and could be fired at desired targets. Saran knew all but 2 spells recorded in the spellbook. The spells he recognized were Charm Person, Burning Hands, Color Spray, Mage Armor, Shield, Web, Bull's Strength, and Firebolt. Each spell took over 10 pages to record. Of course, the chant itself was not that long. There were also runes, drawings, and even 3-dimensional diagrams which seemed to explain the rules and principles of the spells. This information was what people called spell models. Wizards would record spells into their spell books and spend time studying and analyzing the spells. It was far from simply copying them into their spell books. Depending on their talent and intelligence, wizards would require varying periods of time before they could fully understand the spell and create a spell model for it. After forming the spell model in their minds, they would connect to the magic network in order to store the spell in their spell slots. The model would then be stored in their brains until the spell was cast using energy collected from the magic network. They would have to memorize the model again afterwards. It was similar to how guns worked. The wizards would memorize and create spell models in their minds, then store them in their spell slots. The spell models were bullets, and the spell slots were their ammo clip. Once they cast the spell, the model would be expended, just like a bullet. However, wizards had to create the spell models through memorization, basically manufacturing the bullets themselves. Those who had extraordinary memories could recreate the model without the aid of their spell books, as they had already memorized the structure and only had to create the model once again. That, however, was rather rare. It was almost like memorizing the detailed structure of a complicated circuit board and recreating it from scratch. If the wizard made even a slight error during the process of creating a spell model, the model would be destroyed and backfire on their minds, dealing damage to them. The higher the spell level, the higher the damage. It was possible to lose one's life due to backfiring. From what Saran could recall, only a handful of advanced arcanists could recreate spell models without the use of spell books. Typical arcanists had around 25 intelligence, which made their brains comparable to biocomputers. Most wizards, even the more outstanding ones, could not achieve such a feat, which was why they had to bring their spell books everywhere they went. The rate of grasping and fully understanding a spell was slow. A wizard with 18 intelligence would take almost 2 weeks to learn their first level 1 spell. Things were a lot easier after they learned the spell though. They could recreate the spell model after reading the information in their spell books and spending some time meditating. Due to such reasons, wizards had to choose wisely what spells they wanted to learn in order to suit their needs. The number of spells they knew would increase as they grow stronger and leveled up over time, but in the end the number of spells they could learn was not infinite either. It would take plenty of time to learn high-level spells. Only legendary wizards would have the leisure and time to travel around in order to collect spells to add to their repertoire. Saran took out a scroll from inside the dead dwarven wizard's robe. He opened it up for a glance before quickly rolling it up and stowing it away. There was a symbol drawn on the scroll. It consisted of 3 tentacles. If he remembered correctly, it was the level 4 spell Black Tentacles, which was capable of summoning 3 tentacles made out of shadow energy to strangle enemies. As the dwarven wizard did not record it in his spellbook, it meant that his profession level was 7 or below. The wizard did not disappoint Saran at all. With just a simple search, he had already looted items worth around 2,000 gold dirals. Exclamation mark underscore. Just when Saran was gleefully searching through the other dead bodies to collect more valuable items, the sound of wolves howling could be heard in the distance. He immediately sped up his actions, hurriedly stuffing whatever seemed to be worth some money into his newly acquired multi-dimensional bag. Afterwards, he knelt down to inspect the firearms used by the Grey Dwarves. So they were firing stones out of flintlock rifles. He picked up the alchemical weapon, then stored it in his multi-dimensional bag. The length of the weapon was around the shoulder width of an adult, which was reasonable considering the primary users were short dwarves. The ammo used was smooth, round stones. It was a rather low-grade alchemical firearm, but some dwarves still preferred using such a weapon. Due to its primitive design and production method, the effective range and accuracy of the weapon were only average. The firing rate was not high, and its power was lower than some enhanced crossbows and longbows, especially those made by humanoid monsters. The longbows of these monsters had tremendous power, having an effective range of over 300 meters, and a shot from one could even puncture 5mm thick steel plates, making them seem more like sniper rifles in modern terms. Anyway, the weapon's level of craftsmanship was similar to that of the 18th century. The Toldress gnomes had even better firearms, because of their physical inferiority. They were extremely stubborn and persistent when it came to the research of alchemy and its applications. Even so, their technology was insufficient in the face of a level 24 black dragon, which utterly destroyed their city. This was something which would happen in approximately a year's time. The howling sounds were gradually closing in on his location. Saran swiftly packed up everything, then continued on his way to the main road. He did not want to fight a pack of wolves right now. It was getting darker and darker, and the wild beasts and monsters would soon be revealing themselves. The intense stench of blood would surely attract a considerable number of carnivores. Just as Saran left, he noticed a pair of fluorescent green eyes in the forest. That was, without a doubt, a Gnoll scout. Gnolls had a decent sense of smell, allowing them to detect the smell of blood within a kilometer. When hunting, they would spread out to search for prey. After identifying their targets, they would then call their brethren over using special howls. It seemed like the wolves would be up against the gnolls. A chaotic skirmish would soon begin, and it was best for Saran to be as far away as possible. Hope you like the chapter. Next chapter will be out Saturday, 5th May. Chapters are out at 9:30 AM UTC. Join our Discord server here, https://discord.ggq2w2a6. You can now vote for more chapters, top 10, _6 extra chapters, 11th, _4 extra chapters, 12th, _3 extra chapters, 13th, _2 extra chapters, 14th, _1 extra chapter. Vote here now to motivate me and get more chapters. Thanks for all the support. Alternatively, you can click here to donate for more releases. Buy 2 get 1 free now. Comment down below and let me know what you think about the chapter as well. Longtoes, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates. better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. Chapter 57 Maiden of Pain. On the vast plains, all sorts of monsters and beasts were roaming around in the dark night. In the distant valley, a dozen or so will-o-wisps floated aimlessly like eerie lanterns. They were poor souls awakened by death energy. An intense battle once took place in that area, and corroded bones and rusty swords and armor were still scattered around the place. The appearance of will-o-wisps meant that the location was a no-man's land. Even ogres, who were known for their ferocity, would keep their distance from such a place. Towards such a location, the drow wizard dressed in a black cape walked calmly. The two poisonous spiders had already deteriorated into rotten flesh. These spiders spawned by magic could only survive half a day at best. They aged and deteriorated rapidly, and would die the moment the mana in their bodies ran out. The wizard extracted the poisonous sacs from the dead spiders, then poured some powder over the spider corpses, dissolving them into a pool of blood. He then took out a crimson gem and walked into the valley overflowing with will-o-wisps. The wandering ghosts ignored the living person, allowing him to trespass through their territory. Apart from the overflowing wild grass, there were also plenty of destroyed buildings which had been weathered badly. Even so, their current disgraceful appearance somehow still reflected their former glory. Broken marble pillars that had unlimited diameters were scattered all over the place. These gorgeous pillars once supported a marvelous palace, but they eventually fell into ruin in battle. Groups of eerie shadows emerged from the rubble. Without physical bodies, the shadows floated in the air and approached the wizard who dared to enter such a haunted place. The drow wizard chanted a weird, incomprehensible chant. It seemed to be a unique secret language that was not used by any races. Some erudite sages would create their own spoken and written languages. If they did not pass on the language to someone else, it would require a great deal of effort to decipher. Hearing the chant, the shadows slowly backed off, all gathering under a specific pillar, and disappeared into the cracks. When inspected closely, a part of the pillar was darkened. It had a humanoid shape, most likely the traces of someone or something who was tied onto the pillar and burned to ashes. An altar dozens of meters wide lay in the center of the valley. The inner circle drawn on the altar had cracked here and there, with strange plants growing from within. The carving of a hexagram could be seen, but it looked to be damaged, with traces of explosions and smashed marble pillars nearby. The only object which remained somewhat intact was a heavily weathered statue of a deity, whose appearance and identity could not be identified due to the statue's deterioration. There were marble snakes entangling the statue's legs. It seemed to be a female deity, even though one of the statue's arms had already broken off. The distinctive features of a woman could still be identified. The long hair which reached her buttocks, the two bulging mounds at her bosom, and the slim legs all suggested that the deity was indeed female. The wizard took off his black cape, revealing a pair of pointy ears and dark grey skin. The slender silhouette stood in front of the altar, then slowly knelt down. The drow had shown her true colors after removing her cape. The wizard turned out to be a female. Placing her hands on opposite shoulders, she began to chant a prayer in a weird voice. Her prayer echoed eerily, and faint balls of uncanny light started to appear out of thin air. The drow then stood up, her scarlet eyes glowing in the dark. She gently took off her robe, showing a delicate and slender body dressed in thin, simple clothing. It seemed she was not wearing undergarments, and her two tips on her breasts pressed against the thin shirt. This was just the beginning. She took out a barbed, crimson viper whip and lashed it in the air. The whip produced a cracking sound, drawing an arc in the air until it landed on her back. The drow voiced a muffled shriek as the whip struck her back. Her clothes were torn apart instantly, and blood oozed out from her wounds. The sharp thorns on the whip had pierced her skin and opened up her flesh. The blood flowed from her wounds onto the altar. She shuddered as she remained kneeling, her face distorted due to pain. Only the creatures of the Underdark knew the obliterating pain of being hit by a viper whip. She gasped for a while before her mind recovered. _crack! The wizard once again whipped herself on the back. The viper whip smeared in blood dropped to the ground. Her entire body was shivering. The two wounds formed a cross, and her flesh was badly mutilated. As the sensation of pain gradually grew stronger, the wizard showed a look of ecstasy on her cramped face. She unhesitatingly retrieved the whip and lashed it against her back again once her mind and body recovered from the pain. _crack! The sound of whipping resounded throughout the place. Her back had already turned into a mush of meat and blood at this point, and none of her skin there remained. Even so, her expression suggested something different. Her smile as she shuddered and convulsed in pleasure was extremely creepy. As more blood dripped onto the altar, a faint deep pink aura started to glow. The fresh blood flowed along the carvings on the altar to the battered statue in the center. The deep pink glow gathered at the statue and converged to form a hazy shadow. The shadow cleared up slightly to reveal a young maiden with a slender yet curvy body, and in her hands was a viper whip. She had light gray skin decorated with crimson tattoos and long, wavy hair which reached her bottom. The shadows of two vipers entwined from her ankles all the way up to her thighs, then converged at her slim waist to form a belt. Furthermore, she gave off a faint glow of divinity. The young maiden suddenly held up her viper whip and whipped the kneeling drow. The mushy flesh on her back began to heal rapidly, and the skin also swiftly regrow. The drow moaned in pleasure and immediately knelt on all fours. Head north, the divine voice reverberated throughout the altar. The maiden pointed at the air and projected various different scenes. The domain of the Frost Maiden. I can sense it. She has already awoken. The freezing winter is slowly enshrouding the world. Her powers are going out of control. Find her and bring her to me. I shall grant you your well-deserved reward afterwards. Along with the divine glow, the silhouette of the young maiden slowly scattered into the air and disappeared. The wizard stood up, then donned her robe and hood. She retrieved her viper whip from the ground, then turned and walked toward the valley. The shady shadows lingered around at the altar, barely showing under the bright moonlight. The gushing sounds of a stream could be heard. Saran unsheathed his curved sword, which he had been using to cut thistles and thorns, then headed toward the stream for a break. He washed his face in the cool water, then rubbed his body to remove the bloodstains. It was not only for hygienic reasons. Creatures in the wilderness were extremely sensitive to the stench of blood. It would reveal his location if he did not remove the bloodstains on his body. All of a sudden, he had goosebumps all over. Saran rolled back and picked up his weapon, glaring at a rock upstream. A black creature was staring at him, its light brown pupils rather noticeable in the dark. A panther. Saran took a good look at the being, which caused him to feel alerted. The feline beast was gracefully standing on the large rock, looking at him as though it was a human. That's not it. Saran clenched his sword and looked around vigilantly while muttering, "Bobcat." Indeed, it was not a panther, but a black bobcat. Both were dangerous beasts residing in the wilderness. An adult bobcat could easily hunt down large boars. However, typical bobcats rarely reached the size of panthers. The bobcat looking at him was obviously not a common wild beast. In fact, there was also the possibility it was not a beast at all. A small figure appeared on the opposite side of the stream. She was wearing an exotic outfit and had paint smeared on her face. It was hard to tell clearly in the dark, but Saran could notice her slightly pointy ears. The person was probably a half-elf just like himself. The half-elf woman who appeared out of nowhere scooped up and drank water from the stream with her hands, then frowned as she glanced at Saran. She waved the bobcat over, then leapt into a tree 10 meters away. The bobcat followed suit. It took one last glance at Saran before rushing into the forest. A high-grade druid. Saran could only watch as the two left the scene. It was a short encounter, and neither party communicated at all. Even so, Saran could roughly tell the two were heading in the direction he had come from. Hope you like the chapter. Next chapter will be out Sunday, 6th May. Chapters are out at 9:30 AM UTC. Join our Discord server here, https://discord.ggq2w2a6. You can now vote for more chapters. Top 10 _6 extra chapters, 11th _4 extra chapters, 12th _3 extra chapters, 13th _2 extra chapters, 14th _1 extra chapter. Vote here now to motivate me and get more chapters. Thanks for all the support. Alternatively, you can click here to donate for more releases. Buy 2 get 1 free now. Comment down below and let me know what you think about the chapter as well. Longtoes, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. Chapter 58 Strangers. People with high-grade professions were basically superhumans. Those who were level 10 or above would at least have 1 or 2 supernatural powers. Taking the druid Saran just met as an example, she knew a spell which allowed her to travel nimbly from tree to tree. Meeting strangers in the wilderness was a common occurrence, thus Saran did not bother following the woman. Sometimes, people who came across one another would chat shortly, but most just nodded as a greeting and went their separate ways. As long as the person did not hold any enmity, Saran was not concerned. Druids disliked communicating with others, be it commoners or those with professions. They were reclusive beings who pursued their own goals, and people with strong faith in what they believed. Their stance and actions were considered neutral, but at times they might attack anyone, as long as they believed they were restoring balance to the world. Balance, this was the faith druids believed in. To them, good and evil were just relative in nature. Balance and equilibrium were what mattered. Druids were Taoists in a sense, believing in nature and action through inaction. Even so, they were by no means toothless tigers. They would mercilessly hunt down and execute those who excessively damaged nature. There was once a period when alchemy was all the rage for humans, mostly because they had discovered several ruins of the arcane empire. Many wizards learned advanced alchemic techniques and knowledge from the ruins. Some even managed to create factories which mass-produced items using golems. This, however, did not last long. The mass use of alchemy polluted the water sources and the land, killing countless animals and destroying many forests as a result. The druid orders across the world were enraged by such actions, and they waged war against the humans. Terrible storms and whirlwinds struck the newly established alchemy city, turning everything into ashes. There was little information on this battle in recent times. What was known was that the druids defeated the army of golems in an intense battle. Over 10 legendary druids joined hands in the assault, and some of them were even powerful storm lords. In the war, the wizards suffered severe casualties. A legendary wizard died, and 2 others were forced to morph themselves into liches. In the end, alchemy's advanced studies became taboo knowledge. In order to soothe the rampaging druids, the human churches began placing restrictions on alchemy as a whole. This was not done purely for the druids' sake though. The rivers near the alchemy city were dyed black due to pollution, and the land nearby was rendered uninhabitable. People would suffer from metal poisoning after drinking the water, and the crops grown using such filthy water were poisonous. The druids stubbornly believed that the evil cult of alchemy would destroy the world if left alone, damaging the environment to the point of no return and causing a global crisis. Thus, gnomes and dwarves who were still developing alchemy could only do so in secret. Wizards and druids did not work well with each other. It was almost to the point that both parties despised the other. Many wizards would conduct academic studies and researches, but druids rejected such things and deemed them dangerous. Even now, there were druids who conducted surveillance in secret on specific wizards to prevent them from conducting hazardous experiments. They would also hunt down followers of the fallen and stop the spread of pandemics on the side. Saran walked back along the road, and soon saw the stockaded village he was looking for. Torches were lit on all sides of the walls, and he could just barely see the guards on the archer towers. "Who's there?" a brawny man shouted from above. Saran showed himself from within the shadows, with his hands held up high to show he was friendly. "A human adventurer traveling alone. I just met a group of kobolds and got injured a bit, so I'm hoping I can stay here for the night." After noticing Saran's appearance, the guards loosened up a little. The brawny man shouted something, and a man who seemed to be the captain of the militia donned in leather armor appeared on the archer tower. He had a full beard and was about 30 to 40 years of age. He looked at Saran as if gauging him, then asked, "Just you? You shouldn't travel alone in the wilderness." The captain was surely an experienced adventurer. Even though he could guess Saran's profession, he still felt vigilant. "Yes, just me." Saran lowered his arms and continued, "I wanted to train myself in order to explore and overcome my boundaries. That is why I'm traveling alone." The captain hesitated, then signaled the others to open the gates. "You can stay here for the night, but I hope you won't cause us any trouble." "Of course I won't." Saran smiled and said, "I'll leave tomorrow to kill the nearby monsters. If possible, would you mind telling me the distribution of monsters nearby?" Creatures in the wild rarely stayed at a specific location for too long. Only the nearby residents would have a grasp on their movements. Knowledge was power, which was why gathering information was a crucial part of adventuring. When done properly, it could save people a lot of trouble. The heavy wooden gate opened. 5 guards were standing at the sides, each holding their weapons. Their gazes still showed signs of wariness as Saran entered, but they relaxed a little after Saran showed no abnormal actions after entering. The captain climbed down from the tower to greet Saran. Noticing his wounds, the captain said, "We rarely see adventurers who travel alone these days. Who would have thought rogues cultivated themselves like monks?" Saran simply smiled and did not answer. The captain waved his companions over, then pointed to the side and said, "Stranger, we cannot fully trust you, which is why we cannot offer you lodging in our houses. If you don't mind though, you can sleep in the barn that way. There's hay inside, and I can send some soup and food as well." Saran nodded and bowed slightly. "I'm very grateful. All I need is a proper place to sleep. I can't sleep well in the wilderness, as monsters might attack me." The captain nodded and sent a young man to bring Saran over to the barn. After Saran left, a nearby guard asked, "Captain, he's clean, right? He's an outsider after all. There shouldn't be any problems." The captain glanced at the barn, and said in a low voice, "I'll test him out myself later and see if he really did exterminate the kobolds himself. It's getting pretty dangerous nearby lately, so if someone can take care of the monsters, it will help ease the pressure on us." The wilderness was a dangerous place. They did not have to pay taxes here, but they had to face plenty of troubles, including monster raids. Soon, the militia captain came over along with 2 villagers. Saran was sitting on the soft hay, applying medicine to the wounds on his legs and bandaging them. The wounds were recovering quickly. They would be fully recovered by tomorrow at this rate, meaning he could fight at full strength once again. The military strength of the village was not bad at all. Saran could see a few grade 2 warriors among the guards. The village had probably produced a handful of experienced adventurers. A slightly chubby village girl who had plenty of freckles brought soup, some pickles, and bread for Saran. She curiously looked at Saran and even blushed a little after noticing his decent looks. The guileless girl wanted to stay behind, but the captain glared at her, sending her away with a fierce glance. As she left the place, she looked back and peeked at Saran. To the villagers, a young man who traveled alone was something of interest. Saran thanked the captain, then began to drink the steamy soup. There were mushrooms and vegetables in it, and it went well with the hard bread. It did not feel good to eat rations all the time. Thus Saran fully enjoyed the proper meal while answering the captain's questions. He was obviously being questioned and probed by the other party, but Saran did not feel surprised as he was an outsider. "You said you killed a large group of kobolds?" the young man next to the captain asked with a doubtful expression. Saran could not be bothered with explaining with words, so he unsheathed his sword. With a simple movement, He swiftly chopped a nearby log into 4 pieces of similar size. The young man did not question any further and even showed signs of respect. Saran had exhausted plenty of his stamina during the day, thus he gulped down the soup and bread, as well as a bit of dried meat that he had brought with him. He stood up and said, "I want to know about the distribution of monsters nearby. Would you mind giving me some information about that?" Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. "That is fine," the captain said and nodded after being relieved of his doubts. "There are quite a few monsters nearby, and we have been waiting for someone to come and exterminate them. You can come back any time in the future. Well, prepare your meals and a place for you to rest." It's getting late, I guess. Since you've cooperated so well, if you don't mind, you can rest in my house tonight. You'll find someone to clear up a room for you tomorrow." Saran shook his head, and replied while patting the stack of hay, "It's fine. This is more than I can ask for already." I'm used to sleeping on hay. Now then, let's get to the main topic. Chapter 59. As the sun peeked over the horizon, a shadow was already dashing through the dense forest. This was a really undeveloped area. There were no signs of any roads or paths inside the forest. If not for his sturdy clothes, he might receive scratches here and there from the thorns and bushes. There were all sorts of wild animals in the forest, the most common being squirrels, rabbits, and various birds. Places undisturbed by humans were indeed teeming with vitality and life. It was understandable why druids loved the forests to the point they hunted down and even waged several wars against people who excessively damaged the natural environment. Following the captain's instructions, Saran reached the edge of the forest around noon. There were stumps of trees which had been chopped down. Intelligent creatures would build settlements and camps just like humans, and those that lived in large groups would even build their own barracks. Saran did not dare to go too close, as his sneaking ability could not completely conceal him. At best, it could make his figure hazy and inconspicuous in the shadows, making him hard to notice. In order to sneak behind his enemies, he had to rely on both skill and the environment, especially with monsters that held hostility to humans. In fact, even the spell invisibility did not completely erase a person's traces. Enemies who had sharp senses could still detect the concealed person's presence within a certain range. Naturally, sneak couldn't erase all traces of the user either, but it was still useful in that the user could disappear into the shadows at any time, provided that there were shadows in the surroundings. Once out of the enemy's sights, it was hard to spot the user's location. Saran hid in the shadows as he walked around. Soon, he discovered 3 knoll guards protecting a plain and simple settlement. It was basically just a plot of land surrounded by a wall made with logs. They did not have the techniques to build houses like humans, but they still knew how to start fires and produce leather equipment. Female gnolls would skin the prey brought back by the hunters and make crude leather items from the skin. In combat, some gnolls would use weapons, but many used their teeth and claws due to their low levels. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. 3 guards. There should be quite a handful of them in the pack. Saran took out his enhanced crossbow and loaded a poisoned bolt. As it was daytime, there were only a few small shadows for him to hide in, and the gnolls would most likely discover his presence immediately. To achieve similar results as the spell invisibility, at least in the dark or shadows, one had to have at least 150 points in sneak. Saran was still dozens of points away from that threshold. The effects were mainly limited to vision, meaning the sounds produced and changes of airflow could still be detected if people focused and sharpened their senses. For such reasons, one had to have a lot of points in sneak for it to have an effect on enemies who had sharp perceptions or the ability blind fight. Saran's goal was to gain slaughter EXP, not clear out the gnolls. Thus there was no need to launch a frontal assault on their settlement. He circled around and hid in a bush, then laid prone and crawled toward his targets. If one entered through the main entrance, Even invisibility would be rendered useless. The footprints would give away their position. To compensate for the limitations of invisibility, wizards would often pair it up with light an object and apply oil to the soles of their shoes to dampen the sounds. The gnoll he was targeting wore leather armor. If he failed to hit any vital parts, the damage dealt by the bolt would be considerably lowered due to the leather armor. Even if he was not trying to kill it solely using the crossbow, he had to ensure that the poison entered its body. Saran crept closer and finally fired the bolt. The target gnoll shrieked in pain, alerting the nearby guards. The gnolls inside the settlement were shouting and running around, trying to sort things out. Not letting the chance go, Saran swiftly reloaded the crossbow and shot at another gnoll. The wyvern poison would soon take effect. Saran unsheathed his sword and charged in. These gnolls were level 3 creatures, and probably level 1 to 3 warriors on top of that. They were rather tough and by no means easy targets. Even under Saran's surprise attack, the gnolls did not panickily rush toward the attacker, but instead howled to call for reinforcements. Gnolls did not stay in their settlements all the time. Instead, they would go hunting beasts and other humanoid monsters in the day. For the former, they would try and kill their prey on the spot, while they would sneakily follow the latter to the prey's base and attack at night. As carnivores, gnolls had large appetites, similar to adult tigers. There was no such thing as too much food for these monsters. Under dire circumstances, they would resort to grass and mushrooms, but that was only if they failed to catch any prey for a long while. They were basically the greediest monsters in the wilderness. Saran was up against 3 adult gnolls, one using claws and teeth, one using a cranium basher, and the final one equipped with a crude spiked mace. His advantage was only minimal in this situation. Gnolls could reach up to 2.2 meters tall and weigh over 300 pounds. They had mostly gray skin, while their fur was mainly dark brown. They were not the smartest monsters, being only comparable to coyotes in that regard. Their strength and dexterity, however, were generally higher than humans, reaching up to over 15. On the other hand, with their relatively low intelligence, the chances of gnoll priests appearing were slim, and it was likewise exceedingly rare for gnolls to become wizards or sorcerers. From somewhere beyond the tree line, the howls of other gnolls could be heard. Saran lifted his weapon and slashed at one of the 3 enemies, slicing off a claw. Sensing the slight breeze of a gnoll approaching behind him, he quickly rolled forward, slashing at the ankles of another gnoll. He had applied wyvern poison to his blade beforehand, leaving him with only 1/3 of the vial left. The spiked mace struck the ground behind him, creating a large crater. If it had landed on his head, it would have sent his brain scattering everywhere. Gnolls liked to use heavy and blunt weapons that allowed them to easily crush bones, making it more convenient to extract bone marrow, their favorite food. A relatively small gnoll rushed out, along with 2 coyotes behind it. Shadow Strike. Saran had already estimated the number of gnolls before combat. With a swift spin, he slashed and killed the gnoll, which had been poisoned by his preemptive attack. Successfully killed gnoll warrior. Extracting soul energy from target. Received 270 slaughter experience points. Saran intentionally blocked the incoming attack instead of burying it with his sword, forcing him back a little. Using that force, he half-knelt on the ground, then launched himself at the chest of the gnoll whose attack blocked. A horrendous and pungent smell entered his nostrils, but he endured it and stabbed his curved sword into his target's stomach. Saran twisted his weapon sideways and turned his waist, opening a 20-centimeter wound on the gnoll's stomach. Blood gushed out, and intestines dangled out of the grave wound, but surprisingly, the gnoll was not dead yet. It tucked its intestines back into its stomach cavity with its claws, then attacked Saran with the cranium basher in its hand. A throwing knife flew through the air. It struck the gnoll right in the throat. The gnoll growled and dropped to its knees, then finally lay motionless on the ground. Blood continued to gush out from the large wound on its stomach, and this time, there was nothing to stop the intestines from slithering out. The coyotes howled and lunged at Saran's legs. He sent one of them flying away with a kick, but was then forced to block with his sword as a gnoll attacked his flank. The heavy attack was forcing him onto the ground. Before that happened, he slanted his sword to divert the gnoll's weapon away from his body and sliced its leg while repositioning himself. Another coyote aimed for his throat with its jaws wide open, but Saran struck it on the nose with the hilt of his sword before it could bite him. It was by no means a fatal wound, but the intense pain sent the coyote retreating while howling. The shouts and howls in the forest were getting louder. The gnolls who were out hunting should be back soon. The fight had also drawn out onlookers from within the settlement. 5 gnoll pups watched excitedly, anticipating Saran's death. Saran lunged at the last gnoll warrior standing. The wyvern poison was already taking a toll on its body, its movements and reactions noticeably slower than before. Die. As the two dashed past one another, Saran evaded the incoming spiked mace by sliding on the ground on both knees. He held his weapon in both hands and hacked at the gnoll's leg, severing it. The rushing gnoll instantly lost balance as one of its legs was gone, and blood poured out of the stump like a fountain. Just as Saran was about to stand up, a small female coyote leapt onto him and pushed him onto the ground. It bared its fangs and tried to bite Saran's throat, but he threw his head sideways just in time to evade it. The coyote bit him on the shoulder instead, its sharp fangs puncturing the leather armor. It was just a light wound though, as the leather armor stopped the bite from dealing further damage. Blood sprayed through the air the next instant. Saran kicked the coyote away and beheaded it with a slash. He calmly reloaded his enhanced crossbow and killed the injured gnoll guard who was crawling on the ground. A coyote tried to escape, yet it did not manage to run far before having a crossbow bolt pierce straight through its torso. The gnolls who had been hunting had now returned and were only 500 or so meters away from the settlement. Saran rushed at the gnoll pups who were glaring at him while growling and killed all 5 of them with a single slash. He had to make the gnolls lose their heads in order to draw them out and kill them for precious EXP. He then dashed into the forest, merging himself with the shadows. The battle had just begun. Chapter 60 Cliff 1, 2, 3. One after another, the gnolls who had been out hunting returned. The gnoll alpha, which had a scarred face, glared at the dead bodies and growled loudly in anger. It was more intelligent than the other gnolls and had fought against adventurers many times, enough to realize that their settlement had been attacked by adventurers. Just like they brutally murdered and ate humans, Saran had mercilessly slain all their pups. The gnoll alpha could tell that there were only a few enemies, as they had escaped by the time the hunting teams returned. 12 gnolls gathered in the settlement. It was a middle-scale gnoll tribe. Over half of them were adults, with 1/3 of the grown-ups being warriors. There had also been some gnoll pups, but Saran had killed them before retreating into the forest. Using their innate talent, the gnolls had tamed 3 coyotes, though those had also been defeated. The coyotes could aid them when hunting and were also food reserves when there was a lack of food. To gnolls, food was of utmost importance. They would even eat the weakest in the tribe when necessary. Gnolls were born warriors and scouts, having sharp claws and fangs, as well as a sensitive sense of smell. The differences between male and female gnolls were indistinct, with there being only slight differences in size. Generally, males were also stronger than females, and the females would show more motherly features during their baby nursing period. But these weren't very useful indicators. The gnoll alpha stopped in front of a dead female gnoll. It bent down and sniffed the corpse's bloody claws. The blood belonged to Saran. It then lifted the 300-pound body up with one hand and let the others smell Saran's blood. They could distinguish the smell of a particular target's blood for half a day, and they could track the target down if it was within a kilometer radius. Revenge. This was their natural instinct. Just as humans would grieve and take revenge for those killed by monsters, the gnolls were now going to avenge the deaths of their young children. The gnolls howled and howled, then started to trace Saran by detecting the smell of blood in the surroundings. They were not the strongest creatures in the wilderness, but they were certainly one of the most troublesome monsters to deal with. They were born to kill and slaughter. born as hunters who could track down their prey. Their bestial instincts also made them live in groups where the strong ruled the weak. Gnolls were level 3 monsters the moment they became adults, and their combat prowess was comparable to grade 2 warriors if they advanced to become Gnoll warriors. Under dire circumstances, Gnolls might even hunt monsters that were stronger than them using the power of numbers and teamwork. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. Food was the main factor determining the scale of a Gnoll tribe. As long as there was a sufficient food supply, a female Gnoll could give birth to up to a dozen Gnoll pups a year. When food was lacking, only the Gnoll alpha had the privilege to mate. This was to ensure that the next generation of the tribe were all strong Gnolls. Not only could the other tribe members not mate, they also had to cater for the Gnoll alpha's children together. This was very similar to wolf packs. Meanwhile, Saran was speeding through the dense forest. In such a terrain, only rangers could leisurely ditch the pursuing Gnolls. It was only a matter of time before the Gnolls could locate him. There were also Gnolls known as Bloodlust Gnolls on the outer plains. Their blood-tracking ability had a range of 10 kilometers, and they were lethal hunters who preyed on drakes. Thankfully, Saran didn't have to deal with those currently. Back to the current situation, the Gnolls were now charging into the forest, following his trail of blood. Saran needed a more advantageous terrain. He could easily handle dozens of kobolds at the same time, but a dozen Gnolls was beyond his ability. It was a contest of stamina between Saran and the Gnolls. With 20 constitution, Saran had considerable stamina and could continue running, but the Gnolls were gradually slowing down after charging for a kilometer or two. The dense forestation was a hindrance to both parties. The Gnolls could not charge at full speed, nor could Saran. However, Saran's dexterity granted him great reflexes and agility. His enhanced sense of balance and reflexes allowed him to continue running at relatively high speeds while avoiding bushes and branches, and he could even run a few steps on tree trunks when necessary. To put it simply, it was like Saran had been buffed by light and object. While the Gnolls had to run on the ground, the trees were getting less dense, and the terrain was gradually changing. Saran noticed a rocky hill ahead. It had a rocky cliff which almost stood perpendicular to the ground, not to mention some 3-foot wide faults between the layers. He accelerated and leapt, clinging onto the wall of rock with both hands, and began climbing up. With amazing speed and agility, Saran climbed his way to a small platform which was roughly 20 meters from the ground. The peak was not too far up, though there was nothing but rocks up there. Saran applied some ointment to the wounds on his shoulder, then loaded his enhanced crossbow. After that, he proceeded to take out more crossbow bolts from his bag and placed them into his waist pouch, which used to hold short knives used for throwing. When facing Gnolls, it was best to avoid open areas such as plains to avoid getting surrounded. If encircled, even high-grade warriors would need to take a few hits to break the encirclement, let alone a grade 2 rogue like Saran. Traps were only useful under specific circumstances and terrain, which was why adventurers rarely spent the time to set traps in the wilderness. Rangers, who were best suited for combat in the wild, were more like warriors who relied on agility instead of strength and power. This was also why the advanced profession swashbuckler existed. It was for people who liked to fight like warriors but would also like to have more mobility. They were especially powerful in group fights. The trees and bushes at the edge of the forest rustled, and Gnolls emerged one after another. The Gnoll that was leading the charge had a scar from his forehead to his cheek. Had the original wound been a bit more to the center, its eye would have been rendered useless. Finally, Saran lowered his enhanced crossbow and took out a bloody head from his multi-dimensional bag. It belonged to one of the Gnoll pups he killed in the settlement. Ooh you ooh, ooh you ooh, ooh you ooh. The Gnolls howled in grief and rage. They went into a frenzy, their eyes bloodshot. They howled as they rushed toward the rocky wall, wanting to climb up and tear Saran to pieces. Taunt successful. A bolt cut through the air, hitting the frontmost Gnoll. It tumbled and crashed into the rock wall. Saran calmly hid behind a large rock and reloaded, then aimed at the knoll he had previously hit. The bolt hit the knoll right in the head, puncturing its cranium. 36 critical damage dealt. Successfully killed Knoll Warrior. Extracting soul energy from target. Received 320 slaughter experience points. Within 20 meters, the base damage of an enhanced crossbow could reach over 20. It could instantly kill low-level enemies if the bolt landed in the right place. The Knolls were good climbers, but the almost perpendicular cliff was not so easy to climb either. A few Knolls who were more agile than the others led the way, but they were splendidly shot down and killed by Saran, who had the high ground. The Knolls did not have much room to dodge while climbing up the cliff, making them easy targets. A bolt punctured one's neck, and it fell to its death, while the other instantly died as Saran landed a headshot. Ooh. It was only when the Knoll Alpha howled that the other Knolls finally realized they were at a disadvantage. They split into groups. Some hid in Saran's blind spots while others advanced on his flanks and climbed up from a different angle, attempting to surround Saran from both sides and above. Fuck's sake. So damn smart, Saran muttered as he moved to change locations. He tossed the Knoll pup's head down the cliff, then continued to climb his way up. Knolls were not highly intelligent creatures, but they were not dumb enough to wait and get slaughtered either. Saran could still kill 5 or 6 of them if they chose to assault him up front, but he had no choice but to move now that the Knolls attacked from the sides. Saran climbed up a bit, steadied himself, and leapt up. He could now jump higher than the agile elves. He spun his body mid-air, turning 180 degrees before landing on the peak. Without delay, Saran reloaded his enhanced crossbow and began firing. This time though, his target moved sideways to avoid the bolt. The bolt struck the rock behind the knoll and bounced off. Saran was not too surprised. He unsheathed his curved sword with a reverse grip and looked at the Knolls who were almost at the platform he previously occupied. He decisively charged toward the nearest knoll. It was a favorable terrain for Saran. He could shower them with crossbow bolts if they bunched up, and he could kill them one by one in melee combat if they didn't. At the very least, there was no room for the Knolls to surround him. It was a pity he did not have the ability Land's Stride, or else he could have toyed with the Knolls in the forest. It was a pleasurable thing for elves to jump from tree to tree while sniping their enemies with bows. A Knoll warrior gave him around 300 slaughter EXP. It would be enough for him to multi-profession if he killed around half of the pursuing Knolls. Chapter 61 Berserk. Saran jumped down and hacked at a Knoll warrior. The Knoll blocked the attack with its weapon, but Saran's downward momentum forced it to take 2 steps back. The Knoll lost its footing and stumbled. Ignoring his trembling legs, Saran mustered his strength and slashed at his target's chest. Blood sprayed out from the wound, some splashing onto his face, and the stench of blood triggered his combat instincts. He kicked the Knoll in the balls, making it shudder and spasm. Without giving it a chance to recover, Saran dashed toward the immobilized Knoll and stabbed its chest, then kicked it down the cliff. The Knoll struggled as it fell and finally laid still after crashing onto the ground with a loud crash. Saran sheathed his sword and moved to change locations again. A Knoll desperately threw its weapon toward him, but he nimbly dodged it. Apart from advanced Knoll scouts, most Knolls were close-quarters combatants, as their claws made it hard to use bows and crossbows to attack Saran, who was maintaining his distance. The Knoll warriors could only throw their weapons at him. Saran briefly observed the situation and slid down the rocky slope, stopping around the middle of the rocky hill. A few Knolls had just climbed to the top, only to realize their target had already gone back down. He calmly reloaded his enhanced crossbow and fired at a Knoll. The bolt punctured its eye socket and ended its life in an instant. Saran repeated the process, but this time he failed to kill a Knoll with just one shot. The bolt landed in its arm. The Knoll growled and pulled the bolt out as if it was nothing. Saran was not in a hurry. He was slowly whittling away at the Knolls anyway. He was taking advantage of his high dexterity and constitution. The Knolls could not catch up with him, as he was agile, and their stamina was rapidly decreasing after climbing up and down the cliff. Even though their eyes were full of rage, their movements were getting dull. They had no way of dealing with the sneaky human. Saran kept moving around and shooting them with his enhanced crossbow, but the gnolls had no ranged attacks. They could do nothing but play into Saran's hands. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. Kiting. It was a style of combat that took advantage of the slow movement speed of armored opponents. One would slowly chip off the enemy's HP with ranged attacks while keeping a safe distance. It was a cowardly yet effective style. Keep running when the enemy pursues and chase the enemy when he flees. Saran kept a distance of at least 15 meters from the gnolls at all times. Even if the monsters tried to surround him, there was enough space for him to avoid the encirclement. Gnolls had higher muscle strength and speed than normal humans, but that was it. Those did not help much when fighting against Saran. Saran continued to reload and fire his crossbow at the three gnolls charging at him. One of them howled and tumbled as a bolt struck its chest. The other two completely lost their reasoning and lunged at him with a suicidal attack. They tried to knock him off the cliff with their momentum. Just as the gnolls were about to crash into him, Saran dropped to the ground and barely avoided the charging gnolls by a hair's breadth. Their suicide attack was in vain as they howled while falling to their deaths. A few more gnolls slowly approached Saran. His cold expression was still completely composed as he put away his crossbow and unsheathed his sword. He rushed toward one of the gnolls, who greeted him with an attack. Saran dodged the initial strike by twisting his body, but the gnoll's cranium basher smashed the ground and sent chunks of rocks flying in all directions. One of the rocks scraped his back, creating a wound. Without caring about his injury, Saran slashed at the gnoll's shoulder. The ground was covered in dust and small rocks after getting smashed. Saran kicked the rocks at the gnoll to distract it and once again charged. He lowered his body and sliced open its waist. Gnolls had hard skulls, and his strength was insufficient to deal a killing blow to the head. Thus he opted to attack its flesh. The gnoll's intestines were dangling out of the wound, but it did not care and lunged at Saran, aiming to bite his neck. Saran was still fixing his stance and could not attack with his sword. Thus he could only grit his teeth and headbutt the incoming gnoll. The impact knocked out a few of the gnoll's teeth. Saran felt dizzy, but that only lasted for a split second. His high constitution allowed him to recover swiftly. Blood was dripping from his forehead, but the wound was not that deep. The gnoll, on the other hand, was in much worse shape. It was lying on the ground, struggling to move. Saran hacked at the powerless monster's neck with his weapon and severed its head from its body. A simple yet brutal attack. It did not matter how fancy a skill was, practicality was all that mattered. Blood from the wound on his forehead dyed his vision red. Saran wiped the blood from his eyes, then stood there with his curved sword in one hand. Saran had already killed 7 to 8 gnolls. There were not many of them left. He had consumed a fair bit of his stamina during the prolonged fight, but there was no longer a need to run around. He could still use Shadow Strike 5 times, which should be more than enough to kill the Gnoll Alpha. The enemies would crumble the moment it was slain. The Gnoll Alpha finally made its appearance. Saran's silhouette became hazy, and he dashed toward it like a leopard. It blocked his hack with its spiked mace, but dark energies began corroding its arms, turning the flesh gray. Shadow Strike. As long as Saran could come into contact with the target, the skill would ignore physical defenses and deal 6 damage. It was by no means fatal, but it was enough to disrupt the enemy's rhythm. Saran attacked once more. His sword did not damage the Gnoll Alpha, but Shadow Strike again bypassed its defenses and dealt damage. 12 damage was equivalent to landing a hit with his sword. The Gnoll Alpha shuddered and finally realized its opponent was damaging it with some strange power. When Saran attacked with Shadow Strike for a third time, it stepped back and evaded the strike. The dark energies would only gather for a moment. If the attack did not land, they would dissipate almost immediately. He could now only use Shadow Strike 2 more times. The nearby gnolls gathered and rushed to aid their leader. Saran could also hear the howls of gnolls in the distance. Sword form, heavy hack. His muscles went taut as power gathered in his arms. Saran leapt into the air and slashed diagonally, cutting off the Gnoll Alpha's hands. He followed up with a horizontal cut, which beheaded the target. Blood gushed out from the stump like a fountain. The headless body took a step before smashing into the ground. Saran grabbed the Gnoll Alpha's head and roared. The wild roar echoed through the region. The charging gnolls came to a halt. They bared their fangs with fierce looks, but they showed a hint of fear in their eyes. Saran mustered his strength and roared once again, holding the Gnoll Alpha's head up high. He glared at the nearby gnolls and readied his sword. Ooh you ooh you ooh. The gnolls howled in retaliation, but the sound was lacking compared to Saran's powerful roar. They looked at one another and finally turned to flee into the forest. After realizing there were only a few of them left, the rest were all dead along with their leader. After confirming the gnolls had all fled, Saran tossed the head away and sat on the ground while laughing like a maniac. The battle had only lasted 10 or so minutes, but its intensity made his hands shiver. If the gnolls' morale had not plummeted, and they had continued to fight, he would have had to resort to using his special fighting style, which he did not like to use, dealing damage while sacrificing his own health. The one who deals more damage while receiving less wins. The drow who taught him the style told him that it should not be used without the resolve to face death. It was something drow assassins used only in missions that were impossible to finish without sacrificing themselves. Recalling the words of his drow mentor reminded him of his memories of the Underdark. Back then, the residents they called him the brutal rogue. Many believed he should have multi-professioned in Sword Saint or Berserker instead of advancing into Lurker. However, he did not regret his decision. It would have been impossible to live such a free life in shady places such as the Underdark and the Abyss if he had not chosen Lurker. Saran smiled as he brushed the dust off his outfit and stood up. No longer in combat. After a tough battle, you have improved your skills. You have successfully taunted the gnolls. You have successfully intimidated the gnolls. Intimidation plus 10, taunt plus 5, evasion body shifting plus 1, evasion rolling plus 2. Parry plus 1, survival plus 2. You are now more proficient in using sword form. Heavy hack. Chapter 62 Lizardman Saran received 3050 slaughter EXP from the previous battle. Each Gnoll warrior was worth roughly 300 slaughter EXP. Considering that all the kobolds killed only gave him a total of 900 EXP, the gnolls were quite the delicious prey. Of course, they were also harder to deal with. He had used quite a bit of wyvern poison in the battle, and the remaining poison would only be sufficient for one more battle. The dead gnolls did not carry anything worth mentioning. No one would buy such poorly made weapons and armor. Saran rested for a while before heading to the gnoll settlement. After spending so much effort killing the gnolls, there was no chance he would let the opportunity to loot the settlement slip by. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. As expected, the gnolls that had escaped earlier did not return to their base. They would roam in the wilderness until they got accepted into other tribes. The horrendous stench of rotten flesh and blood filled the now empty settlement. The bones and corpses of beasts, monsters, and humans were scattered around. Saran could see what seemed to be human skins hanging on logs. The gnolls probably skinned the human corpses for making leather. There were also signs indicating that the gnolls had set up a bonfire before, but currently it was just a pile of twigs and branches. The gnolls organized their items poorly. They were all over the place, and most of them had bloodstains. Saran noticed a pile of man-made weapons that were most likely obtained by killing humans, but he left them alone as the quality of the weapons was mediocre. Instead, he searched through the corpses of what seemed to have been merchants. The goods did not seem to be worth much, but he managed to gather 100 gold emeralds and 2 pieces of amber from the bodies. Surprisingly, the gnolls had fewer valuables than the kobold sorcerer. There were goods and weapons in the settlement, but they were too heavy and large for him to bring back to the city. They were mostly daily necessities that should be useful to the stockaded villages nearby, but it would be up to them to transport the goods back if they wanted to. Saran would only let them know what he found and where. Slightly disappointed, Saran tossed the coins and the 2 pieces of amber into his multi-dimensional bag and was about to leave when he noticed a glittering light. He carefully pried open a stone slab, revealing a gem. Holy shit! Saran could not help but swear as he picked up the gem and looked at it under the sunlight. Damn, those pesky monsters really know how to hide their stuff. It was a pink diamond ore the size of his thumb. If not for the glint he saw right before leaving, he might have left behind such a valuable item. Some merchants preferred keeping diamond ores, as they were less eye-catching as compared to a clunky bag of gold emeralds. Diamond ores were easy to carry and hide, and they could also be sold easily in cities. They were popular among nobles and some wizards, thus there would be no shortage of people who were willing to buy such ores. I guess this is worth 500 to 600 gold emeralds, he muttered to himself. Saran was not knowledgeable when it came to diamonds and minerals, but he still knew that they were by no means cheap. Normal diamonds could be sold for around 200 to 300 gold emeralds, and pink diamonds were twice that price. The polished diamond would be smaller than the ore in his hand, but it should be worth 500 gold emeralds at the very least. His face lit up with glee as he joyfully stowed the diamond ore away. Even though he collected some valuables from the dwarves, he did not really want to convert the items to cash. Rings of wizardry were rare, thus Saran was more inclined to keep that for Vivian, or perhaps himself if he multi-professioned in wizard. It was an expensive piece of equipment which could save his life. The same went for the scroll. Although he was currently unable to use it, it was still better to keep it, because scrolls were difficult and costly to make. The materials may cost several hundreds of gold emeralds, not to mention that the success rate of creating scrolls was not 100%. Excluding the items looted from the dwarves, Saran's profit from the expedition was barely enough for him to purchase 1 or 2 rare-grade equipment. Even then, it would only cover the lower quality ones. Of course, good rare-grade equipment would cost a fortune. Saran searched around once more to make sure he'd gotten everything, then quickly left the Knoll settlement. It was getting slightly late. It was best to head back to the stockaded village if he wanted to return by nightfall. He would rest there for the night, then head to the place where the villagers reported ogre sightings the next day. As much as Saran wanted to earn EXP, he would just leave them be and report back if the ogres were too strong. He did not like fighting battles which could not be won. Ogres were more dangerous than gnolls. They had a monster level of 5 and a challenge rating of 6, and they often appeared in groups of 3 to 5. Most of them also had professions. The majority of them were warriors, but there were also ogre sorcerers and wizards. If a tribe's religion was totemism, there might even be ogre shamans. They were basically a variant of priests that worshipped totems instead of deities. As ogre shamans were influential ogres with high social status, they rarely appeared in the wilderness. They mostly stayed in settlements in their territory. Ogres' main forte lay in their strength. Adult ogres had at least 18 strength, with some of them having over 20. It allowed them to use 100-pound weapons as if they were twigs. Considering Saran's current attributes, he would be half dead after receiving a single strike from them. Their weakness, though, was very favorable to Saran. Ogres tended to have sluggish movements and low attack speeds. If there were just a few of them, Saran could deal with them using his agility. Under normal circumstances, adventurers would rather fight a large pack of gnolls over a small group of ogres. As ogres used blunt weapons and had great strength, even warriors who pursued the path of defense and tanking would find it hard to receive a blow from the ogres and remain unscathed. Full plate armor and shields could stop the attacks, but they could not stop the resulting shockwave from shattering a bone or two. This was why monsters with high strength often had higher challenge ratings, more so for gigantic creatures. Saran understood how brutal attacks from enemies with such high strength could be. Back in the game, a mountain giant had dislocated and fractured his shoulder even when the strike barely grazed him. He had to spend all his savings to get a priest to heal him. He'd eventually gone back and killed the mountain giant as revenge. Just as Saran reached the village, he noticed that something was off. Militia were stationed near the entrance, and torches were lit everywhere in the village. The archers stationed on the watchtowers drew their bows and aimed at Saran, then let out sighs of relief and lowered their weapons after realizing his identity. "What's going on?" Saran entered the village and asked, "Did something happen?" The militia captain had a grave expression as he approached Saran and replied, "Lizardmen." The lizardmen from the swamp invaded our territory and attacked our patrol squad. 2 of them died, and 5 of them got injured. After hearing what had happened, Saran had a serious look on his face. "How many men do you have?" "Don't count the normal villagers, just the trained combatants." The captain hesitated slightly before replying, "We have 30 more. However, we have plenty of strong young men also. They can fight as long as they have weapons." "That is insufficient." Saran frowned and said, "You can't take on the lizardmen with such numbers. I suggest that you all start packing up and move the entire village somewhere else." Chapter 63 Night Raid. Lizardmen were some of the most troublesome creatures in swamp regions. Despite being weaker than wolves, having a monster level of only 2, their tribes boasted great numbers. They were similar to humans in a sense. They both planted crops and hunted for food. Their settlements were almost like human villages, consisting of simplistic houses and sometimes caves. The smaller tribes had roughly 200 members, and almost half of those were combatants. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. Each tribe also had at least one druid or sorcerer. The lizardmen spellcasters could not use a wide range of spells and were more like monster tamers. They were proficient in subordinating other deadly beasts and monsters through magic. Among the more common types of monsters they tamed were giant lizards, 5 meter long, 1,500-pound monsters with a challenge rating of 6. Considering their combat prowess, most adventurers did not dare to mess with lizardmen. "Could you help us?" The village girl who had brought food for Saran the previous night came over and asked. She looked at Saran with hope in her red, swollen eyes and continued, "You're an adventurer, right?" They were saying strong, really strong. "You can handle the lizardmen, right?" Saran slowly shook his head and answered in a serious tone, "I'm sorry, but I can't. 3 are a lot of them out there, not to mention plenty of archers among them. We cannot stop them with the number of combatants we have. If you all don't leave, they'll just slaughter everyone." It was just as Saran had said. He alone could not change the tide of the battle. They might be able to win if they had a level 15 warrior or a level 12 spellcaster, both of whom could take on around 100 lizardmen themselves, but none were present right now. The lizardmen had most likely been forced to leave their settlement in the dark swamp. Every location with nearby water sources was a potential target for their new settlement. It was a battle for land, resources, and the right to live. Peaceful coexistence was but a dream in such a world. Humans often waged war even among themselves, let alone with other species. The world was a cold and cruel place, and it would be foolish to believe that monsters would be more civilized than humans. Mankind had undergone a lengthy evolution process to reach their current degree of civilization after all. Saran would not risk his life saving the village. It was not worth it, nor had he the ability to do so. The best he could do was suggest they leave. It was their decision to make, and the villagers would have to take responsibility for their own choices. Perhaps because of the lizardmen attacking, the militia captain forgot about giving Saran better lodging. He did not really mind though and returned to the barn to rest. The number of militia stationed for the night were doubled as a precaution. The captain and the elders were discussing whether or not to move the entire village. It was never an easy decision to abandon one's home. Saran was uninterested in their discussion and did not intend to intervene. Instead, he was planning what to do the next day. Fighting hundreds of lizardmen was not much more than suicide, thus he decided to leave in the morning. It was now late at night. Saran did not fall asleep completely and remained aware of his surroundings in fear of the lizardmen attacking at night. All of a sudden, he heard some noises and instantly jumped down from the stack of hay, sword in hand. Saran slowly crept out of the barn, expecting something to happen. Contrary to his expectations, the village was just as it was before he entered the barn. Lit torches were placed everywhere, and the militia were patrolling the village. Some of them were also standing guard on the watchtowers. The enemy should be unable to sneak in considering the militia's level of awareness right now. He loosened up a bit but still decided to walk around for a while. He walked toward the wooden wall, but everything seemed normal, so he turned to go back to the barn. Wait, what's this? Just as he turned to leave, Sran realized something was wrong. He crouched and touched the ground. This particular patch was wet and muddy. The past 2 days had been arid, and it had not rained at all. The nearby dirt was all dry, and just this one area was moist. He grabbed a handful of the soil and held it up to his nose. It gave off a slightly fishy odor. Lizardman, Saran muttered and had goosebumps all over his body as he pressed his back against the wall and readied his sword. A lurker? Only those with the advanced profession lurker would be able to infiltrate the village unnoticed in these circumstances. Shit, this is not good, Saran thought as he ran toward the watchtower to notify the guards. It was likely the lizardman was currently inside the village. Before he could reach his destination, a woman shouted, "The warehouse is on fire." It caused an uproar in the village. The militia nearby froze momentarily in shock, then ran to fetch water to put out the fire. Shit, who would have thought the lizardmen would distract the guards with a fire? It was pretty obvious what the lizardmen were planning to do. Thus Saran immediately shouted, "Enemy attack!" The lizardmen are coming. The sound of an arrow whizzing through the air could be heard, and the guard on the watchtower shuddered before toppling over the fence and falling to the ground. The arrow that came out of nowhere had punctured the guard's leather armor and pierced his heart, killing him instantly. Longbow archers. Saran blended into the shadows. With longbow archers among the lizardmen's ranks, the leather armor worn by the militia was no better than paper. The novice guards were startled by the sudden situation, but the veterans who used to be adventurers quickly sprang into action and began ordering the men around for defense. They had plenty of combat experience. Although their glory days of adventuring were over, the veterans still knew what to do. Bang, bang, bang. It was the sound of something ramming the gate. A young man yelled in fear. "Oh, ogres!" Saran's expression darkened after hearing the young man's shout. He took a deep breath and snuck out of the village while tightly gripping his sword. From the looks of things, the village would probably fall to the monster's siege. He had to prepare to break his way out of the chaos when that happened, but for now he would stay behind and kill the lizardman lurker. An enemy who could kill others unnoticed was more dangerous than the monsters banging on the wooden walls. If he allowed the lurker to rampage in the village would fall before the walls were destroyed. The village was already a big mess right now. The women and children were screaming in fear, while the men and militia were yelling and shouting. At least their basic military training served its purpose as the men rushed toward the barracks and picked up weapons to fight. Ha! I guess this is a contest between those of the same trade. Saran was experienced in dealing with other rogues. As long as they showed the slightest of traces, he could quickly locate the enemy. He approached the burning warehouse. The fire was quickly getting out of hand, and the flames were lighting the place up. It was at that moment Saran noticed a slight distortion in the air as a shady silhouette disappeared into the surroundings. Gotcha! Like a leopard hunting its prey, Saran lunged at what seemed to be thin air and swung his sword. Blood spluttered onto the ground, and the lizardman lurking in the shadows revealed itself. Chapter 64. Saran followed up his slash with a thrust. Using his explosive speed and momentum, he pounced on the lizardman lurker. A horrendous stench filled his nostrils, but he calmly held his sword and connected his thrust. His charge caused the enemy to lose its balance, and his sword pierced its heart as the two tumbled to the ground. Saran stabbed it again just to be sure it was dead, then slowly got up onto his feet. The battle between the rogues had attracted plenty of attention. Saran shouted as he held his sword in hand, "Why are you guys standing there? Go defend the gates." Saran blended into the shadows once again. The battle was still ongoing. There should be another lizardman lurking in the village. It was uncommon for a lizardman tribe to have multiple members with advanced professions, but it seemed that at least 2 or 3 lizardman lurkers had infiltrated the village. Saran was at the barn when he heard a noise. and the entire warehouse was burning the next moment. It was not something a single lizardman could accomplish. Lizardmen had mediocre intelligence, but their decent dexterity and strength gave them considerable combat strength. Saran had caught the lurker off guard, but the other lizardmen hiding in the shadows would be wary of him after the death of a comrade. It would be difficult to launch another sneak attack. What would a lurker do in this situation? Saran glanced at the spreading fire, but as expected, he could not see any traces of the remaining lizardman lurkers. He pondered for a moment, then headed to the front gate. Their goal of disrupting the enemy had already been achieved, thus their next course of action would most likely be assassinating the prominent figures of the village. Rogues were all about sneaking around and assassinating targets after all. In this case, the militia captain who was busy ordering his men around was the most probable target. Once he was killed, the defenses would become disorganized and fall into chaos, making it easy for the lizardmen beyond the gate. Some lizardmen had already climbed over the walls. Such a simplistic wall could barely delay the agile attackers. They split up after entering the village, some engaging in combat with the militia, while others charged at the children and elderly cowering in their houses. Some of the militia lost their cool and ran back to protect their families, but that was exactly what the enemy wanted. Bastard! Do you want everyone to die? Saran tripped a militia who was running away from the wall toward his family and yelled, "Defend the walls. Leave the back to me." Saran fired a bolt at a lizardman with his enhanced crossbow, then dashed toward it and cut its head off. The beheaded corpse dropped to the ground, its head rolling with its eyes wide open in shock. A woman was hugging her child tightly, and she screamed as she was not used to such gory scenes. "Shut up!" Saran shouted and slapped the woman to clear her mind. "Do you want to die here? If you don't want your kid to become a lizard food, get a weapon and fight. You can swing a sword, right?" The woman was startled, and her legs were trembling. However, she steeled herself after understanding what Saran was trying to say. She looked at the crying toddler in her arms, placed the child on the ground, then stood and picked up the sword that was previously used by the dead lizardman. She had a pained expression as she held the sword with her trembling hands, but she mustered her strength and stabbed the lizardman corpse on the ground and answered, "Yes." "Gather the others," Saran said while reloading and firing his crossbow. "Pick up whatever weapons you can use. Slice them with swords, bash them with shovels, or even bite them with your teeth. There's a bunch of hungry ogres out there too. Just so you know, their favorite dish is fresh, young kids. Now fight. Fight if you don't want your children to become stew." The harsh words awakened the woman's motherly instincts. The fear in her eyes had been replaced by the desire to protect her child. Like a warrior determined to fight till his last breath, the woman grasped her child's hand while holding the sword and yelled as they ran to gather the others. Even the women could fight. Years of plowing the fields had developed their muscle strength. Good. There were times when malicious and harsh words made more of an impact than encouraging ones. A dozen children and elderly had already died under the swords of the lizardmen, and it was the fastest way to make the women rise and defend both themselves and their children. Saran's expression became malevolent. It was time for the real fight. He jumped to the roof of a house, then located the lizardman warriors before leaping down. "Die!" As he roared, Saran slashed a lizardman's neck diagonally. The momentum of his fall accelerated his strike, letting it slice all the way through. The lizardman who lost its head and arm flopped lifelessly to the ground. Saran caught his breath as he kicked the weapon on the ground toward the village girl he had seen earlier, then said in a stern voice, "Pick up the weapon and fight if you don't want to die." Saran did not have time to speak to them all individually. He had already projected his voice as loud as possible when he had been showering the woman with harsh words. Those nearby should have been able to hear what he said. If that could not awaken their survival instincts, there was nothing more he could do. The freckled village girl trembled as she picked up the sword, her jaw working as though she wanted to say something, but Saran had long since left the scene. He was charging toward another lizardman warrior. The young girl took a deep breath, then ran toward those who had gathered. Gender and sex did not matter in battle. people were only classified as dead or alive. Saran did not hold back on using his precious poison and ammunition. He continued firing his crossbow, paralyzing 6 lizardmen with wyvern poison. The immobilized lizardmen could only twitch their bodies as they were chopped to pieces by the women who should have been unable to kill them in combat. Their first kills made the women realize they could make a difference and boosted their confidence and morale. There were still lizardmen warriors around, but Saran had neither the energy nor the time to handle them. His original objective was to find the lurkers. With enemy assassins hiding in the shadows, he could not fully concentrate when fighting the other lizardmen. Although the villagers were not that well trained, they were enough to buy him a bit of time to hunt down the assassins. The villagers' muscular strength and will to defend their homes brought out their combat prowess. Over there, Saran pulled out a throwing knife and tossed it with all his might. The space behind the militia captain distorted, revealing a lizardman lurker. It was about to stab the captain in his heart, but it flinched due to the throwing knife slamming into its back. The attack, which should have been fatal, was thrown off target, merely grazing the captain's back. The captain immediately turned and beheaded the lizardman with his sword. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. The militia captain wanted to thank Saran for saving him, but he was interrupted before he could say anything. The gates falling apart. Archers. All archers fire at the ogres. Saran shouted as he prepared his curved sword. No one present could defend against the powerful ogres. If they entered the village, the defensive formation would crumble instantly. As ogres rarely wore heavy armor, killing them with bows and arrows was the safest method. The gate was crushed the next moment. 3-meter-tall ogres that had ferocious looks charged in with human-sized spiked maces in hand. A guard instinctively blocked an incoming attack with his wooden shield, but it was futile. The shield crumbled into chunks of wood, and the guard was sent flying. He landed several meters away, but it was obvious he had already breathed his last breath. His chest was completely crushed. Extraordinary strength. Saran had a cramped look as he reached for an item in his multi-dimensional bag. Chapter 65 Spellcasting. The militia reacted quickly to Saran's shout. A volley of arrows rained down on the ogres immediately. The problem was that the bows they were using lacked power. They were mainly short bows used for hunting. Their damage was drastically lower than that of military longbows. Despite firing at short range, the short bows still failed to deal fatal damage to the ogres. Instead, it merely caused them to go berserk. The ogres used their arms to protect their heads. The arrows landed on their arms and bodies, but the damage dealt was insignificant. They had thick layers of fat and muscle beneath their skin, and the leather armor further reduced the power of the arrows. The ogres could probably tank another dozen such arrows. Ogre warriors that reached level 15 were considered grade 2 warriors and would naturally awaken to the spell-like ability Bloodlust, which allowed them to bring out their full power when enraged. Thankfully, the ogres attacking the village were not grade 2 warriors, but they still had the innate ability to go berserk. Get out of the way! The militia captain growled. Rat, Mallows. White Raven formation. 2 guards who seemed a lot stronger than the others rushed over. As they growled, their muscles began to swell, their blood vessels bulging out. Their speed and strength had risen considerably. It was as though they were using sword form, heavy hack continuously. It was a professional ability belonging to grade 2 warriors which allowed them to bring out their full potential for a short period of time. Although the ability could only be used once a day and remained active for just a minute or two, the user's combat prowess would be multiplied by several times during that short period of time. It was an ability warriors only used when they believed their lives were at risk. White Raven formation. Saran was shocked, but he continued to sneak around while killing lizardmen. It was a familiar name, but he did not expect someone from a village to be able to use it. White Raven formation was a rather advanced combat ability. When used by 2 people, they would become a spearhead that could pierce through enemy formations. When used by 3 people, it was a well-rounded combat formation. It was not something common adventurers would learn through their adventuring days. Only the military taught the formation to soldiers. It was not without its drawbacks. The stamina consumption was extremely high. The three middle-aged guards formed a triangle as they danced freely on the battlefield. Their swords complemented one another, drawing flashes in the air and sending their enemies' blood spraying everywhere. In just 30 seconds, the three had already killed 6 lizardmen. It greatly boosted the guards' morale and also attracted the attention of the lizardmen. Just as they were about to engage the ogres, Saran heard the vibrating sound of a bowstring being released. The longbow archers. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. Saran gathered strength in his legs and ran up the wooden wall. With a simple leap, he jumped 6 meters above the ground. Having such high dexterity allowed him to pull out his enhanced crossbow and fire it in the direction of the archer midair. The brief amount of time was insufficient to pinpoint the enemy, but he could still roughly guess the archer's location. 2 cries could be heard after Saran landed on the ground. One of the guards who formed the White Raven formation was struck in the stomach by an arrow. He moaned and flinched for a split second, and an ogre took advantage of the opening and crushed his head. A young man cried out in agony. The guard who died was his father. The other cry came from beyond the wall. Saran's shot hit the lizardman archer, and it cried out in pain. Even though he was unsure if it was a fatal wound, the poisonous bolt should be enough to disable it. The injury and poison would render the longbow archer unable to use its weapon. Longbows could deal great damage but also demanded great concentration and strength from the ones wielding them. As longbow archers were a valuable asset on the battlefield, the lizardmen were hiding them in the rear, and they only fired sparingly in order to conceal their locations. The ground shook. Despite losing a member of the formation, the 2 remaining members still managed to kill an ogre. However, they had little strength and stamina after Kai reached its time limit. The militia captain sliced open the stomach of another ogre, but his slowed reflexes made him show an opening. He was hit in the shoulder, and it was apparent that the bones were all crushed. Unless a priest healed him with divine magic, the captain would end up with a disabled arm for the rest of his life. Morale plummeted quickly. Half of the militia were dead, and those who were alive were struggling in combat. There were young men and hunters in the rear, but they were weaker than the invading lizardmen. From the look of things, the village would fall shortly, and the lizardmen would slaughter everyone. The ogres would feed on the corpses of the villagers and may even keep a few alive to bring back to their caves as takeaway. The lizardmen must have agreed to pay the ogres something in order to make them attack the village after all. The youngsters risked their lives to rescue the guard captain. They succeeded, but everyone showed despair in their eyes. Saran also had a pained expression as he evaluated the situation. There were a lot of lizardmen, not to mention the longbow archers hiding in the rear. If he tried to break through the monsters on his own, he might end up alone in the middle of the enemy formation. The militia slowly retreated further into the village. It was almost impossible to keep the monsters out of the village, and they would be attacked from their flanks if they remained in their current location. If they were encircled, the longbow archers outside would make short work of them. Heavy footsteps could be heard from beyond the wall. The lizardmen temporarily ceased their attacks. A dark green giant lizard appeared, and a lizardman druid which had dried, wrinkly skin sat on top of it. The druid held a staff made of withered vines with a tender leaf miraculously growing from the tip. Among druids of different species, only lizardman druids could tame giant lizards with ease. Entangle. The druid tossed down what looked like a dandelion, and vines sprouted out from the ground within a 15-meter radius. The vines entangled the legs of the retreating militia and grew thicker, stopping them in their tracks. Some of the weaker guards fell to the ground and had their bodies bound to it. They held on to their weapons but could not sever the vines. Those who were lucky or stayed alert managed to avoid the vines. Entangle was one of the most commonly used spells among druids. Thus Saran had anticipated the attack and evaded it. He leapt into the air and chopped the vines, chasing him into pieces. However, he did not expect the druid to notice and target him so quickly. It tossed a handful of green powder into the air and began chanting. Saran's arm immediately became red and swollen. Then festering abscesses began to appear. The wounds decayed and rotted rapidly. and pus dripped down his arm. It hurt so much that he almost dropped his sword. You have been affected by contagion. Death roll initiated. Exempted from death roll due to high constitution. You have successfully avoided instant death. You have received 18 damage. For the next 15 minutes, you will suffer from the disease incurred by contagion. The lizardman druid turned out to be a blighter, a corrupted ex-druid who brought desolation instead of maintaining balance. Saran looked at his injured arm and stopped walking. He had planned to break through the wave of monsters, but his current condition was poor. The blighter also made it hard for him to escape. He had to kill it first. The blighter would easily decimate the militia if he did not, and Saran would have a hard time running away without anyone drawing the monster's attention. This son of a bitch thinks he's the only one who can use magic, eh? Saran groaned and took out a magic scroll, saying, "I'll pay 2,500 slaughter EXP. Multi-profession in wizard." Saran could feel the surge of elemental energies around him, and there was a weird feeling of being connected to the magic network. He opened the scroll, and torrents of shadows gushed out. Rogues could not use advanced scrolls, but wizards had no restrictions when it came to using them. They could use any scrolls by simply activating the formation drawn on them. Black Tentacles Level 4. Chapter 66 Level 4 Spells 3 Pitch black tentacles sprouted from the ground. They were reach only as thick as a baby's arm, but they reached up to 30 feet long. The tentacles made of shadow energy flew toward the nearby enemies. An ogre was the first to be entangled by a tentacle. It stood still as a log immediately after the shadow tentacle came into contact with its leg. Saran, as the caster, could directly control the tentacle with his mind. He ordered it to twine around the ogre's neck and choke it to death. The tentacle obediently strangled its prey, snapping it with great force. Black Tentacles Conjuration, Level 4. This spell conjures 3 to 6 tentacles made of shadow energy within an 100-foot radius. The tentacles have a maximum reach of 50 feet, and the caster can control the tentacles with his mind. Any creature touched by the tentacles will have to undergo a fortitude roll based on constitution. If failed, the target will be paralyzed for a duration based on the user's spellcasting score bonus. The tentacles have a base strength of 15, and their duration is based on the caster's spellcasting score bonus. For every additional point in the caster's spellcasting score bonus, the tentacle's strength will be increased by 1 up to a maximum of 25, and the duration will be increased by 6 seconds. A level 4 spell would not be so simple that it could only physically hold enemies in place. The tentacles were concentrated shadow energy with paralyzing properties that could temporarily disable enemies. Although ogres had high strength, their constitution was not that high. They had a roughly 50% chance of avoiding the effect. This time, the ogre failed the roll and was immobilized, then killed. Saran was a level 1 wizard and had 18 intelligence, meaning his spellcasting score bonus was 5. Profession level 1 plus intelligence 18. Threshold value 10 divided by 2 equals 5. This meant that the tentacles he conjured had 20 strength and would last for 30 seconds. It was not a long duration, but it was enough to determine the outcome of the battle. Saran did not waste any time. He ordered the other 2 tentacles to grasp the limbs of the giant lizard and the blighter. The giant lizard did not get paralyzed, but the tentacles still held it to the ground. The lizardman blighter's chest and neck were tightly strangled by the tentacles. It could not finish its chant to cast another spell. Just die. Saran had a malicious expression as he ordered the tentacle to slowly tighten. Contagion had dealt significant damage and pain to him, thus he was repaying the favor by slowly killing the blighter. The lizardman struggled and shrieked in vain. The tentacle eventually snapped its spine and neck, turning the corpse into a distorted Z shape. The tentacle's strength overwhelmed the blighter and destroyed its body. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. 15 seconds had passed before the others could react to the sudden situation. Saran was already slaughtering the lizardman with the shadow tentacles. He flung them around like whips, sending the lizardmen flying in all directions before finishing them off. A lizardman archer tried to snipe Saran, but it was entangled and smashed to the ground by a tentacle before it could fire an arrow. It instantly turned into a lump of mushy meat paste. The tentacles, being 30 feet long, could easily reach the enemies in the rear. "What are you guys waiting for?" Saran shouted. "Commence counterattack. Drive them out of the village." The black tentacles changed the tide of the battle. Together they were like a tornado which shredded everything in its path. The ogres were easily killed, and the lizardmen within the tentacles' reach were annihilated. After the lizardman blighter died, the giant lizard lost its will to fight and escaped from the battlefield. "A wizard!" The survivors muttered in both joy and fear and started counterattacking the monsters. On the other hand, the monsters had terrified looks as they shrieked. Their morale plummeted due to the appearance of an unknown magic which decimated their allies, and the death of their leader, the lizardman blighter, made things worse. Spellcasters were nightmare for all intellectual beings. They were mysterious and powerful, and their spells could easily rob one of one's life. It was almost like an instinctual fear. The remaining lizardmen began to flee from the village. In just 30 seconds, Saran had completely turned the tables against the invaders. He killed the ogres and the lizardman blighter, then proceeded to slaughter a dozen lizardman warriors. He instilled fear into the monsters and forced them to retreat. Did we win? The militia could not believe what they had just seen. We've won. They were running away. The villagers cheered. They had somehow managed to obtain victory thanks to Saran. In fact, even Saran himself did not expect the spell to have such a dramatic effect. The lizardman's casualty rate was 20% before Saran used the scroll, and it doubled to 40% in merely 30 seconds. Saran had anticipated that some of the lizardmen would flee, but he did not think that all of them would run away into the darkness. After the cheers died down though, sad howls and cries resounded through the village. The militia could no longer hold back their tears. Those who could walk endured their painful injuries and began shouting their family members' names, while those who could not do so laid on the ground as they moaned. Some of the guards cried as they granted their mortally wounded friends swift deaths. It was the last thing they could do for them. Making them suffer more despite knowing they would die soon anyway was crueler. Sadness and depression flooded the villagers. Everyone had lost someone important in the battle, be it their families, neighbors, or friends. The merciless lizardmen had killed over 100 villagers. The men were trying their best to hold back their tears, but it was impossible after looking at the corpses of those they loved. As though regretting their incompetence, they slammed their fists against the ground and howled in rage and despair. The fire was still burning. Some of the houses were completely on fire, and there was simply no way to put out such a great fire, especially when the houses were built with wood. The survivors rushed into the burning houses in an attempt to salvage whatever supplies they could. Winter was coming soon, and they needed to collect every single bit of supplies they could now that the warehouse was no more. The coming winter would be a tough one for certain. A young man stood in front of a burning house. In his arms was the corpse of a young village girl who appeared to be 16 or 17, but she might look more mature than her actual age, as all villagers had to work from a young age. The young man did not yell nor cry. He only stood there, holding the girl's dead body. Even so, everyone could feel his sorrow. He was so grief-stricken that he could not react when the house collapsed, almost burying him. The villagers pulled him out just in time to save his life, but that also pulled him back into reality. Tears rolled down his cheeks as he roared his grief. Ugh! He picked up a sword from the ground and began to hack at the corpse of a lizardman. Chunks of meat and blood spluttered everywhere, but no one dared to stop him. Saran did not know who the girl was to the young man. She might have been his lover, his sister, or his dear friend. He could feel the young man's pain, but he was powerless. Saran himself had experienced plenty of such pain himself. The world was simply such a cruel place. Saran glanced at the blighter's body, but he was not in a hurry to loot its corpse. He tore a chunk of cloth from his shirt and stuffed it in his mouth, then pulled out his curved sword. With trembling hands, Saran slowly sliced the rotten meat from his arm while biting onto the cloth. Contagion was a nasty spell which dealt continuous damage, and the only way to stop it was to remove the rotten meat physically. His entire body was shivering, and he grit his teeth as he endured the immense pain and applied ointment to the wounds. Chapter 67 Smoking Pipe. The first gleam of dawn gently showered the village with light and warmth. The village was in tatters. Although the villagers managed to recover a decent amount of supplies and food from the fire, they had been unable to put it out and could only let it burn. Plenty of houses had been burnt down, leaving patches of scorched land and rubble. The tired-looking villagers were still gathering the bodies of those who had lost their lives in the night raid. Sobs and cries could still be heard within the village. Despite the grief and pain the night had brought, it had also made the villagers grow stronger and tougher overnight. The survivors of the militia now looked like warriors. It was as though their cowardice had been completely swept away. They guarded the village vigilantly, keeping an eye out for lizardmen and monsters. Given a bit more time, they would become true soldiers. Saran was smoking on top of a scout tower. The guard captain had given him a smoking pipe and some flake tobacco. It was a cheap tobacco which probably cost only a silver derul for a pouch, but Saran did not mind. He stuffed the tobacco into the pipe, then lit it and took a deep breath. Lost in thought, he gazed far into the distance. The brutal battle last night reminded him of the times of troubles. It was just a glimpse of what was to come. In the future, battles and wars of even larger scales would be common occurrences, and there would be merciless slaughter everywhere. The injury on his arm tormented Saran. He had removed all the rotten flesh, and his arm was slowly recovering. Despite having the rebirth ability, he estimated that his wounds would still take a while to completely recover. At the very least, he could not engage in strenuous exercises for a day or two. Due to the pain and itchiness from the wound, he had a slightly distorted expression. He took another deep breath from the smoking pipe, arms trembling. There were no over-the-counter painkillers in this world, and he could only distract himself by smoking. Even though his stats could be represented numerically as if it was still a game, he was susceptible to real pain. It was not a game, but reality after all. He had of course trained to endure pain back in the game, but the sensation was much more vivid now. Here, the militia captain, who had red puffy eyes, walked over and gave him a bottle of liquor. He was probably mourning the death of his family members. Even so, those who lived in remote villages in the wilderness were all tough people. The harsh environment had strengthened their minds over the years. They would not fall so easily, at least not to something of this degree. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. Saran gently shook his head and rejected the liquor. He picked up the smoking pipe and took another deep breath, then replied, "Sorry, I don't drink." It was Saran's principle to never drink liquor. One of the militia captain's arms was now disabled. He sat down with a bit of difficulty and took a sip of the liquor, then said, "Thank you. We wouldn't have made it through the night if you weren't there." Saran remained silent. The captain took out a sack and a book with great effort and shoved them over to Saran. The harsh sound of coins jostling against each other could be heard. He then said, "I know you're an adventurer. The scroll you used last night was your trump card, right? We lost too much last night, so we can only offer this to show our gratitude. I was once a soldier who fought in the south. This is the Book of the White Raven style, or the first half of it to be exact. I hope you will find it useful. There's also some money. Although it's not much, please accept it." Saran slowly placed the pipe down and picked up the book. It was a handwritten manuscript. There were descriptions and some drawings that were slightly difficult to comprehend, but he could still roughly understand the techniques recorded. Saran shoved the pouch of coins back toward the captain, then picked up the pipe to smoke again. "I'll take the book, but you should keep the money. You'll need it for the winter to come. Collect the items from the dead lizardman, and the village should be just able to make it through." Saran stood up using the lizardman blighter's staff. He turned to look at the few villagers had collected while he and the guard captain had been speaking, then slowly said, "You guys better leave today. The lizardman won't give up so easily." Something huge happened in the deep wilderness. so rebuild the village somewhere far away. As long as you're alive, there's hope. The tender leaf on the tip of the withered vine staff fluttered in the wind. Saran sighed, then smiled as he continued, "I'll consider the smoking pipe my reward. It's about time for me to leave now. You should also make up your minds quickly." Just like the wind, Saran silently left the village. Only a handful of villagers had noticed him leaving and watched his back as he disappeared into the distance. He had no intention of staying and helping them. In the end, they were only strangers whom he had met by chance. Saran did not know their names, nor did the villagers know his. All they knew was that he was a rogue who could use magic. He was a rogue, there was no need for flowers and gifts. He would do what he wanted, then proceed to start his next journey. Saran headed back to Whiterun along the main road. The route was getting more and more dangerous. The lizardmen had attacked the human settlements near the Dark Swamp, and it would only be a matter of time before they approached the outskirts of Whiterun. If they did not stop expanding their territory, a war was inevitable. The stockaded villages near the wilderness did not have to pay taxes, thus the city officials would not care too much about them. However, if the villages in the outskirts that paid taxes were attacked, the officials would most likely mobilize the guards and army. It would be good to return to Vivian before that happened. In any event, the results of the battle for Saran were as follows. You have successfully defended against the lizardman's night raid. After a hard-fought battle, you have improved your skills considerably. Use magic device +10, concentration +5, listen +3, search +3. Evasion rolling +2, evasion body shifting +1, diplomacy +1, parry +1, heal +2, spellcraft +2. You have gained a better understanding of the ability spell control. The lizardman gave Saran plenty of slaughter EXP. The normal lizardman warriors were each worth 200 EXP. The two lurkers together were worth 1200 EXP. And the ogres and lizardman blighter combined gave him almost 2000 EXP. The total amount of slaughter EXP gained was roughly 5000. More importantly, his skills had improved greatly, and he had even received an ability alert, which was beyond his expectations. One might receive an ability alert under special circumstances, and the person would be able to slowly grasp and eventually obtain the ability through training, without spending any ability points. This meant that Saran had saved himself precious ability points. This was especially important as he would only receive his first ability point from the wizard profession at level 3. Saran's combat prowess did not change too much after multi-professioning in wizard. All he got was 4 level 0 spell slots and a level 1 spell slot. He would receive spell slots for spells of other levels based on his own level, and an additional level 0 spell slot for every level. As such, high-grade wizards and sorcerers had so many level 0 spell slots that they rarely expended them all. It was also because level 0 spells were very weak with limited uses. They were commonly called cantrips, and some did not even consider them proper spells. Unless one was as talented as Vivian, there was little use for level 0 spells in combat. Due to their low practicality, most wizards did not bother copying down level 0 spells. They had simple spell circuits, some of which were so simple that they could be instantly cast without chanting, such as the most commonly used Mage Hand. Saran's spell book did not contain level 0 spells either, thus he would have to buy scrolls from magic stores in order to learn them. They were relatively cheap, costing only 1/3 as much as level 1 spell scrolls because they were generally used by apprentices. Anyway, Saran had been walking for a day. He was lucky he did not encounter any enemies, although he could now move his arms without much difficulty. It was still hard to fight. He found a tavern in the nearest town and decided to stay there for the night. Due to the roads being blocked, there were few merchants and visitors, and the town was a bit somber. The townsmen were grumbling that they paid plenty of taxes, yet the city could not even handle such a small problem. Saran told the owner of the tavern not to disturb him, then entered his assigned room. He had to level up his wizard profession and start learning his first level 1 spell. It would take some time and effort, and he could not be disturbed during the process. If he had not told the owner beforehand, the female bartenders might have knocked on his door to offer him special nighttime services. He was a half-elf with 16 charisma after all. Despite his cold gaze and expression, he was quite the handsome guy. Plenty of girls would gladly embrace him in bed. Chapter 68. Able learner. Inside the quiet room, Saran slowly closed his eyes and tried to sense the magic network. It was a formless energy field which spread throughout the universe and various planes. The network's purpose was to aid spellcasters in creating spell models and gathering energies in nature to form spells, which would then be stored in the caster's spell slots. This allowed spellcasters to quickly cast the stored spells by voice or motion activation. The spells prepared beforehand would absorb energies from the surroundings and immediately show their effects. Without the help of the magic network, it would take a lot more effort from the spellcasters just to gather the energy required for their spells, making things both harder and slower. The other purpose of the magic network was to safeguard the deities. It prevented powerful spellcasters capable of threatening the gods from appearing. It limited those who had great potential from destroying the balance of the world by making them rely on a convenient system instead of polishing their own talent. However, it also allowed spellcasters with little potential to cast spells more easily, as they were not only using their personal strength, but also borrowing the power of the network. All in all, the magic network was a crucial existence for the world. Without it, the number of spellcasters would drastically drop by 90%. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. In fact, the Faith Network, which priests used to cast divine spells, was also part of the magic network. The magic network was divided into different layers, and the Faith Network was located at the highest layer. In general, novice spellcasters could only access the lowest layer, while those with greater potential could access higher layers. The uppermost layer, however, was exclusive to those who used divine spells. For wizards to feel and sense the magic network, they had to meditate. Their position did not matter, it would work as long as they let go of their bodily sensations and reached out to the network with their consciousness. Normal apprentice wizards had to go through a lengthy period of meditative exploration before they could feel the magic network. On the other hand, Saran, who became a wizard through multi-professioning, could sense the network's existence immediately upon gaining his additional profession. As he spread out his consciousness, Saran's mind touched the network. It was like a massive spider web where lines intertwined and crisscrossed with one another. The empty spaces between the intersecting points were spell slots. He was currently only touching the lowermost layer of the network, thus it could only help him cast level 0 spells. The network was just a tool, and a wizard's true strength was still dependent on his own talent. Even though the network helped a bit with the process, the caster still had to create the spell structures in their mind on their own. After feeling his consciousness connect to the magic network, Saran stopped meditating. The purpose of meditating was to allow spellcasters to gain a better understanding of the magic system, which would in turn help them comprehend the laws of energy in nature. Level up the wizard profession. Saran did not start analyzing the spell models recorded in his spell book immediately, but instead raised his profession level. Increasing his level would strengthen his connection to the magic network and speed up the process of understanding spell models. Due to the 20% EXP penalty for multi-professioning and the originally higher leveling up requirements of the profession, it took Saran over 300 slaughter EXP to reach level 2 for wizard. In comparison, it had only cost him 200 EXP to get rogue to level 2. The profession wizard is now level 2. Received 22 INT 18 plus INT 18 10 times 0.5 skill points. HP increased by 9. Profession HP 4 plus Con 2010 times 0.5. Received 1 free attribute point. The advantage of multi-professioning was the additional free attribute points leveling a second basic profession could give him, but the drawback was that it became harder to level up the individual professions. For the first additional profession, The penalty was a 20% increase to required EXP per profession. For the second extra profession, the penalty was 40% with a one-time fee of 5,000 slaughter EXP. For the third one, the penalty was a hefty 60% and a one-time fee of 10,000 slaughter EXP. Back in the game, there were some people who had as many as 4 professions. Unless they had managed to slay a god or two though, the levels for all 4 professions were bound to be low. Under normal circumstances, players and even talented NPCs would not have so many professions. Even 3 was stretching it, let alone 4. It simply took way too much time and effort to get stronger while multi-professioning to that degree. Only deities with massive amounts of EXP on their hands could afford to have so many professions. For levels 1 to 4, the EXP required for leveling up was comparatively low. However, the number would rise exponentially starting from level 5 as it was the benchmark for grade 2. The numbers became almost astronomical for grade 3 professions, especially for people who had more than one profession. At that point, enemies in the mortal realm would no longer suffice. They would have to travel to different planes or the Underdoctor level. To become a member of the Realm of Legends, one had to visit the Abyss at least once to earn EXP. Assign the point to intelligence and the skill points to literacy. Level up the wizard profession again. Even though Saran would have liked to invest the point in dexterity, he prioritized raising his intelligence to 20, because he knew the magic network was going to fall in the future. He would at least retain a decent portion of his spellcasting abilities if he had 20 intelligence when that happened. As for literacy, the more points he had in it, the faster he would be able to learn and comprehend spells. The profession wizard is now level 3, received 24 INT 19 plus INT 19 10 times, 0.5 skill points, HP increased by 9 profession HP 4 plus con 2010 times, 0.5, received 1 ability point. Saran received an ability point for reaching level 3. But it could only be spent on wizard-related abilities. He was unfamiliar with the profession's abilities, so he decided to go over his options. Combat casting proficiency. After going through training, the user is now more adept at casting spells in combat. The user is now less likely to stop casting his spell when under attack. As the ability improves, the user might be able to finish his spell even when taking damage. For those who have multi-professioned in wizard, after reaching a certain degree of proficiency, the user will be able to cast spells while engaging in close quarters combat. This requires the abilities Silent Spell and Spontaneous Casting. Concentration plus 10. Mobile spellcasting proficiency. After undergoing specialized training, the user is now able to cast spells on the move. As the ability improves, the user will be able to cast spells while moving at even higher speeds or even while flying. Without this ability, wizards will be unable to cast other spells when fly is active, making it a crucial ability for high-grade wizards. Concentration plus 5. Spell control proficiency. The user will have greater control over spells, allowing them to strengthen or weaken their spells as they wish. As the ability improves, the user will be able to bring out the full potential and power of their spells. Some summoning type spells can only show their true might when carefully controlled by the caster. This ability is also the prerequisite for the abilities Empower Spell and Maximize Spell. Able Learner. Wizards often have astonishing memories. This ability further enhances the user's memory and allows the user to comprehend new things faster through analyzing common patterns and rules. The user will also learn and improve other abilities at a faster rate. This ability will show even greater effect if the user also has the ability Eidetic Memory. Literacy plus 10. Saran was torn between the available options. He had already received the ability Alert for spell control, so it would be a waste to spend a point learning it when he would naturally learn it sooner or later anyway. Apart from that though, the other 3 were all decent abilities. Combat casting, as its name suggested, was useful in battles. It was impossible for a spellcaster to go unnoticed on the battlefield. and it was difficult to maintain a safe distance from enemies throughout a fight. The ability patched up a fatal flaw of spellcasters by allowing them cast spells even while under attack. It was particularly useful for Saran, who was primarily a close-quarters combatant. Mobile spellcasting allowed spellcasters to cast spells while moving around. Its main effect was that the spellcaster would be able to use other spells when fly was active. The cast failure rate when flying without the ability could reach up to 50%. For Saran, it was not yet as important as the other abilities, but it was one he must have if he wanted to continue leveling up his wizard profession. Saran was more inclined to pick Able Learner over the other two though. It would give him bonus points in literacy and also improve his memory and comprehension abilities. This would speed up the process of learning new spells. More importantly, unlike the others, this was an ability which could only be obtained through using ability points. It was not possible to learn it no matter how hard one trained. Saran also knew that after having the ability and investing a certain amount of skill points in literacy, an extra ability could be unlocked. Sage background ability. Your knowledge is so vast that you know at least a little about almost everything. As you continue to pursue knowledge, you are able to learn many times faster than others. This also applies to combat skills and techniques. You understand the mechanics and principles of all weapons, and know how to bring out the full might of each. Your knowledge can be considered an actual power. Literacy plus 10. Prerequisites: Able Learner, Literacy 250. Author's notes. Concentration basic skill. Concentration can boost plenty of things, such as the success rate of spellcasting and scroll scribing, the speed of entering meditation, the effects of meditating, item production, and much more. A person with high concentration will learn more and have a better understanding of the things he practices or trains in, including combat skills and abilities. Chapter 69 Arcane Missile. Saran eventually decided to pick Able Learner. The other three were all obtainable through training, but Able Learner, which was a gifted ability, was considerably harder to get. Most people learned it the moment they could. After Saran chose his new ability, he leveled up Wizard to level 4. At this point, he had already expended almost 3,000 slaughter EXP on his newly obtained profession. Multi-professioning, as he had expected, was burning through his precious EXP. His reserves were getting low. The profession wizard is now level 4. Received 24 INT 19 plus INT 19 10 times 0.5 skill points. HP increased by 9. Profession HP 4 plus Con 2010 times 0.5. Received 1 free attribute point. Without any hesitation, Saran assigned his free attribute point to intelligence. Now that his intelligence had reached 20, he would be able to retain a good portion of his spellcasting powers even when the magic network collapsed in the future. As for the skill points, he raised literacy to 90, then spent 5 points on spellcraft. Saran double-checked his status screen. The EXP required to reach level 7 in Rogue had risen from 4,500 to 5,400 due to the multi-profession penalty. There's that 20% penalty, but having 2 free attribute points is pretty nice. Saran mumbled. It's not bad overall. Now that I can cast spells, my combat potential has risen considerably. Having a 20% penalty was already pretty daunting. Thus Saran did not consider taking another profession. The additional free attribute points were useful in the early stages, but not enough to make up for the increased difficulty in leveling up and gaining advanced professions if he added a third profession. He would now focus on evolving one of his 2 professions into an advanced profession. Name: Saran. Race: half-elf. Attribute: Strength 14 plus 2, Dexterity 20 plus 1, Constitution 20, Intelligence 20 plus 1, Wisdom 15, Charisma 16. Alignment: Lawful Evil. Profession: Level 10 Commoner. Max Level 6 Rogue 05400. Level 4 Wizard 1,252,750. Grade 2. Health points: HP 9,090. Experience points: EXP 1875. Slaughter EXP 150. Profession EXP unassigned. Skill points: none. Attribute points: none. Status: Normal. Profession skills: Sneak 113, Literacy 90, Steal 35, Picklock 45, Snare 55, Concentration 8, Diplomacy 5, Appraise 3, Deception 3, Intimidation 10, Taunt 5, Perform 1, Listen 9, Evasion 15, Parry 5, Block 1, Heal 11, Search 8, Spellcraft 10, Survival 2, Use Magic Device 10. Legendary skills: Omnipotent Hands, Sealed Weakened State. Personal abilities: Nimble Left Hand, Eidetic Memory, Perseverance, Able Learner, Elementary Rebirth. Profession abilities: Grasp of Shadows, Martial Weapon Proficiency, Curved Sword Mastery. Combat skills: Shadow Strike, Sword Form, Heavy Hack. Hey, that's 8 abilities. Saran checked his stats in detail, then continued to murmur, I only had 6 when I was this level back then. I should be a lot stronger than before if I reach the realm of legends. Saran closed the screen and began reading his spellbook. With his mind focused, he started to analyze the spell structure of Arcane Missile, the most frequently used level 1 spell. It had decent firepower, and the casting time was only 1 second. Arcane Missile level 1. The caster gathers arcane energy to form spheres on his fingertips, then fires them at designated targets. The spell's spellcasting score is 5, and the base projectile count is 1. For every 2 profession levels, the caster will create an additional projectile, for a maximum of 5. Despite being only level 1, the information for Arcane Missile spanned over a dozen pages. Saran first glanced through the pages, then memorized the diagrams and descriptions. Afterwards, he closed his eyes and tried to create the spell model based on the information from the spellbook. Time passed by quickly. When Saran opened his eyes after several attempts, his complexion was slightly pale, and he could barely keep his eyes open. He closed the spellbook and took a short rest. Even though it was just a level 1 spell, it was still an arduous task to construct the spell model in his mind, the main reason being the over 300 spell nodes and 50 intertwining spell circuits needed for Arcane Missile. If not for his decent memory, just memorizing the basic structure would have taken several days. The spell nodes were used to extract and compress arcane energy, then direct it through the spell circuits to form, aim, and fire the projectiles. If the spell model itself was a gun, the spell nodes processed arcane energy and turned it into bullets, while the spell circuits chambered the rounds and also created a laser pointer for aiming. Seriously, it's like I'm building a complex beam rifle in my head. Saran massaged his temples, then opened the spellbook and resumed his work on the spell model. Soon after, he felt rather dizzy. He instinctively knew his mind was reaching its limit. Not even 1/5. Saran flicked through the spellbook briefly, then closed his eyes. I guess it will take 5 or so more days to learn the spell. I have 20 intelligence and 90 literacy, and also able learner and eidetic memory. If it takes so long for me, wouldn't it take about a month or 2 for other wizards to learn a level 1 spell? This thought was heading in the right direction, but the numbers were wrong. Normal apprentices who had just become wizards actually took roughly 3 months to learn their first level 1 spell. The number of wizards was scarce, and even fewer chose to become adventurers. They would rather spend their time learning and studying. However, no matter how hard they studied, a large portion of wizards would remain stuck at grade 2 and fail to achieve the breakthrough to grade 3, even if they dedicated their entire lives to the process. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. It was getting late. Saran laid on the bed in the room, but he was so exhausted even sleep evaded him. It was a nostalgic feeling. He was reminded of the days when he tried to memorize lengthy research articles for presentations. He had crammed as much information as he could into his head, and that resulted in dizziness and headaches. Mind exhaustion. That was the first thing he thought. He tried to alleviate the feeling through meditation, but he could not focus. Eventually, he gave up and simply closed his eyes as he laid still on the bed. hoping he would fall asleep soon. It worked. When Saran opened his eyes, it was already noon. It was the first time in a long while that his biological clock had failed to wake him up. He only sluggishly left his bed when the owner, thinking something was wrong, knocked on his door to check on him. Fortunately, Saran's mind had pretty much recovered completely, and he no longer felt lightheaded. As the training methods of spellcasters and close-quarters combat professions differed, their growth rates could not be compared. A good example would be Saran. Even though he had raised his wizard level to 4, he still could not even cast a single spell. Anyway, Saran quickly ate something in the inn, then left the town for Whiterun. The lizardmen from the Dark Swamp were roaming in the nearby wilderness, and it seemed that the roads would remain blocked in the near future. He had no choice but to stay in Whiterun for a while. Thankfully, back in the game, the city stayed strong even during the times of troubles. It meant that Whiterun should be fine even if it were to be dragged into wars and conflicts, and it would be safe to stay there for now. At the very least, Saran was sure it would not be destroyed anytime soon. Saran had been away for a few days already. He planned to see how Vivian was doing, then start scribing some level 0 spell scrolls. Although he had allowed Vivian to learn from Gloria, he still felt a bit uneasy. He still could not fully trust the woman. When Saran entered Whiterun, he realized that the city officials had not spent too much manpower investigating the fire caused. There were more important issues these days, such as the monsters blocking the roads, and the people were now all talking about some recently received news. It took a while for the information to reach Whiterun, but it was now known that Amber City was in ruins. Saran, who had surmised that was the case long ago, still startled for a second when he heard the news. It was a city he had stayed in for a while. Despite not having any lingering feelings, it was still a complex emotion knowing that such a prosperous city had turned into rubble. No one knew the exact number of casualties, but Saran guessed tens of thousands of people were killed or injured in the incident. The fall of Amber City shocked the entire region. The churches began sending investigators who had advanced professions, some even sending top-tier personnel who had reached the realm of legends. The churches sought answers from their righteous gods, but they received nothing but silence. It felt like the gods had all suddenly disappeared. They no longer replied to the prayers of their devoted believers, and the rituals used to call upon the gods ceased to function. Although priests could still use divine spells, even those lacked their usual vibrant divinity. The churches restricted the news, but many felt it nonetheless. Something huge was going on among the deities. One after another, the deities fell into complete silence. Chapter 70 Spell Memorization. Fear emanated throughout Whiterun. Apart from the news of Amber City's destruction, there were also rumors that the elite corps sent by the Whiterun officials had been almost annihilated by a two-headed ogre. Some were saying that the two-headed ogre was a high-grade wizard strong enough to threaten the safety of the city, but no one knew how legitimate that information was. It took a bit of skill to evaluate the true strength of an enemy. Two-headed ogre spellcasters had the ability multicast. It was one of, if not the, strongest abilities for spellcasters. Even deities had to go through some trouble to obtain it. As its name implied, the user could cast multiple spells simultaneously. Two-headed ogres were almost like two separate entities sharing the same body, thus their two brains functioned independently, allowing them to cast spells together. Their arsenal of spells was inferior to that of human wizards, but the damage they could deal within the same time frame was multiple times higher. If the rumors were true, then the high-grade two-headed ogre wizard's challenge rating would almost be legendary tier. Not only did it have high strength and constitution, it could cast several spells together, and high-level ones at that. It was a cheat-like existence that had high endurance and was proficient in both melee and ranged combat. It would not be an exaggeration to compare it to an adult dragon. Against such a monster literally it would take an elite squad with at least half its members reaching the realm of legends to defeat it. Due to recent affairs, the security within the city was a lot tighter than usual. Saran had spent some time avoiding the city guards, thus it was already dusk when he finally entered a magic store. Night curfew was in place, and Gloria's mansion was located at another section of the city. Thus Saran decided to scribe level 0 scrolls for the night and visit Vivian the next day. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. The night curfew forbade anyone from leaving their homes after nightfall. If found, the guards would interrogate and even arrest the person. Moreover, most city guards had a generally poor impression of rogues, as they were considered thieves in most places. Saran, as a rogue, did not want to have anything to do with the city guards. Saran looked around the magic store. There was a plethora of spell scrolls available, ranging from level 0 to level 5 spells. Level 0 spells were certainly cheap, costing only 10 or so gold emeralds. However, the prices rose exponentially as the spell level increased. Level 1 spells had price tags of at least 50 gold emeralds, with some even reaching over 100. The cheapest level 2 spell cost 150 gold emeralds, but the average price was around 300. It rose to 500 for level 3 spells, with some even demanding 800 gold emeralds. The price for level 4 spells was in the thousands, an amount Saran could not afford at this stage, and level 5 spells were out of the question. Saran cringed as he looked at the price tags. He finally understood the despair wizards had felt back in the game. Although wizards were rich, their expenditure was even higher than their income. Anything beyond level 5 could not be purchased through normal means. Wizard organizations monopolized such knowledge, and they often recruited members by offering them high-level spells exclusive to their organization. Even if they joined, they were limited to spells of level 7 or below. The organizations would make applicants undergo strict screening, and the person had to meet certain requirements before he could be taught level 8 and 9 spells. The reason was simple. Those spells were simply too powerful and devastating for everyone to learn. In any event, Saran only bought level 0 scrolls. He could not afford to purchase the others, nor could he learn the spells even if he did buy them, at least for now. The production of scrolls was a complex process, hence the prices were high. Most wizards who bought scrolls would copy the information from the scroll into their spell books so as to learn the spells through studying. While the scrolls were also disposable items which could activate the spell once, it was rare to use them in such a way. The cost was simply too high, and the profit earned from the battle would not cover even 10% of it. Night came, and Saran found an inn to stay at for the night. He entered his room, then sat down and began reading his spell book. Despite the recent incidents, it was relatively peaceful as compared to the future to come. The deities were currently fighting against a terrible energy storm, but things would change when the storm robbed them of their divinity and forced them to descend as saints. Saran had to learn as many spells as he could while it was still possible to sit down and read quietly. The only notable incident he could remember that would happen soon was an explosion in a distant region. He only remembered general information about it. It should happen in the near future in Stonard, a polar region. The damage caused by it was comparable to the effects of 100 atomic bombs, enshrouding areas within a 1,000-kilometer radius with ash and smoke. No one had any clues about what had happened to cause the explosion. Some prayed to their gods to seek answers but received silence in return. Plenty of spellcasters had tried to explore and investigate the region. Someone even used legend-degrade divination spells, but they all ended up being futile. Even Saran had traveled over to visit the site, but he soon left because there was nothing he could do about it. There were many theories, and the most popular one proposed that it was related to antimatter annihilation magic left behind by the Arcane Empire, but it was nothing more than a theory in the end. Coincidentally, the deities lost their connection to the mortal realm during the same period, thus they had no idea what the cause was either. The only thing people was sure of was that the explosion caused the emergence of creatures that made even the brutal abyss demons feel fear. Thankfully, the creatures never left the region, thus they did not pose a great threat to humanity. In the end, it was classified as an unsolved natural mystery, and people gave up exploring the region, even though it might have contained legendary quests. Even after the descended deities returned to their own realms, the region remained a mystery. There had been similar incidents back on Earth, namely the Wangongcheng explosion in China, the Mohenjo-daro massacre in India, and the Tunguska explosion in Russia. The Tunguska explosion occurred on June 30, 1908, at approximately 7 a.m. An explosion of unknown cause, which had the power of 500 atomic bombs, devastated over 2,150 square kilometers of land, with over 60 million trees having been burnt to ash. It was initially hypothesized to have been a meteor crash, but investigators had failed to find any craters from meteors which could have caused the incident. Though it was declared the result of a meteoroid bursting in midair, it too was eventually deemed as an antimatter annihilation explosion. The explosion in Stonard seemed harmless at first glance, but it ultimately affected the whole world. Monster shamans believed the explosion prophesied the end of the world, and advised their tribes to immediately evacuate. Other monsters that were less intelligent fled out of instinctual fear. This resulted in a mass exodus of monsters, but that was not it. Some of these monsters had been residing in the polar regions for so long that people believed they had gone extinct long ago. The emergence of historic monsters shocked the world. There was still time, however. It would take around a year after the explosion for the monsters to reach populated regions. Back to the present, Saran gave up learning arcane missile and decided to analyze the spell model of the level 0 spell light first. As compared to arcane missile's complicated model, light only had less than 30 spell nodes and a single spell circuit. Perhaps because the difficulty was lowered drastically, it took him only 2 hours to complete light's spell model in his head. At the same time, he received a few notifications. Successfully learned light. You have constructed the model of the level 0 spell light. Do you wish to spend 30 slaughter EXP to permanently store the model? After permanently storing the model, you will no longer require aid from a spell book when reconstructing the spell. Wait, is this even possible? Saran was awestruck by the unexpected option, but he quickly recovered and chose yes. A torrent of data flowed through his brain, engraving light's spell model into his mind. Flicking his fingers, Saran tried to cast the spell. Along with a small flash of light, the constructed spell model and its spell slot were expended. He closed his eyes and recalled the structure of the spell model. Much to his surprise, he could really reconstruct the model from scratch without using a spell book. What if I could store every single spell? Saran looked at his fingers in astonishment. Wouldn't I have no need for spell books anymore? Spell books were indispensable items for wizards. It was almost impossible to construct complicated spell models without looking at the actual model from a spell book. But Saran was apparently different. It was like he had an internal spell book in his head, and the cost for storing spells was slaughter EXP. Saran grinned. Multi-professioning turned out to be no better than he had expected. Chapter 71 Contention Level 0 spells were indeed a lot simpler. It only took Saran a single night to learn Electric Jolt, Prestidigitation, Mage Hand, Mending, Read Magic, Flare, and another 2 spells. The learning process sped up as he learned more spells too. It still wasn't easy though. Some spells took more time to learn than others, and the fastest time he could achieve was 30 minutes. It also cost him 300 slaughter EXP to permanently store the spells in his head. When he tried to learn his 9th spell of the night, the familiar feeling of dizziness struck him again. Saran knew he had reached his limit. So he put down the scrolls and his spellbook and rested. Before he slept, Saran meditated and successfully reached out to his surroundings with his subconsciousness. However, due to his mental exhaustion, his state of meditation was not deep enough to feel the magic network. Instead, he could only feel the elements in the surroundings. Saran gradually fell asleep while meditating. It was morning when Saran opened his eyes, so it's possible to fall asleep while meditating. Meditation was in fact a similar state to sleeping, and high-grade wizards could even meditate as a substitution for sleep. As one continued to meditate, his subconsciousness would reach further and further out, until it was so far away that the person's mind was almost empty. As such, The person's mind could rest while still perceiving their surroundings through their subconsciousness. Saran rubbed his temples as he got off the bed. He quickly packed up his belongings, then went downstairs for breakfast. After that, Saran headed toward the place the merchant squad was staying. Although Whiterun had tightened its security due to recent affairs, it was still easy to move around during the day. At the very least, the city guards would not question Saran and throw him into prison just because of his profession. This sort of thing happened quite frequently at night. However, Saran had heard that the guards were locking people up and making them pay considerable sums before releasing them. It seemed that the city officials were gathering money. The merchant squad Saran had traveled with was still stuck within the city. From the looks of things, they might be stuck for another month or two. If the Whiterun officials did not take any action, they might even have to stay in Whiterun for the winter. Despite being powerful, the mistress, Gloria, would not fare well against the double-headed ogre wizard. It was easy enough for her to break through the monster blockade herself, but even she would have trouble if she had to bring the entire squad with her. The head merchant guard was training some people when Saran arrived at the mansion. He was shocked when he saw Saran, noticing his substantial growth. He glanced at Saran and said, "The mistress said you're free to enter." Saran nodded in response, then glanced at the trainees. He too had undergone training for a while back in the game, but the experience gain was very low. A day of intense training only gave 10 or so profession XP, hence a lot of players soon gave up training and went to kill monsters instead. Profession XP was also inferior to slaughter XP, which was another reason players preferred slaying monsters. However, for the original inhabitants of the world, training was still the primary method to increase their strength. Saran opened the main door and entered. A maid who was cleaning the place stopped her work and led him to the living room. She then left and returned with a cup of milk tea, a luxurious drink brewed with expensive tea bricks, milk, and sugar. The mistress had evidently given the maid instructions for his arrival. As a rogue and a commoner, Saran was uncomfortable with such treatment, and he wasn't really fond of the expensive drink. He simply sat on the sofa and waited. It was basic manners not to wander around someone's house without permission. After a while, someone entered the living room. Contrary to his expectations, it was not Gloria, but a coquettish woman with long, wavy hair which reached her waist. She wore a delicate long dress with frills decorated with an exquisite ornament. An expensive-looking diamond necklace hung around her neck, and a pink silk scarf dangled from her shoulders onto her shapely chest. On her fingers were 3 rings, one made of amber, another of jade, and the third with an unknown gem. A pair of black stockings with rose patterns adorned her slender legs, and she wore a pair of red high heels decorated with eerie patterns. The woman looked young, but Saran was sure her actual age differed from her appearance. Her mature and noble atmosphere was not something that belonged to a young lady. Saran was on guard against the woman immediately. Stockings were alchemic products created by witches, and they sold for extremely high prices. Even the cheapest pair would cost 10 gold emeralds. What really caught his eye though was the material used. The woman's stockings were made with spider silk, a material which came from the Underdark. Ho ho, the woman chuckled as she walked over with delicate, cat-like steps. She sized up Saran with an interested look and asked in a teasing tone, "So Vivian's brother, the little fella called Saran?" As expected, such a handsome kid. The woman's eyes turned seductive as her expression became enticing. She gestured Saran to come over, and said frivolously, "Come. Let me have a good look. Let Big Sis check your body thoroughly." Ho ho. Her licentious chuckle grew louder as she gradually approached Saran. Her eyes looked as though they were glowing, and her sweet smile invited him to go over and kiss her. Her slim waist and curvy body shook ever so slightly as she walked, as though she was stimulating Saran's desires intentionally. Saran stood up, seemingly entranced. His eyes showed both perplexion and greed. He slowly walked toward the bewitching woman, but his hand was placed above the handle of his sword. "That's more like it." The woman did not notice Saran's hand, her eyes glowing brighter and brighter. Her face lit up with glee as she continued, "Come, handsome fella. I have something to ask you. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. He had almost reached her when Saran suddenly seemed to snap out of his confused state and drew his curved sword, slashing at the woman's neck. However, the sword was stopped by an invisible energy field when it was only a foot away from its target. Saran pulled back his sword and struck again, this time cutting through the defensive barrier and sending it speeding toward the woman's neck. The woman startled for a split second, but then casually flicked her finger. A weak glow radiated from her finger, and a barrier expanded quickly, slamming into Saran. The impact sent him flying across the room. Saran tumbled and crashed into the sofa, but then he steadied himself by stabbing his sword into the ground, stopping after he opened up a meter-long gash on the floor. Saran pointed his sword at the woman and asked alertly, "Who are you?" Casting charm person on him the moment they met was not the friendliest greeting. If not for the barrier, Saran would have been pressing his sword against her neck and interrogating her. The fact that she could easily repel his attack with rebounding force all proved that she was quite powerful. The woman looked at Saran curiously, then pouted. "Quite the willpower you've got there. Let's see if you can hold up against dire charm." The woman nonchalantly cast another spell. Saran took a deep breath and rushed at the witch with killing intent. His sword covered in shadow energy. "Stop!" The mistress, Gloria, appeared out of thin air. She shouted angrily and pointed her finger at the woman who was casting a spell. Dimension step. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. Counterspell. The bewitching woman's expression turned pale and teary-eyed. Her spell was forcefully dispelled, and with a grudging look in her eyes, she glared at Gloria. Hold person. Gloria cast another spell, this time at Saran. His body stiffened instantly, but his momentum and inertia were still there. He uncontrollably crashed into his original target, and his sword dropped to the floor after clashing against an energy barrier. Enough. The mistress' eyes were filled with rage, and her breathing was rough from anger. "Mother, you really have to learn to restrain yourself. This is my place. I'm sure you know how to respect other high-grade witches." "Oh, my dear daughter," her mother replied, sounding like a child who was wronged, "I was just giving him my greetings." Gloria could no longer stand her mother's attitude. "Do you greet others with charm magic?" "Mother, your actions are getting more and more unacceptable. You should reflect on what you have done. Otherwise the council will imprison you." Maze. The woman's expression turned panicky after hearing what her daughter chanted. "My dear daughter." "For real?" Her shout echoed in the room, but she was nowhere to be seen. She had been sent to a maze in another dimension. Gloria took a deep breath to calm herself down, then flicked her arms to dispel the magic on Saran. "I'm sorry. Vivian's in the laboratory. Follow me." Without giving Saran a chance to ask, nor with any plan to explain anything, the mistress waved her hands, levitating everything in the room. She snapped her fingers, and everything began to return to its original state. The messy living room turned into the tidy place it had been when Saran first arrived. Immediately, mage hand. Mending. Saran remained silent. He picked up his curved sword with a face void of any expression. The mistress was even more powerful than he had expected. Given how she could achieve such great effects with mere level 0 spells, she had to have at least 5 meta-magic abilities. It was only a matter of time before she became a legendary witch. Chapter 72. A quiet afternoon. A minute or two after Saran and Gloria left, a transfer gate opened in the middle of the living room. Gloria's mother emerged from the gate looking slightly flustered. She tidied her dress and tucked her wavy hair behind her ears. With a dissatisfied look, she grumbled, "Little brat, you actually did it. I'm your mother. How dare you trap me with maze?" The woman sulkily looked around the empty room, then drew a circle in the air with her finger. A portal appeared, and she mumbled as she entered it, "Let me finish discovering the secrets of the Deck of Destiny, then I'll get back at you, brat." Not too far away, Gloria sighed. She of course noticed her spell had been dispelled, but her initial goal was just to teach her mother a lesson, not to trap her for all eternity. not that she could anyway. The mistress stopped in front of a wall and touched it with her hand. It triggered some sort of hidden mechanism, and the bricks began to open up to reveal delicate mechanical parts and a spiral staircase leading down. Tools permanently enchanted with light hung on both sides, lighting the stairs. The two went down the stairs and soon arrived at a spacious laboratory. It was almost larger than the actual mansion. Rows of bookshelves, each 5 or so meters tall and a dozen meters wide, lined the walls. The bookshelves each held hundreds of books, and there was a ladder which seemed to be for visitors. Wizards and witches had no need for ladders as they could just use Mage Hand. Vivian's reading inside. I cast silence to prevent anything from disturbing her. Gloria turned to look at Saran, then pressed her palm onto a nearby wall. Immediately, the energy barrier covering the place dissipated. She gently opened the door and entered. Saran followed suit while looking at the items in the room. Apart from the massive amount of books, there were also plenty of alchemical devices and jars filled with unknown powders. The only device he was familiar with was the distillation machine. As a rogue, he had used similar machines to concentrate poisons countless times. Vivian was sitting in front of a desk. Next to her lay a pile of books almost as tall as Vivian herself. She was currently drawing something on a piece of paper with a goose feather quill. The little girl had a serious expression, and under her feet was a basket filled with crumpled paper balls that seemed to be failures. She was so focused on her work that she did not notice the two approaching her. Tilting her head sideways, she flicked through another book and scratched her head as though she had encountered something difficult. Vivian subconsciously bit the feather quill, then immediately spit the feathers back out after realizing what she had done. Vivian. Gloria smiled and waved at the little girl. Saran's back. Take a rest today. We can continue studying tomorrow. Big brother. Surprised, Vivian turned to look at Saran. She immediately leapt out of her chair and jumped into her brother's embrace. The expressionless Saran also smiled as he patted Vivian's head. He lifted her up and kissed her on the forehead. It was only then he realized something. Vivian was quite a bit heavier than before. She was no longer light as a feather and had gained some weight under Gloria's care. Saran glanced at the mistress and nodded to show his gratitude. If not for the upcoming events, letting Vivian stay and learn with Gloria would be a decent option. Making an 8-year-old follow him around as he wandered from city to city pained him, but there was no choice. Soon, even reaching the realm of legends would be only barely enough to defend oneself. Vivian looked like a little princess in her dress. She had her hair tied up with a pink ribbon, and she also wore a delicate breastpin which did not seem to be just for decoration. Magic research could be dangerous at times, and the breastpin might be an item Gloria prepared for Vivian just in case something happened. Vivian was still wearing the deerskin boots Saran had bought for her back in Amber City. The little girl kissed her beloved brother on the cheek, then hung onto his neck like a koala. Go, Gloria said while still smiling. She has a lot to tell you. No one will disturb you in the backyard. Vivian dropped back to the ground, then held Saran's hand and led him to the backyard. As they walked, the little girl asked, Big brother, where did you go? I was worried. Saran followed Vivian to the backyard without replying. It was a sizable place, with beautiful maple trees planted all around. Under one of the trees, there was a long wooden bench and a swing that looked to have been installed recently. Climbing vines covered the walls, and in the corner of the backyard was a fenced area full of elegant violets. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. Hee. Vivian chuckled as she joined Saran, who sat on the swing. Fiery leaves fluttered down ever so gently, dancing in the air elegantly for the last time before winter's embrace claimed their vibrance. The siblings enjoyed the wonderful view as they chatted. After a while, Vivian got off the swing and pulled Saran over to the bench. She made her brother let her use his lap as a pillow, a request to which Saran gladly complied. Big brother, I learned a lot of spells. But you know, some of them are really hard. I thought you could cast spells just by chanting. I never knew there's so much to learn. Big sis Gloria teaches me magic every morning, geography at noon, alchemy during the afternoon, and even something about religion when there's time left. I always fell asleep quickly at first, but now I'm fine. The things Big Sis taught me are actually very useful, and she says I'll become really strong if I learn more. I want to be strong too. Big Sis Gloria is a very good person. She tells me bedtime stories before I go to bed, but sometimes it's so complicated that I can't understand. She's been telling me a story about a princess and a dragon, and the noble thingies going on are so boring that I always fall asleep quickly. The princess still hasn't even been taken away by the dragon. She also teaches me how to sing and play the lyre. It's really difficult. The songs Big Sis Gloria play sound very good, but it's bad when I play them. The little girl sounded frustrated. She cuddled against Saran before continuing to murmur, I can't understand. Why do wizards and witches need to learn so many things? I thought I could just point forward and go pew pew pew. Big Sis was teaching me how to memorize spell models quickly, but I actually have no idea what they are. Those little dotted drawings are easier to remember. I really don't like reading the words. They're annoying. Vivian continued to rant while lying on Saran's lap. She first talked about things like astrology, geography, and religion. Saran could not help but frown when she moved to things which even he could not understand. There were some spellcasting terms which sounded familiar, but in the end he was not knowledgeable in that aspect. God knows how much Gloria had taught Vivian in the past few days. The little girl was grumbling on and on, but Saran knew she was actually glad to have Gloria teach her. Vivian should also have learned read magic, which should speed up her learning process. Saran listened to his sister's rant without interrupting, only caressing her hair and patting her back as she talked. Vivian closed her eyes, and her voice gradually dimmed as she continued to mumble about what had happened in the past few days. The little girl spoke happily about everything from what she did, to what she learned, to what she ate. After a while, her mumbling turned incomprehensible. Saran peeked over to find his sister sound asleep, her saliva dripping onto his pants. Silly girl. Saran put his coat over Vivian's small body. It was already late autumn, and the breeze was chilly despite the blazing sun. During their entire conversation, Vivian had not asked even once what Saran went to do. She never did. But even talking about trifling matters with her brother was satisfying enough. Just like that, the two stayed in the backyard peacefully. After a while, Saran also felt slightly drowsy. He placed his hand on his sister's back, then slowly closed his eyes. Leaning on the windowsill, Gloria was aimlessly flicking through a book. She peeked at the siblings from time to time, and as though affected by them, she also closed her book along with her eyes. Chapter 73 Testing out magic. Saran did not stay in the merchant squad's mansion. He went back to the inn he previously stayed in and practiced his sword techniques in the inn's courtyard. It had been 2 days since he had returned to White Run, and nothing significant had happened during that period. He read the book of the White Raven sword style and practiced the moves in the morning, stayed with Vivian in the afternoon, and studied spell models at night. As there were over 100 level 0 spells, he only learned the more useful ones. Currently, he knew 10 level 0 spells. He was also 80% done analyzing and memorizing our Arcane Missiles spell model, and he would probably be able to finish learning it that night. As he continued to study, his knowledge of spell models also increased. Many spells had similar spell models, at least partially. Higher level spells often contained lower level spells models. For example, the level 2 spell Acid Arrow had almost 1,000 spell nodes, but part of its internal structure consisted of multiple models of the level 0 spell Acid Splash. Along the same vein, the level 4 spell Missile Storm also contained models of Arcane Missile within its spell model. Learning Arcane Missile would be easier for him to learn Missile Storm in the future since he would already understand a portion of the model. However, learning the White Raven sword style was not going as smoothly. A sword style was a full set of techniques and moves which complemented each other. While using them separately was feasible, a sword style could only show its full prowess when the user combined the moves, which was why it might take up to 3 to 5 years just to be proficient in part of a sword style. Despite having talent in combat, Saran's techniques were still clumsy and far from proficient. However, he had expected that from the beginning. It took him quite a while just to learn sword form, crossed/back in the game, thus he knew there were no shortcuts apart from training diligently. Whenever Saran visited Vivian, she stuck to him like a magnet. She would lay her head on Saran's lap and ramble about the things she'd done while he was away, then slowly fall asleep. As she was learning a lot of things simultaneously, it often tired her out. Learning about magic was actually rather boring, but even that knowledge alone was not enough to make a well-rounded spellcaster, which was why Gloria had been teaching her a wide variety of things. Saran had not known all about Vivian's talent before, but after hearing from Gloria, he realized she was more of a genius than himself. She could understand and remember a large portion of a book just by reading it once. If not for his own lack of bloodline traits and abilities, he would have thought Vivian was a descendant of God, or at least the descendant of a descendant of God. However, he shot down the thought immediately. Descendants of God harbored great divinity within them, yet Vivian had not shown the slightest trace of such. They shared the same mother, so that sort of bloodline couldn't have been passed down from her side. Vivian's father was a powerful adventurer, but that was about it. There was nothing special about his bloodline either. Vivian should just be a really talented spellcaster then. It was different for Saran though. His father was a renowned godly thief, and Saran had probably inherited his talent from his father. Just the fact that his father tried to infiltrate and steal from a wizard tower was enough to prove his abilities. Every wizard who owned a wizard tower was at least a high-grade wizard, and the towers had plenty of traps and golems to defend against intruders. Fighting a wizard in a wizard tower was almost like fighting a red dragon. His father must have at least been a level 15 rogue, meaning he was considerably powerful. Building a wizard tower cost a minimum of 1 million gold emeralds. Those who had money to spare could also add in special functions like transformation and even flight. It was actually possible to turn a wizard tower into a multi-dimensional aerial fortress. Just the name alone was fancy enough, let alone its overwhelming power. These were the few structures capable of fighting a hidden war with the gods, and ancient records showed that such towers had indeed been used in that way before. According to the scripture, a great alchemist sent his fortress to the realm of gods and killed one. Anyway, the Whiterun officials finally decided to take action. Saran had personally experienced the lack of efficiency of city officials in the game, and even died in the incident because of it. It was the reason he no longer bothered with official requests and turned to squad adventuring. Saran had no sense of belonging to any country. He roamed from nation to nation, and might sometimes become a mercenary when the price was right. He would kill the enemies of whoever offered the higher reward. The Whiterun guards were preparing for departure. A small cavalry squad was to accompany the guards, along with a bunch of adventurers hired by the city. The city officials took a week to draft up a plan and even mobilized the wizards stationed in the city garrison. The total number of combatants mobilized was roughly 2,000, which was a considerable force considering that even during large-scale wars, a country would only send out 20 or so thousand soldiers. It was not that the countries lacked people, but that it would take too much time and effort to train the normal populace. With the presence of a level and skill system, it was inefficient to send out large numbers of weak soldiers when a small squad of elites could decimate them easily. The region under the jurisdiction of Whiterun had over 500,000 people, but the regular army only consisted of 5,000 soldiers, excluding the militia. The soldiers mostly had the warrior profession, but were usually below level 5. Training alone was not enough for them to break through the level 5 barrier of becoming grade 2 warriors. Only those who had experienced true battles could advance to grade 2. Saran planned to join them on their mission. There was no such thing as too much slaughter EXP, and it was only natural for him to want to gain more. Now, at midnight, Saran finally learned his first level 1 spell. He also gained 100 profession EXP because of it. Wizards would earn 100 profession EXP by learning a level 1 spell, 200 for level 2, 400 for level 3, 800 for level 4, and so on. No one had officially revealed the amount for level 9 spells, but given the pattern, it had to be a considerable sum. It may have looked as though leveling up was easy for wizards because they could get EXP by learning spells, but the problem was learning a new spell was a lengthy process. It would take at least a month or two to learn high-level spells, and killing monsters during that duration would definitely give more EXP. Additionally, buying a high-level scroll was costly, while killing monsters brought profit. Finally done. After successfully learning the spell, he started to fill his spell slots. As he was a level 4 wizard, he had 3 level 1 spell slots, and his Ring of Wizardry gave him an additional slot for a total of 4. It took him 2 hours to finish recreating Arcane Missile's spell model 4 times. Item type: low-grade Ring of Wizardry. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. Item grade: rare grade 1. Requirements: none. Effects: increase level 1 spell slots by 1. Item type: Withering Staff +1. Item quality: rare grade 1. Description: a special staff enchanted by divine magic. Despite its withered trunk, a leaf full of vitality has grown from the staff. It allows the user to cast specific druid spells. Requirements: none. Effects: able to cast level 1 divine spell Entangle 2/3 uses remaining. Among all rare grade rings, Rings of Wizardry were the most expensive because they allowed the user to have more spell slots. The next on the list would be rings enchanted with spells. Similar to Siran's staff, these rings could cast specific spells a certain number of times before they had to be recharged by a spellcaster who could cast those spells. Some higher quality rare grade items could even recharge on their own, but they came with a hefty price tag. Siran had been itching to cast his first level 1 spell. He picked up a 3 cm thick wooden plank and a 0.5 cm thick steel plate he had bought beforehand, then left the room. He preferred to test his abilities before using them in combat. Arcane Missile had a short cast time of 1 second as its chant only consisted of 3 syllables. 2 ping-pong ball-sized arcane missiles formed on his fingertips, then flew and struck the wooden plank. The projectiles easily punctured the piece of wood, leaving a gaping hole as the 2 missiles struck the same spot. Siran then cast the spell again and launched the missiles at the steel plate. This time, however, they failed to puncture their target, instead only creating a large dent. Without the ability Spell Control, Siran could only fire the arcane missiles in straight lines. Like many other spells, the projectiles would damage the first object they came across instead of directly harming the desired target. Even spells like Finger of Death and Disintegrate worked the same way. As such, Siran once kept a hamster in his pocket whenever he traveled. It was his pet, and whenever someone cast deadly spells at him, he would unhesitatingly toss the hamster out to take the brunt of the attack. Now, Siran picked up the steel plate and murmured, "At least it works against unarmored enemies." Well, the cast time is quite short, so it can still be quite useful. Chapter 74 Preparation. As the Whiterun army would leave at noon the next day, Siran went to a magic store early in the morning and bought a few essential scrolls for the upcoming battle. Siran had already sold most of the loot from his last expedition, netting him almost 1,000 gold dirals. It looked like a large sum, but it would be gone in no time. Spellcasters' expenditures were beyond imagining. Just the invisibility scroll Siran bought this morning cost 300 gold dirals. It was the most expensive level 2 scroll, and it allowed one to turn invisible upon using it. The effect could stack with Rogue's Sneak, making it even more effective for Siran. Of course, Siran did not purchase the scroll to use it as a consumable, but to analyze and record the spell's details in order to learn the spell model. He used Read Magic to speed up the process. It took him 15 sheets of paper to record all of the spell's details, including 1,200 spell nodes and 100 spell circuits. Under the buff of Read Magic, Siran rapidly glanced through the papers and started memorizing the information. Although he quickly remembered everything within 10 or so minutes, It would take a few more days before he could finish constructing the spell model in his mind. Memorizing mathematical formulas was easy, but applying them was harder. It was the same with spell information. Learning more level 1 spells could be put aside for now. Currently, invisibility was the most useful spell for him. After learning Arcane Missile, Saran had a grasp on how to learn spells more effectively. As such, he decided to skip the rest of the level 1 spells and learn invisibility first. Level 4 wizards had 2 level 2 spell slots. Using invisibility at the right time could be a game changer. Suddenly disappearing into thin air under broad daylight was something even 150 sneak could not achieve. Anyway, mobilizing both the army and adventurers required logistical backup. Preparing supplies and assigning roles to adventurers took time. Saran was given the role of a scout, the most common role given to rogues. After leaving the magic store, he headed for the grey areas of the city for some illegal supplies. Restocking poison arrows and wyvern poison cost him another 200 gold dirals. Along with the invisibility scroll, almost half of his earnings had already been used. If one did not carefully plan beforehand, they were likely to suffer a deficit from an adventure. Before Saran left to start his mission, he visited Gloria's mansion. Surprisingly, he met Gloria's mother again. Only this time she did not use any spells on him. She winked and smirked at Saran, and fiddled with a card between her slender fingers. "Little fella," the woman chuckled and said, "did Big Sis scare you last time? I was just playing, you know. I can make you disappear easily with disintegrate." Upon hearing her speak, Saran placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. Despite showing a calm face, he was already prepared to fight. The woman in front of him was Gloria's mother, but their personalities were rather different. Although Saran had not asked, it was quite obvious that the relationship between Gloria and her mother was tense. As the saying went, curiosity killed the cat. It was better not to dabble and learn something he could not handle. He locked his gaze on the woman's fingers, or, more precisely, the card between her fingers. It was either a card from the deck of many things, the deck of arcane magic, or lastly, the legendary deck of destiny. She was probably a high-grade witch, a highly powerful northern witch who might be stronger than Gloria herself. Mother. Gloria appeared from seemingly nowhere. She glanced at Saran before turning to speak to her mother. "It's about time you go back. According to the rules set by the council, you must not leave your room for over 2 hours a day." An exiled witch. Saran's brows twitched ever so slightly, but he quickly covered it up with his typical calm, emotionless expression. He had never been good at the basic skills perform and deception, even back in the game. In other words, Saran could not hide his expression through utilizing the system, which was why he always kept an emotionless and cold expression. It prevented others from guessing what he was thinking. Some people jokingly said that pretty ladies had an innate perform buff, but apparently Gloria's mother actually was pretty good at acting. She stood up and lightly clasped her hands. Before she left, she glanced at Saran with an alluring expression. Despite having exceptional beauty, Saran felt as though she was preying on him, and goosebumps rose all over his body. He reflexively clutched his sword even harder, his body tensing up. "Ho ho," she chuckled, showing a bewitching smile. "Looks like you're really afraid of me." She walked towards Saran and circled around him. The air around her was filled with a unique fragrance. Saran took a deep breath, seeming as though he was attracted by it. Gloria's mother had a satisfied look when she noticed this. Some women liked having men under their full control. However, Saran really sniffed her fragrance just to remember the smell. Whenever he came across this specific scent again, he would be able to quickly identify the approaching person as Gloria's mother. Many predators relied on their sense of smell when hunting, though humans were more oblivious to this particular sense. Saran took advantage of this and had killed plenty of women based on their scent back in the game, with plenty of them being high-grade witches. As they could not hide their scent with invisibility, it gave away their position despite being unnoticeable to the eye. "I'm sorry." When Gloria's mother finally left, Gloria apologized. Saran did not mind and followed her into the laboratory. In the first place, he was here to see Vivian before leaving the city, not to pick a fight with a powerful exiled witch. Saran simply found the mother and daughter pair quite amusing. Gloria was a kind person who valued law and order, but her mother was clearly someone who did what she wanted. From his standards, Gloria should be of the lawful neutral alignment, probably inclining toward lawful good. Her mother, however, was most likely chaotic neutral, and was more inclined toward chaotic evil. If one did something good or bad, their alignment might change because of their actions, but that was less common among NPCs. It was the players who had changed their alignments the most back in the game. Back to the present, it was now nightfall. After spending some time with Vivian, Saran left the mansion. The Whiterun army would officially mobilize tomorrow, and he still had preparations to make. The upcoming battle would not be an easy one. Hope you like the chapter. Next chapter will be out Friday, 8th June. Chapters are out at 9:30 AM UTC. Join our Discord server here, https://discord.ggq2w2a6. You can now vote for more chapters, 9th, _6 extra chapters, 10th, _4 extra chapters, 11th, _3 extra chapters, 12th, _2 extra chapters. Vote here now to motivate me and get more chapters. Thanks for all the support. Alternatively, you can click here to donate for more releases. Buy 2 get 1 free now. Comment down below and let me know what you think about the chapter as well. Longtoes, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Chapter 75. Cooperative hunting adventurers and the army acted separately, since the two groups' battle styles greatly differed. The army focused on powerful attacks and a sturdy defense, while adventurers were generally more agile and moved around a lot in combat. The army also fought in large groups, while typical adventurer squads had only 5 members. Even larger squads had no more than 10 members. Each adventurer had his or her own role, be it tanking, damage dealing, support, or healing. The army, however, mainly consisted of heavily armored infantry, with some additionally equipping shields to act as tanks. As the fighting styles had major differences, it was easy to tell if a person was an adventurer or a soldier just from watching him fight. The adventurers were separated into 3 teams, a scout team, a combat team, and a ranged combat team. Saran was assigned to the scout team, which consisted of 13 rogues and 5 rangers, all grade 2 or above. The combat team comprised warriors, barbarians, priests, and a few rangers. They were responsible for both clearing out the remaining enemies after the army destroyed the monster's main force and providing support and cover on the flanks. The ranged combat team was made up of long-range combatants such as wizards, sorcerers, and druids, and their main role was to dish out damage from the back. As they were vulnerable to attacks, the ranged team was to travel along with the army. Wizards rarely joined the army. There were many jobs available to them, and almost every other option had higher pay and lower risks. Having a squad of wizards as full-time soldiers was something even a prosperous city like Whiterun could not afford. This was why wizards were only employed as mercenaries in case of emergencies. Similarly, the city officials hired the adventurers on an as-needed basis. Before they departed, everyone would get their first installment. Saran received 30 gold dirals, which was 10 more than those on other teams received. It was an unspoken rule that adventurers who acted as scouts or had to infiltrate enemy lines would receive 50% of their total reward up front, and they would be given more loot than others. This was because their role was much more dangerous as compared to the others. Scouting was not simply a matter of checking out different places, then reporting the findings to the main force. They had to kill enemies they came across and were often the first ones to engage in combat. Loot distribution would have to wait for a while after the battle was over. There was a saying, once the battle commences, up go the expenses. Sending out the army was a complicated matter. The cost of maintaining the army doubled the moment they decided to mobilize it. Purchasing supplies and preparing compensation for the injured and deceased all cost a considerable sum. Although the city did not have to pay the army's fees up front like they did with adventurers, it would still add up in the end. The day the army departed, the city was visibly hyped. Plenty of merchants donated their supplies to show their support, with some even sending their guards to battle. The 2,000-man force marched out of the city, giving off a fierce atmosphere. Half of the force was composed of the city guards, all donned in metal chest plates and equipped with helmets, shields, swords, and small crossbows. Out of the remaining 1,000 soldiers, half of them were heavy infantry. Some of them wore hay-plate armor, while others wore chain-mail armor. All of them were equipped with steel shields, metal helmets, well-made weapons, and heavy crossbows which could fire 2 bolts simultaneously. The remaining were the elites, comprising soldiers donned in full-plate armor, honorary citizens, and knights. The elite soldiers were completely covered in metal, showing only their eyes through the slits on their helmets. They held weapons of their own choosing, some opting for double-handed swords, while others chose to go with the typical sword and shield combination. The honorary citizens and knights were wearing knight armor and rode armored horses. They held lances and shields in their hands, and some of them carried miniature crossbows on their backs. Attendants who had similar equipment as the elite soldiers waited at their sides. Their main role was to support the knights and kill the monsters which survived the first charge. In fact, the standard infantry of this world was comparable to the heavy infantry of the Middle Ages. Their armor was sturdy, and each of them was equipped with decent melee weapons and crossbows. They were all trained to use both ranged and melee weapons, and their combat prowess was over the roof. Even a small squad of well-trained soldiers could have an extraordinary impact on the battlefield. The southern regions lacked fine war horses, which was why the army mainly consisted of infantry. Each foot soldier had to carry around 20 kilograms of equipment, so the main force traveled relatively slowly. However, they were all well-trained soldiers, and marching while carrying such weight was a simple task for them. Some people thought that being able to carry such heavy weight while marching lengthy distances meant the soldiers could last a long time in combat, but that was not the case. In traditional martial arts, there were 2 ways of exerting strength, one which focused on preserving strength, and another that focused on exerting as much strength as possible. Marching while carrying weights belonged to the former, while fighting in a battle belonged to the latter. By exerting a lot of strength over a short duration, one's stamina would decrease rapidly. The fatigue and toll on the body would stack up quickly, making stamina recovery slower than usual. Fighting a battle meant life and death, meaning soldiers would fight with all their might from the start. By doing so, they would expend their stamina quickly while burdening their bodies. It was akin to mustering all the strength and power within their bodies and bringing them out for just a short instant, making one feel as though he had fought for hours instead of minutes. The scout team camped ahead of the main forces. As part of the scout team, Sran naturally had to depart ahead of the main force. The first 2 days were uneventful. Saran and the other scouts spread out like a net as they pushed forward, while the main forces continued to march on down the main road. Find authorized novels in Web Novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. Saran dashed through the forest with a half-elf ranger following behind him. The person was a veteran of surviving in the wilderness and believed in the forest queen. Due to the limitations of his profession, the ranger could not conceal his presence with skills such as sneak, but his agility, scouting, and hiding techniques were by no means inferior to rogues. It was hard to tell his age because half-elves could live for a century or 2, but he looked young. Similar to Saran, the ranger's preferred weapon was a curved sword, more specifically, an eviscerate sword, a combat weapon similar to boning knives, but larger and longer. He also wore leather armor, and on his back hung a long bow. Rules. Yas, the half-elf ranger, said while crouching to look at the footprints on the ground. He then brushed the nearby bushes aside to search for more traces. There should be some goblins and kobolds also. It's not a big deal, so there's no need to let the main force know. We'll just handle them ourselves. In fact, the army had also sent out scouts of their own, but they were mainly rangers and warriors instead of rogues. They also acted separately from the adventurers. Anyway, as they were going to kill the monsters themselves, they had to clear out the entire area. Can you track them down? Saran lightly nodded and asked. Piece of cake. Yas chuckled and replied, follow me. They were not far away. Tracking down enemies by searching for their traces was the forte of rangers, especially in the wilderness. Just from detecting their scent and footprints, rangers could easily tell where their targets had gone. Yas unsheathed his sword, then started walking in a half-crouch. After a few hundred meters, the traces became harder and harder to spot, but the ranger still managed to continue tracking down the monsters. Perhaps he had high wisdom, which could help rangers instinctively determine the direction their targets had gone even when traces were scarce. Soon, they came across their first enemies. It was a small gnoll tribe of around a dozen, along with 3 tamed wolves and 10 or so enslaved goblins and kobolds. Given that Yas was a veteran, this fight was just to help the two improve their chemistry in combat. Yas signaled Saran with his hands, telling him to go in from the flanks. Saran nodded, then concealed himself in the shadows as he approached the monsters from the side. He slowly pulled out his curved sword. As he got closer, he noticed something different about this tribe. There were no gnoll pups, and all of the gnolls were adults. They had most likely only barely managed to survive and escape after a tough battle. The ranger waited till Saran got closer before leaping into a tree. He lightly kicked the tree trunk and launched himself upward, then settled on a thick branch after jumping a few more times. The leaves fluttered slightly as Yas put away his melee weapon and readied the longbow from his back. Rangers had to use special quivers to prevent their arrows from falling out while moving around. Hence their quivers could only hold around 12 arrows. The arrows were also held firmly in their slots, allowing the user to quickly snatch one without having to scramble for an arrow from a massive bundle of feathers. Backstab. Saran appeared from the shadows and leapt, covering 5 meters with the leap. He plunged his weapon into the back of a gnoll, piercing its heart. The sword exited the gnoll through its chest, killing it in one blow. The alerted gnolls began to gather and launched themselves at Saran. The frontmost gnoll only just managed to lift its skull crusher though before an arrow embedded itself into its chest. Saran twisted his body and slashed a gnoll, opening a gash on its arm and forcing it back. The second arrow came flying, and soon another gnoll had a bloody gaping hole on its thigh. The ranger placed his longbow onto his back quickly. All his equipment seemed to be tailor-made, making it faster and easier for him to switch weapons. He nimbly jumped from the 5-meter tall tree and landed on the ground, kneeling on one knee to cushion his landing. Immediately after, he took a deep breath and unsheathed his sword. Rangers were also close-quarters combatants. Yas's pupils widened slightly, and he charged toward the gnolls in a low stance. His speed was comparable to that of sprinters in the Olympic Games. Using the momentum of his charge, Yas hurtled over the low wooden fence surrounding the gnoll settlement and slashed at a gnoll in front. With just one strike, the ranger severed his target's waist, and the gnoll dropped dead to the ground in 2 chunks. Yas stopped to take another breath, then rushed at the other gnolls. This garbage is not worth my arrows. Each arrow costs 5 gold rolls, you know. Yas had the leisure to laugh and chat with Saran as he cut open the chest of a nearby gnoll and kicked it in the throat. The arrows he used were special arrows designed for precision. They were unaffected by wind and air currents to a certain extent and were much more accurate than normal arrows. The duo danced their way through the gnolls. In just a minute or two, they killed 6 gnolls and the 3 tamed wolves. The remaining monsters felt frightened and began to flee. Saran took out his enhanced crossbow and began firing away, while Yas picked up a sharpened wooden spear left behind by the gnolls and tossed it like a javelin. A fleeing gnoll shrieked as it got pinned to the ground. By the time Yas arrived to pull out the spear, Saran had already eliminated all the other monsters. The ranger swung the wooden spear, smashing the pinned gnoll's skull. Its skull cracked, and the gnoll's brain sprayed everywhere. Yas tossed the bloody spear away and turned to look at Saran. "Let's just clean this place up a bit. This is just an appetizer. The main dish is the ogres attacking the merchant squads." It was a not so difficult fight, but the battle made the two half-elves closer to one another. At the very least, they knew more about each other's strengths. Saran knew clearly from the fight that Yas was a grade 3 ranger. Hope you like the chapter. Next chapter will be out Wednesday, 13th June. Chapters are out at 9:30 AM UTC. Join our Discord server here, https://discord.ggq2w2a6. You can now vote for more chapters, 9th _6 extra chapters, 10th _4 extra chapters, 11th _3 extra chapters, 12th _2 extra chapters. Vote here now to motivate me and get more chapters. Thanks for all the support. Comment down below and let me know what you think about the chapter as well. Longtoes, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Chapter 76. Half they found only limited loot. The two split the spoils evenly, each netting around 30 gold derrolls. It was a pretty small sum even with just the two of them, let alone if they'd been in a typical squad of 5 adventurers. Each member would then only get 10 or so gold derrolls. Monsters rarely gathered in large groups in the wild, thus finding even a small pack of gnolls by themselves without any intel beforehand would take half a day. Because of this, the EXP and profit gain of venturing into the wilderness could only allow adventurers to advance to grade 4 at best. Those who were past that stage would travel to the Underdark or even the Abyss to further train themselves. After the battle, Saran received a notification telling him that he had earned 1,200 slaughter EXP, with each gnoll averaging at around 200 EXP. It was understandable, considering that not many of them had advanced into gnoll warriors, and Saran only killed half of the dozen gnolls to begin with. Additionally, as the battle's difficulty level was low, Saran only gained 1 point in sneak, probably from the initial strike in which he used backstab while sneaking. Backstab required precision, because it would only activate when the strike hit a critical spot, making it difficult to use unless the user was hiding and could aim precisely. There was a saying, only use 70% of your strength in your punches. The philosophy behind it was to prevent overcommitting to the strike so that a person could retract his arm after landing a hit. However, if striking through utilizing one's waist and legs was considered using 100% strength, then abilities such as backstab and sword form, heavy hack would be using 120% strength, bringing out the full strength of the entire body. As such, most users would take in a deep breath to increase their body's oxygen content to fuel the skills. High-grade close-quarters combatants all had special skills. The skills may not belong exclusively to their professions, but not everyone could learn them either. There were plenty of skills that belonged to this category. One example was meditation. Before the monk profession gained popularity, training through meditating was almost non-existent. However, currently, even warriors would undergo meditation to bring out their full potential. Some people from Earth also had similar abilities. Despite being physically asleep, their minds remained awake, and their senses were heightened up to tens of times. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. Those with high-grade professions would undergo harsh training in order to forcefully awaken to these special abilities. As ascetic monks took this to the extreme, they were the strongest amongst all monks. When in certain states, such as being extremely relaxed and tranquil, a human's reflex time could reach the degree of a few milliseconds within the game world. High-grade close-quarters combatants could even dodge bullets, and sword saints and monks were even more proficient in evasion than most. Saran once saw a few sword saints training together, and they all had extraordinary innate reflexes from their profession. Legendary sword saints could probably even split bullets firing out of a machine gun. While rogues were also agile, their reflexes were not that extreme. Only those who become shadow dancers could achieve such agility. However, there was a training exercise commonly known as speed running that could help enhance one's agility and reflexes. It basically consisted of sprinting repeatedly with increasing intensity. One might even be able to run on water after training long enough. Back in the forest, the duo continued their original mission of scouting out the place. They tracked down monsters whenever they came across traces, and sometimes they would hear the sounds of other scouts fighting. As they were still at the periphery of White Run, there were no signs of any lizardmen or ogres. These fights were just warm-ups for the true fight to come, and they served to enhance team chemistry among adventurers. If they did not cooperate beforehand, they might make mistakes due to being unfamiliar with each other's fighting styles. By evening, the army had already reached the boundary of White Run, the region where Saran and Yas had been. The scouts went on to check out the dense forest ahead, and casualties finally occurred when they encountered ogres. An adventurer's waist took the brunt of an ogre's mace, and by the time priests arrived, he had already died. Late that night, Saran and Yas returned to the army camp and ate their rations since they'd finished their mission early. Looks like White Run plans to annihilate the monsters in one go. Yas jumped to join Saran on the format-all rock he was sitting on, handed him a bottle of liquor, and continued, "It's about time for the regular cleanup operation that happens every 5 years anyway." Hey, those nobles. They probably took a lot of the money assigned to the operation for themselves. The army cleared out monsters at certain intervals, mainly to prevent an outbreak of monsters. They reproduced like weeds, their numbers growing year by year. A gnoll would give birth to a whole bunch of pups at once, and with enough food, they could grow into a large tribe in just 3 years. Due to having lower intelligence than humans, monsters grew up and reproduced faster than humans to make up for their disadvantage. Saran waved his hand at the offered bottle and said, "I don't drink." The ranger did not seem to mind and drank the liquor himself. Those in front met trolls. "I heard that 3 died. The army's already sent their wizards over." Trolls. Saran startled upon hearing the word and asked in a serious tone, "Wait, trolls are already at the borders?" "Yeah." Yas frowned in response. He took out his arrows and cleaned them one by one. True adventurers loved their equipment as though it was part of their own bodies. The ranger even tested to see if the 2 arrows he had used today were still in good shape by balancing them on his fingers. He was obviously a brilliant longbow archer, which was rare among half-elves. "That's not a good sign, you know," Yas continued. He finished sharpening the tip of the 2 used arrows with his sword before placing everything back where it belonged. "Those annoying bastards just won't die. They're really tough to handle if you're unprepared. I hope it's not the entire tribe migrating." "Have you ever heard of the Battle of the Grey Hills of Autumn and Fall?" "No." Saran lightly shook his head. Yas carefully removed the bloodstains from his sword and began to speak with a tint of nostalgia in his tone. "It was 5 years ago. Hill giants took over the Black Iron Ogre tribe's territory and forced them to move away. Those fellas settled down within Autumn Falls territory. It was still fine when they were few in number, but they were hard to handle once they reformed their tribe. A lot of us died in the battle. Over half of the half-elven army suffered casualties. Even the 500 elite longbow archers were almost annihilated. These humans may have great equipment, but they don't seem a lot stronger than the half-elven army to me." The ranger lifted his shirt to reveal a long centipede-shaped scar on his stomach. I was lucky to survive. I got hit with a flying axe in the stomach. My intestines probably got shortened by a chunk too. I retired from the army and roamed from city to city. And now I'm just trying to earn a bit more before I get too old to do such work. Gotta save up some money for the future, you know. Yas laughed. It seemed like he really wasn't that young after all. He must have gone through plenty of battles to be so experienced. Adventurers who fought up close would quickly experience a decline in combat prowess due to aging. Unlike wizards, who become stronger the longer they lived, close quarters combatants' abilities dropped over time. If one was unable to enter the realm of legends, where age would no longer be a concern, they would inevitably grow old and die of old age. It was already considered pretty decent for middle-aged humans to be half as strong as they had been in their prime. Despite having more experience, their physical state was already nowhere as good as before. As half-elves aged slower than humans, if Yas was already planning to save up some money and retire for good, he was probably almost 50 years old already. Even though half-elves could live for up to a century, their agility would drastically decrease upon reaching the 50-year threshold. They might still look young, but their bodies no longer had the vitality of youth. A lot of rangers would then turn to divine magic to at least be somewhat useful. In fact, most high-grade rangers knew a few low-level divine spells for this reason. Saran remained silent. It was a simple interaction between two solo adventurers. Yas was trying to be friendly with Saran so as to establish a good relationship with him. In such a large-scale battle, it was necessary to have someone who was at least somewhat trustworthy to watch his back. Saran, however, did not want to speak about anything personal with a stranger he had met not too long ago. He simply extended his hand and said, "Well, leave the front to the army. We'll be fine as long as we are careful." Yas shook Saran's hand, then drank another sip of liquor. "Although you look human, I feel like you're half-elf. My intuition has always been spot on," he commented idly. The two actually did not converse all that much. They by no means trusted each other, but at the very least, they knew that they would cover for one another in battle. That alone was enough for both of them. The chances of surviving were a lot higher than if they were fighting alone in such a chaotic environment. A bugle call could be heard from the army camp. A team of fully armored warriors was carrying back a troll corpse. After noticing the dead troll, the atmosphere among the adventurers turned heavy. Trolls had extraordinary regenerative abilities, and they were hard to kill without using fire or acid. They had even greater strength than ogres, and their constitution was above 20 the moment they were born, with most reaching up to 25 sooner or later. They could regenerate their limbs and even their heads. If trolls appeared in such close proximity to the city, who knew how many monsters had flooded out from their original habitats? It looked like clearing the roads would be a much harder task than expected. Saran could only hope that the army had overwhelming strength over the monsters. Their equipment was designed to slay dragons, and he could even see some heavy war machinery in the army camp. Hope you like the chapter. Next chapter will be out Friday, 15th June. Chapters are out at 9:30 AM UTC. Join our Discord server here, https://discord.ggq2w2a6. Want to re-experience the journey of Saran, but in better quality? Check out the ebook here, https://www.amazon.com/bo7d. You can now vote for more chapters. 9th_6_extra chapters, 10th_4_ extra chapters, 11th_3_ extra chapters, 12th_2_ extra chapters. Vote here now to motivate me and get more chapters. Thanks for all the support. Comment down below and let me know what you think about the chapter as well. Longtoes, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Chapter 77 Whiterun Battle Formation. 3 days after mobilization, the army finally left the borders of Whiterun and entered the wilderness. The army scouts and adventurers scattered around the main army brought back plenty of intel on the surroundings. A while back, monsters had attacked merchant squads traversing past this region and got their hands on a great deal of the merchants' goods and valuables. After several battles, the ownership of those items changed hands once again. Of course, the adventurers and soldiers had to hand them over to the city after slaying the monsters. Saran also killed some monsters, and his reserve of slaughter EXP once again returned to 3,000. However, he earned pretty much nothing in terms of loot and money. There's a stockaded village ahead. Sran looked at the familiar path, and said to Yas beside him, I was here when the village got raided by lizardmen. They defended against the first attack, but I'm not sure if they moved away after that. It's probably a lizardman settlement by now though. If the villagers had ultimately decided to stay, Saran was almost sure they would all be dead by now. He signaled Yas, and the two crouched as they walked toward the river near the stockaded village. Lizardmen liked places with water sources nearby, which was one of the reasons they targeted the village in the first place. When they could barely see the wooden fences in the distance, Yas took out a cylinder and placed it in front of his eye. A monocular. Saran stopped and waited for Yas. Looks like it's already occupied by lizardmen, Yas said while handing the monocular over to Saran. He then said nonchalantly, this is just a little plaything made with alchemy. Only 10 gold emeralds. Glass was not all that rare, but pure glass which was transparent was troublesome and costly to produce. Binoculars and monoculars were alchemic products, with some having enchantments and runes on them. A simple one like Yas's was relatively cheap, but those with special effects could cost up to hundreds of gold emeralds. Saran received the monocular and looked at the village. He could see lizardmen standing watch on the watchtowers, and most of the houses inside the walls had already been burnt down. The lizardmen had destroyed the houses and built simple huts instead. There's a good handful of them. Saran returned the monocular to Yas and said in a low voice, I don't think we can handle that many lizardmen. Let's go back and hand over the intel to the army. Yas nodded in agreement, then stowed his monocular away. Adventurers would only engage in a fight if they believed their chances of winning were over 50%. A veteran like Yas would not challenge missions beyond his capabilities. Everyone had only one life after all. Even if they won the battle, it was no different from a loss if they suffered from severe injuries and became disabled. Taking high risks too often would not end well, and those who did so would eventually have to pay for their actions. Losing a limb was too costly, and more often than not adventurers would be unable to afford the fees for treatment. The two quickly returned to the army camp and reported their findings. Soon, a brawny man who seemed to be an officer came to meet them. He wore full plate mail armor and was equipped with a steel shield and gauntlets, leather gloves, a refined long sword, and a short crossbow. Behind him stood 50 soldiers, all belonging to the Whiterun army. They all wore leather armor with metal plating and had short swords, metal shields, and light crossbows. Whiterun did not have a lot of archers, but almost every soldier knew how to use a crossbow, meaning light infantry could take on the role of arbalists when necessary. Apart from the soldiers, a wizard dressed in a grey robe also came along. Although Saran could not tell his level, he seemed to be above grade 2. Whiterun Guard Corps 37th Infantry Division, Captain Hanks here. The bearded man nodded at Saran and said, the higher-ups sent me to clear out the lizardmen. Due to frequent battles, the armies of this world would almost never turn complacent. Perhaps they may become corrupted, with some soldiers turning to the evil alignment, but their combat strength would still remain. Hanks was a decisive person. After gathering his men, he immediately asked Saran's group to lead the way. Some people considered warriors as proper warriors only after they had reached grade 3, and Hanks only seemed to be a grade 2 warrior to Saran. However, his equipment was of much higher quality than adventurers. Although they were not rare grade items, at the very least, the plate mail armor he was wearing was still better than poor quality rare grade equipment. After an hour or two, the team was now near the occupied stockaded village. Hanks let his men rest for a while, then asked Saran and Yas, "Can you two take out the sentinels?" Yas and Saran nodded, then crept their way toward the two flanks separately. The ranger took out his longbow and made a hand sign to the right before sneakily jumping into a tree. As longbows had great range, Yas was responsible for taking out the sentinels on the watchtowers. Saran, on the other hand, dissolved into the shadows with his enhanced crossbow in hand. His duty was to take out the two guards near the main entrance. Meanwhile, the soldiers were still hiding quietly in the forest several hundred meters away from the village. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh exclamation mark underscore. The sound of projectiles whistling through air reached their ears. Yas sniped the sentinels standing near the alarms, while Saran killed the guards at the main entrance. Forward. After seeing the lizardman drop from the watchtowers, Hanks immediately donned his helmet and ordered his men to move out. "Wizard, break the door." The wizard was apparently dissatisfied with the way Hanks ordered him, but he still quickly chanted a spell, and a half-ton stone golem appeared out of thin air. The ground shook every time the golem took a step. The Whiterun soldiers spread out, with their shields lifted up front, then charged at the village. When they were 150 meters away from the front gate, they shifted their shields to cover their upper torsos and took out their light crossbows. The interior of the village went into an uproar after the lizardmen realized they were being attacked. Archers immediately climbed onto the watchtowers and began firing away at the soldiers. Ting, ting, ting exclamation mark underscore. A dozen arrows flew toward the Whiterun soldiers, but they continued to press forward. Their shields effectively protected them against the projectiles, causing many of them to skitter or bounce off their shields. The stone golem could not even be bothered with protecting itself against such puny attacks. It walked directly to the front gate and began slamming it with its fists. In just under a minute, the stone golem shattered the wooden gate. Take battle formations. Hanks lifted his shield, slowed down, and shouted, "Whiterun tactic." The fifth time team immediately split into groups of 5, each with 3 standing in front and 2 standing in the rear. The vanguards unsheathed their short swords and charged with their shields in front, and the others followed while reloading and firing their crossbows repeatedly. Hanks lifted his shield up high and shouted a war cry, then joined his men in their charge. Even though he was wearing full plate mail armor, his speed was still close to that of 100-meter sprinters back on Earth. He ran straight through the entrance, slamming into a lizardman warrior with his shield and sending it flying. The wizard stayed back, with no intention of engaging in battle. Even the golem stopped moving after destroying the gate. The Whiterun soldiers quickly took over the main gate. After slaying another 3 lizardmen, Hanks returned to his men and yelled, "Regroup." The soldiers formed a square formation, with those standing on the outermost layer defending the formation with their shields and swords, while those in the middle fired their crossbows. They maintained the formation regardless of what happened. They did not rashly pursue the retreating enemies, but instead slowly moved forward while slaughtering any lizardmen they came across. Whenever anyone got hurt, the soldiers would immediately pull their injured comrade to the rear of the formation. Even Hanks got hit by a few arrows, but they were ineffective against his armor. He returned fire with his crossbow, then guarded his head with his shield. After overcoming their initial panic, the lizardman warriors began to gather against the armored soldiers. Archers were relatively useless and could not deal much damage. As such, the lizardmen decided to charge and engage in close quarters combat. Defensive formation. Hanks shifted his stance and lifted his shield, then roared, "Charge!" Shield bash. The soldiers regrouped to form a horizontal row. They lowered their crossbows and lifted their shields and stood still. When the charging lizardmen were only 30 meters away, they responded by roaring together and rushed at the monsters. They slammed right into the lizardmen with their shields, bashing them. The sounds of collisions and groans resounded throughout the village. The soldiers on the flanks began to narrow the formation, forming rows of 10. They slowly pushed forward while blocking attacks with their shields and retaliating with their short swords. Almost like harvested wheat, the lizardman warriors dropped to the ground one after another. However, the damage dealt was insufficient to end their lives. As such, The soldiers in back rows dealt the final strike on the barely surviving lizardmen one by one. Like a sturdy wall, the soldiers repelled the waves of attacks by the lizardmen one after another. There were dozens of lizardmen corpses on the ground, but the fifth Timon formation was still going strong. None of them panicked, and they marched on at a steady pace. They did not retreat when the lizardmen attacked, nor did they speed up to pursue the monsters when they fled. They simply closed in on the lizardmen, slowly forcing the monsters into a corner. Yas met up with Saran on the flanks. The ranger unsheathed his sword and looked around. The Whiterun guards started training to use shields in combination with short swords when they were in the militia. This degree of attack is not enough to break their formation. Let's sneak in from the sides and kill the lizardman's leader. They could hear the soldiers roar together. They stopped every 30 steps, making their advance slow. But that was enough to corner the lizardmen. Even with just an third the numbers, they were forcing their enemies back. Any lizardmen that attempted to attack them were either stabbed or shot to death. After every wave of attacks, there would be a dozen more lizardmen corpses on the ground, while the soldiers remained unfazed. With the number of archers steadily decreasing, the pressure on the light infantry acting as arbalists was almost non-existent. They could freely fire away at the monsters, further lowering their numbers. Perhaps unable to stand the pressure anymore, a lizardman warrior who seemed to be stronger than the others roared, then led 10 of its brethren and attacked from the flanks. It attempted to attack from the side of the formation where defenses were weaker. Hanks yelled in response, throwing axes. He took out a short axe, only 20 centimeters long, from his back, spun it in his hand, then threw it to the front. Within the square formation, 20 soldiers who seemed to be especially well trained all took out axes from their backs and threw them on Hank's signal. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. Half of the charging lizardmen dropped dead on the ground. The one leading the charge was the first to fall, with 5 axes embedded in its body. Other lizardmen tried to jump into the center of the formation, but they were dead by the time they reached the ground. The monsters' morale finally plummeted to the point that they completely lost their will to fight. They started to flee out of fear. From the moment the soldiers breached the gate till the end of the battle, not 15 minutes had passed. The Whiterun soldiers only marched 500 steps inside the village, but it was enough to kill, or more precisely, slaughter all the 100 or so lizardmen. Only 7 soldiers were lightly injured in the battle, most of them struck by arrows. It was a complete massacre, a merciless slaughter by a well-trained army against a mob of monsters. Hope you like the chapter. Next chapter will be out Sunday, 17th June. Chapters are out at 9:30 AM UTC. Join our Discord server here. https://discord.ggq2w2a6. Want to re-experience the journey of Saran, but in better quality? Check out the ebook here. https://www.amazon.com/bo7d. Earn a free copy of the ebook by entering your email here. First 15 entries only! https://www.surveymonkey.com/3ssl8g. You can now vote for more chapters. 9th _6 extra chapters, 10th _4 extra chapters, 11th _3 extra chapters, 12th _2 extra chapters. Vote here now to motivate me and get more chapters. Thanks for all the support. Comment down below and let me know what you think about the chapter as well. Longtoes, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Chapter 78. Combat expertise. The lizardmen had been completely defeated. Only the females, children, and elderly remained within the walls. The remaining lizardmen shrieked in fear. Some went into a frenzy and ran at the Whiterun soldiers, but they were shot dead immediately. This overwhelming success could be attributed to the soldiers' tactics. Despite not having high levels and being unable to match adventurers in near-known situations, regular soldiers' combat strength would rise exponentially when fighting in a battle formation. The soldiers, who probably all had over 100 proficiently blocked attacks with their shields and counter-attacked with short swords. Those acting as light infantry spread out slightly, mercilessly slaying any remaining lizardmen, regardless of their age and sex. The soldiers repaid the lizardmen for raiding the village. Children and the elderly might be spared in wars between the same species, but interspecies wars would only end when one side was annihilated. There was no need to hold back when they treated one another as monsters. If the soldiers left the lizardmen children alive, they would only be filled with hatred and wage war against humans when they grew up. If the female lizardmen were spared, they would give birth to more and more lizardmen in no time. In short, there was no reason to spare any of them. In this world, humans were not as dominant as they were on Earth. Clashing with other species often meant fighting for territory, and the humans of this world had just one policy: as they lacked overwhelming dominance, kill as many of the enemies as possible while securing as much territory as they could manage. The aim was to kill the monsters to the point that they would not dare to approach human settlements. By annihilating the monsters that raided human villages, other monsters would probably believe that they would suffer the same fate if they did the same. In fact, that was how the outer villages of Whiterun had managed to last so long. If the army did not slaughter the monsters that dared to trespass human territory, the monsters would have raided the villages long ago. After all, humans were the best farmers among all species and produced a lot of food. Presently, Saran and Yas circled around to the back of the village. Surprisingly, they failed to find the lizardman's leader. Saran suddenly recalled that he had killed a lizardman blighter when he fought to defend the village. It might have been the leader of the tribe. It was actually highly possible, considering spellcasters had high social status. If the blighter Saran had killed was the tribe leader, then it was very likely that they had yet to appoint a new leader. Without a powerful spellcaster holding them back, the lizardmen would fight among themselves for the position. The winner, which would most likely be the smartest and strongest among the lot, would take over the place as tribe leader. Over here, it seemed that Yas's search skill was pretty high. Saran slowly snuck into the house, slicing the throat of an unaware lizardman on the way. Inside, they found a chest filled with a bunch of coins of different values, as well as other valuables like gems and pieces of jade. Those were probably loot the lizardmen obtained by raiding villages belonging to other monsters. They normally had no way of selling these items, but they would still keep the loot nonetheless. From time to time, extremely daring merchants willing to bear the risk of getting killed might try to strike deals with lizardmen for their jewels. Yas glanced at the contents, then quickly signaled Saran and said in a low voice, 50-50. Saran nodded in response, and the two began quickly splitting the loot and stuffing the items into their multi-dimensional bags. As the Whiterun soldiers did most of the work, the valuables were technically their loot. To avoid getting on the city-spat side, the duo only took the most expensive-looking items and stuffed some random stuff from the room into the chest to make it seem unlooted. Each of them took some jewels and gold dirals, leaving behind a bunch of silver dirals and some random items in the chest. When the Whiterun soldiers searched the place for loot after the battle, they would at most think the lizardman tribe was simply poor. There were probably valuables in other houses anyway, so it was not like the city lost a lot by them stealing a bit. Although there were no rare grade items, each of them still profited by around 300 gold dirals. Perhaps because the two had just struck their first deal, they felt closer to one another, albeit just a little. After looting the chest, the half-elves went back to the flanks of the village and started killing some lizardmen to cover up their previous actions. They did not jump right into the heat of things though and simply cleaned up the acid untouched monsters on the sides. Saran observed the Whiterun soldiers fighting while he killed more lizardmen for slaughter EXP. Around half of the soldiers had the skill combat expertise, a counter-attacking ability used mostly by warriors with defensive fighting styles. It allowed the user to proficiently defend with a shield while counter-attacking with medium-sized weapons such as short swords. By having improved combat expertise, like Captain Hanks, users would be able to counterattack using long and large-sized weapons as well. Saran shot the dispersed lizardmen one by one. Adult non-combatants only gave 100 slaughter EXP, while the elderly and the children were worth only 30 to 50 EXP each. Even so, he showed no sympathy to those monsters. He had been there when they slaughtered the villagers, giving him one more reason to mercilessly destroy them. Though it wasn't like he needed such a reason to kill monsters in the first place. In just a short while, over a dozen lizardmen had died at Saran's hands. The main battle was over, and some lizardmen warriors surrendered out of despair. However, they were only rewarded with a sure sword through their hearts. The city had no plans of taking captives. In some coastal cities, they would take monsters as captives and make them fight in arenas. But Whiterun had no such practices. When dealing with monsters that surrendered, the soldiers would simply kill them. It was a tradition among the city's guards passed down from olden times. As a city that strived to survive even when surrounded by various monsters, there were some important traditions which could not be forgotten, and this was one of them. Defeating the lizardmen's main force took only half an hour. But sweeping the battlefield and searching for loot took a lot longer. Although most lizardmen warriors had been killed, around 1/3 of them still managed to escape. After learning such a painful lesson, they would not be back for at least 3 to 5 years. Even if they were, it would only be for small-scale raids. Captain. A soldier kicked open a door and shouted, "There's a warehouse over here." Hanks pulled out his blood-stained sword as he walked over. He looked around the place and said, "They probably got the stuff from the village." These villagers, living in the wilderness to avoid taxes just to end up losing their lives. How stupid. Apparently Hanks thought that the original villagers had all been slain and eaten by the lizardmen. There were plenty of food and crops inside the warehouse. If the villagers had moved in advance, they would never have left behind so much food. From the look of things, the villagers had either moved away hurriedly, leaving them with no time to transport their stock of food, or they simply got slaughtered by the lizardmen. Saran felt that it was the former, because anyone with a clear mind would not stay behind after getting raided and nearly annihilated. Perhaps the lizardmen raided the village again after he had left, making the villagers evacuate with haste, even leaving behind their precious food. After all, the lizardmen had just been scared away by Saran's magic that night. They still retained a large portion of their combat force after the night raid. That was pretty apparent when looking at the massive amount of dead bodies now filling the village. There was still sparse fighting occurring in the village. The soldiers split into groups of 3 to search the houses for loot, with 2 looking for items while the remaining 1 stayed on guard. Back at the rear, the wizard had already stowed away his golem. These golems produced through alchemy ate through energy at terrifying rates, which was why they were only used as main combat forces in wizard towers. If mobilizing an army burned through coins, then sending out golems burnt through gems. Due to the loss of golem technology through the passage of time, the price of using alchemical golems was rather high, and they remained stored away and idle most of the time. They adhered to alchemy's first law of equivalent exchange. To mobilize golems that had large mass and size, plenty of resources were required. The soldiers gathered all sorts of loot from within the village. According to the unwritten rule among the army, they could keep half of everything they found, and they would have to hand the rest to the higher-ups. Hanks looked through the items, then removed some to form 3 portions, 1 each for Saran, Yas, and the grey-robed wizard. The 3 naturally received their portions and stowed the items away. Hanks kept another fraction of the remaining items to hand over to the city, then distributed the rest back to the soldiers. It was sort of like a bonus on top of their standard salary. The battle is over. You have improved your skills in battle and learned skills from observing others fight. Parry +5, block +1. You have gained a slight understanding of the ability combat expertise. A combat ability alert. Saran startled upon observing the notification. Despite being a relatively basic defensive ability, it should not have been so easy to get its ability alert. Was it because I have able learner? Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. Saran tried recalling the battle, and found that he really could remember some of the counter-attacking techniques the soldiers had used. Combat expertise was an ability which could be obtained through normal training. Its effect was to allow the user to defend and counter-attack more proficiently. Through blocking and parrying, the user could divert an enemy's attack and create an opening, then retaliate by making use of the force from the previously received attack. This ability had a prerequisite of having 100 points in both block and parry, because simply knowing the techniques did not mean one could effectively use them in battle. There was a similar ability, namely two-weapon defense, which had a high requirement of 150 in both block and parry due to it being more advanced. There's no time to train block. It'll have to wait, I suppose. Saran looked at the soldiers, then nodded at Yas, who was standing not too far away. The two turned to leave. Judging from their current pace, they would be near the ogre's territory tomorrow. The battle at the plains was the key to the whole situation. The roads would only be reopened after expelling the ogres. It would be a battle where two forces went head-to-head, and even adventurers had to cover the army in such a large-scale battle. Hope you like the chapter. Next chapter will be out Friday, 22nd June. Chapters are out at 9:30 AM UTC. Join our Discord server here, https://discord.ggq2w2a6. Want to re-experience the journey of Saran, but in better quality? Check out the ebook here, https://www.amazon.com/bo7d. Earn a free copy of the ebook by entering your email here. First 15 entries only. https://www.surveymonkey.com/3ssl8g. You can now vote for more chapters, 9th, _6 extra chapters, 10th, _4 extra chapters, 11th, _3 extra chapters, 12th, _2 extra chapters. Vote here now to motivate me and get more chapters. Thanks for all the support. Comment down below and let me know what you think about the chapter as well. Longtoes, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Chapter 79 Ogre Tribe. Chapter 79 Ogre Tribe. Translator, Salty Tank. Editor, AI Snow. Defending one's territory against invaders was a law of nature. Only after successfully defending against others' attacks would one be acknowledged as the territory's rightful owner. If not, others would simply keep on challenging for ownership of the land. In other words, the ogres trying to take over the region near Whiterun would have to defend against the city's army in order to secure their newly obtained territory and proclaim their ownership through blood and deaths. If they simply avoided the humans, not that that was possible anyway, other monsters would challenge their claim over the place, leading to extended chaos. There were many regions which belonged to no one, but that did not mean the nearby inhabitants would welcome new immigrants into the area. If it had been a small wandering tribe, maybe no one would have cared, but this time a massive tribe had moved all together to a new place, destroying the region's equilibrium. Unless they could not rival the monsters in battle, humans would not allow a large ogre tribe to settle down near their major roads. If they really could not get rid of the monsters, they would give up on that road and open up another one by clearing their way through the wilderness. No large monster tribes lived near the major roads because the cities had been whittling them down generation by generation until the monsters never returned due to the fear burnt into their minds. After being utterly defeated so many times, even monsters would learn to avoid areas near major roads. The ogres settling down in the region was the same as sending out a challenge to all original inhabitants, and there was no better way to show their might than to destroy the humans aiming to clear them out. As long as the target location was in the wild, The Whiterun officials would not spend too much effort on reclaiming the place. If they were defeated, then they might launch one or two more attacks before giving up. There was nothing to profit from dragging the battle on. At best, they would build a defensive line near the monsters' settlement and leave them be as long as they did not invade. However, things would be different if it was a fertile region. Cities would attempt to reclaim such an area due to demand for food, no matter how many attempts and casualties it took. Humans were really stubborn when it came to fertile farmland. It had happened plenty of times throughout history. Autumnfall was actually a city established by half-elves after they got rid of the original ogre tribe living there. The half-elves had since fought countless wars in order to defend their territory, battling against ogres, beastmen, and hill dwarves. They stood their ground and safeguarded their own city, and, in the end, the nearby inhabitants acknowledged their ownership over the 300,000 kilometer square territory because they had run out of ideas for dealing with the half-elves. Merely occupying a place did not mean others acknowledged someone's claim over it. Other monsters would simply attack and take over the region whenever the owners were weakened or unaware. People who lived in the wild built stockaded villages, but they weren't so much landowners as humans who simply lived in the wild. They did not have control over the territory, as the monsters nearby did not acknowledge them. It was impossible to obtain land without shedding plenty of blood. Near afternoon on the second day, Saran finally saw the ogre tribe's war flag, or what counted as one at least. To be precise, it was a wooden pole with human skulls hung on it and secured to the ground with a pile of stones. It was a sign, one that declared that any land beyond the flag was the ogre's territory and hunting ground. Any trespassers would be considered invaders. It was similar to the stone monuments engraved with the words Whiterun and a drawing of a stallion erected near the borders of Whiterun. Looks like it really is an ogre tribe, Yas said seriously. Only well-established tribes would mark their territories in such a manner. At the very least, it meant the monsters believed they were strong enough to claim the land and challenge all nearby inhabitants. It was similar to how dragons would leave their scent in the region and warn others of their presence after setting up their nests. From the moment they set their flags, they would do whatever they liked within the claimed land, which unfortunately included eating any human merchants that traveled through those roads. Destroy it, a Whiterun officer shouted. Despite not having enough strength and power to expand into the wilderness, Whiterun still would not stay silent when an ogre tribe settled down near its borders and even blocked one of its major roads. It took centuries for the city to expand from having only dozens of square kilometers of territory to their current scale of hundreds. They couldn't allow any backtracking. Even so, Whiterun's borders still suffered from monster attacks. The city's territory included relatively inaccessible terrain like thick forests and steep hills, and monsters such as gnolls hid and lived in those regions. They would come out from time to attack villages, but the city could not do much about them. As long as the area was unsuitable for farming, which more often than not meant there was little human activity, monsters could survive and reproduce. Even if the city annihilated every monster within its territory, stopping other monsters from moving in was easier said than done. Training a human soldier took 2 decades on average, and the normal populace had no advantage over monsters in terms of combat prowess. The heavy wooden pole fell down along with a loud bang, and the Whiterun army pushed on. Now that the ogre tribe had established its claim over the territory, they would have built a large settlement for sure. In other words, a fortress. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. Unlike ogres that roamed the wilderness, ogre tribes had at least several hundred members. Their numbers did not seem like much at first glance, but it became more complicated when they were all first-rate warriors. Ogre tribes even passed on knowledge and traditions from generation to generation, including techniques for creating weapons and leather armor, taming monsters, and capturing other monsters as slaves. They often held large numbers of kobolds and goblins captive and made them work by mining or serving the ogres. The captives could also be eaten if food supplies ran low. An ogre tribe with 500 members would require a territory with at least a 50-kilometer radius. They were omnivores, but their preference was meat. Without a sufficiently large territory, the food supply within the region could not sustain them. The adventurer and army scouts all spread out and went ahead once again. Larger tribes would not roam around their territory, but would instead build a settlement. It was best to find it as soon as possible and strike before the fortress was completed. Otherwise, the Whiterun army would have to besiege the place. The adventurers all had serious looks after entering the ogre tribe's proclaimed territory. Saran and Yas joined another 3 adventurers to form a squad of 5, and they set out to search throughout the plains. Ogres were dangerous monsters. Their skin was as tough as leather armor, and their thick layer of fat under their skin further shielded them from damage. Even enhanced crossbows could not damage their internal organs. It was not wise to fight head-on with ogres. It was best to fight in a squad by tiring the ogre out before killing it when the opportunity presented itself. As they went further into the ogre's territory, the traces of ogre activity gradually increased. When they finally spotted their first ogre, they were all stunned and had stiff expressions. What they saw was a half-completed fortress halfway up a hill. At the bottom of the hill, tall ogres were logging while ogre warriors transported the logs to the fortress under construction. With the help of other ogres, their warriors planted the logs deep into the ground, forming walls. They were literally splitting the stone ground apart. A group of kobold slaves was getting rid of small chunks of rock that spluttered everywhere while being whipped by their oppressors. The squad could even just barely see a forge where kobolds were forging the ogre's weapons. The kobolds' forging techniques were extremely crude, but that did not matter. As long as they held a heavy weapon made with enough metal, ogres were already threatening existences. "Look," Yas looked into his monocular and said with a cramped look on his face, "Notice that ogre warrior standing guard over there." Saran looked over and had a similar expression. He saw an ogre warrior dressed in full plate mail armor and holding a 200-pound spiked mace. The armor was completely different from armor crafted by humans. It looked more like a messy chunk of metal that a third-rate blacksmith apprentice had melted and simply molded into the general shape of armor without any refinement. Each shoulder piece alone probably weighed around 30 pounds. Which was a lot for humans, but very little for ogres. "That is surely the work of a double-headed ogre wizard." Saran lowered Yas's monocular and said, "Normal ogres aren't that smart. It's already considered pretty good if they can hold themselves back from eating their slaves. Only ogre wizards know how to tame and rule over other monsters." The hill fortress was already half complete. With strong ogres working as the main labor force, they could construct a fortress fairly quickly. The construction looked a bit crude, but the walls made with thick logs were very sturdy. The fortress gave off a rough and primal atmosphere. On the hill, corpses of goblins, kobolds, lizardmen, and gnolls hung on top several tall wooden poles. Almost every intelligent monster species had been caught and turned into slaves by the ogres, living harsh and oppressive lives under the ogres' rule. If they even slowed down a bit, the ogres would whip them while grinning. The whipped monsters would most likely end up half dead, and they would be tossed over to a large cage that was used to store food. Inside the cage, many different monsters lay on the ground, barely surviving. Ogres were extremely xenophobic monsters. Ogre tribes may even prey on ogres that roamed throughout the wild, and there was a lot of bad blood between different tribes. This was probably the result of feuds that had passed down from generation to generation, and that had turned into pure hatred towards other tribes after so long. They would often war against one another despite being of the same race, just like how humans would. There were already 500 ogres just at the fortress under construction. A conservative estimation of the tribe's numbers would be 800. It was most likely a massive tribe that had survived for hundreds of years. It was hard for them to have the knowledge to sustain so many members otherwise. Chapter 82 Let's Retreat. Saran and his squad looked at one another, then started doing just that. Encountering so many ogres in one place was no joking matter. If the monsters discovered them, they almost certainly could not escape. Ogres could charge at extremely high speeds on the plains, and a lot of them could probably also activate feral bloodlust to further increase their physical stats, even though the ogres would be weakened after using the skill. The 5 adventurers would already be dead by then. "I'm afraid the upcoming battle will be a tough one," Yas said when they had retreated a considerable distance. "Getting rid of so many ogres won't be easy, and that's not even counting the ogre wizard. That one really hurts our chances of winning." An adventurer who seemed to be a warrior multi-professioning in Swashbuckler nodded and replied, "It's time to really test Whiterun's strength then. They must have sent out people with high-grade professions for such a large-scale operation. If we have high-grade wizards on our side, winning isn't totally impossible." Having a combat profession meant a person was at least grade 1, reaching level 5 would make them grade 2, and reaching level 10 would be grade 3. What people often referred to as high-grade professionals were those who had a combat profession of level 15 or above. Not many existed in a single city, and those who did exist were often at least high-ranked military officers. Most of the adventurers who'd taken on this mission were grade 2 and grade 3. High-grade professionals rarely adventured, because they had plenty of better choices. If they wanted to, they could easily enter the administrative systems in cities and organizations or become influential gang leaders. Be it wealth or power, they could easily attain either without adventuring. Even if they did adventure, they wouldn't be hunting monsters in the wilderness. Considering this, Saran did not reply to Yas. He did not really care if the operation succeeded or failed. All was good if he could earn slaughter EXP under relatively safe conditions. In any event, he would surely not be diving into the main clash between man and monster this time, given how dangerous the battle would be. It seemed that the previous failures had given the Whiterun officials enough information and experience for them to even bring out golems. Other adventurers had already delivered intel regarding the fortress to the Whiterun army before Saran's squad returned. It was not a surprise considering there were many veterans taking part in the operation. Strangely, none of the adventurers had yet seen the army's commander. Although the army and adventurers operated separately, it was still a bit strange for the commander of the army to stay hidden for so long. It was as though he could not meet the adventurers for some reason, and some adventurers were already getting unsatisfied. After all, this was a large-scale battle. At the very least, the person in charge should show himself as a basic courtesy. It did not matter if the commander was a general or a noble. What the adventurers cared about was how strong the person in charge was. Without a powerful commander with the strength of a high-grade professional, there would be plenty of casualties in a battle of such a large scale. Some of the adventurers were already considering pulling out of the operation. No one would be willing to throw their lives away for 30 or so gold D-rolls they'd only receive after they died anyway. The Whiterun army marched on. After receiving information on the fortress in progress, the army engineers started to prepare siege machines. Golems appeared one after another, with wizards and their apprentices tweaking the golems as needed. Most of the golems were stone golems, though there were also iron golems. Golemcraft was well spread among wizards, but as it required advanced alchemy techniques, usually only grade 3 wizards or above could craft them. Unfortunately, it was hard to hide a 2,000-man army from the ogres, especially when standing in a plain. In fact, even when Saran's squad was first scouting out the fortress, the gnolls that served the ogres had already discovered the presence of the Whiterun army. Inside the ogre fortress, a two-headed ogre wizard grumbled then roared, "Prepare for battle. You dimwits, every one of you, pick up your weapons and lock up the captives." It glanced at the gnoll scout prostrated on the ground before it and said, "Very well, my slave. I shall grant you your freedom. If you continue to serve me, I shall grant you land within my territory and make you a leader among gnolls. You can create your own tribe." Ogres' tribes tended to have vassals due to their ability to enslave wild monsters, so this wasn't an unusual exchange. Brawny ogres gathered, heeding their leader's call. It was difficult to distinguish their sex because they all looked pretty much the same. Ogres could eat meat the moment they were born, and weighed around 30 pounds at birth. As they valued strength, they would often abandon or even eat children who seemed weak. Most of them only had 6 or so intelligence, which was even lower than wolves, but their combat prowess was extraordinary. Very rarely, the dumb monsters would even give rise to ogre wizards and sorcerers. Goblin slaves were busy handing the ogres spiked metal maces and helping them don their armor. It was all crudely made armor forged by kobolds with around 50 smith work and ogres who had inherited forging techniques. This armor was mostly composed of separate pieces, such as spiked shoulder guards, chest plates, and gauntlets, and it only relied on mass and weight to protect the user. Their crude techniques were not enough to mass-produce full-plate mail armor. Bone crushers, gather. More ogres gathered, but this time they stood in order and formed squads among themselves. Unlike the others, these were strictly trained ogres. A whip cracked through the air. An ogre wearing full-plate mail armor appeared, whipping the other ogres. An attack that would almost kill gnolls only resulted in mere scratches on ogres. The military governor shouted, "Gather quickly, you retards! Braves of the Bone Crusher tribe, come receive your weapons." Heavy war axes, spiked armor, leather armor crafted with monster skin, and tomato-long iron spears were distributed to the trained ogres. These ogres looked taller and larger than typical ogres, and each had a 10-centimeter long horn and grey face paint in the shape of crosses. On their bodies were eerie tattoos crafted onto their bodies during an ancient ritual. Shamans would slice open the ogre's arms, apply a special dye and ointment onto the wound, then feed them special medicine. Ogres that had undergone the ritual would become stronger and have tougher skin, and they could activate their innate power to enter a berserk state similar to feral bloodlust without using any skills. Another ogre holding a whip opened a cage and drove out iron spike boars. These boars weighed half a ton and had sharp solid spikes on their backs. They were one of the few types of beasts ogres would tame and rear. They were primarily raised for feeding the ogres, but they could also be sent out into battle. As they were beasts, all they could do was charge at the enemies, but that was enough to wear the opposition down considering their weight and spiked bodies. One could see very far on the plains due to their openness, not to mention that in this case the ogre's fortress was located on the middle of a hill. They could easily see the Whiterun army the moment the soldiers had stepped foot onto the plains. The two-headed ogre wizard led its army down to the bottom of the hill. It was not often that ogres stayed in their fortress, the reason being that they would start to berserk the moment battle started. In the rear, ogres holding whips herded gnolls toward the battlefield. Goblins and kobolds were left alone, as they did not even have the qualifications to become cannon fodder. Dom, dom, dom. The ogre shamans drummed their war drums made with mammoth skin and roared. Humans. The two-headed ogre's words thundered throughout the plains as it used a spell to project his voice. It stood at the very front of the ogre army, glared at the approaching Whiterun army, and roared, "I am the two-headed ogre chief Jul, descendant of demigod Haga, astral walker Grosildo, and dragon slayer Grondo. This place shall become the Bone Crusher tribe's territory. Send your chief out and talk with me." A slight disturbance spread out through the army after hearing the ogre chief speaking in fluent common language. The ogre's degree of intelligence was beyond what they had expected. "Halt!" A woman's sharp voice could be heard. A strong-looking woman radiating heroic spirit emerged from the army. She had a scar on her cheek, wore delicate rune-crafted leather armor, and held a war spear. Her long black hair was tied together with a silk ribbon. The fact that the commander was a woman was already shocking, but what made the adventurer's jaws drop was her chest. Her right breast was missing, apparently having been cut off. It was the adventurers' turn to whisper among themselves. A female warrior from the tropical rainforest. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. What the hell? Why would Whiterun let one of those women lead the army? The female commander slowly walked forward until she was at the very front of the Whiterun army. She spun and stabbed her war spear into the ground with lightning flickering between her fingers and the war spear, looking almost like a Valkyrie in myths. the army's morale raised in an instant. Realm of Legends. Stormlord Saran squinted his eyes, and the other adventurers were all shocked. They finally realized the person standing in front of them was a legendary Stormlord, an advanced profession available to priests, warriors, druids, and barbarians. Hope you like the chapter. Next chapter will be out Thursday, 28th June. Chapters are out at 9:30 AM UTC. Join our Discord server here, https://discord.ggq2w2a6. Want to re-experience the journey of Saran, but in better quality? Check out the ebook here, https://www.amazon.com/bo7d. Earn a free copy of the ebook by entering your email here. First 15 entries only. https://www.surveymonkey.com/3ssl8g. You can now vote for more chapters, 9th, _6 extra chapters, 10th, _4 extra chapters, 11th, _3 extra chapters, 12th, _2 extra chapters. Vote here now to motivate me and get more chapters. Thanks for all the support. Comment down below and let me know what you think about the chapter as well. Longtoes, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Chapter 81. The Bone Crusher tribe. A legendary Stormlord. She was the first person with a legendary profession Saran had seen since coming to this world. Gloria was powerful, but she was still only a high-grade witch and was considerably far from reaching the realm of legends. The legendary Stormlord in front of his eyes was a female warrior from the tropical rainforests who worshipped the god of storms. Similar to the deity they worshipped, the female warriors there were brutal and warlike. They also despised men and only saw them as tools for reproduction. Some people chose to call them Amazons, but the female warriors were not the only Amazons. The term actually applied to just about all intelligent beings living in the tropical rainforest region. It was a place very similar to the Underdark in terms of how the inhabitants ruled their tribes. Female drows who lived in the Underdark used oppressive measures to control their tribes, and humans, centaurs, naga sirens, and some other creatures living in the tropical rainforest region did the same. They were all matriarchal tribes that centered around women, be it hunting, fighting battles, or defending their territories. Males there were mere appendages and had low status. Due to their dangerous living environment, intelligent beings living in the tropical region were all powerful combatants. Their total population was less than 1% of that of the southern principality, but their combat force was miles ahead of the entire southern region. If they had not broken up into countless tribes, ruling all the way from the rainforests to the coastal regions would have been a simple task. Ogres. The female warrior held up her war spear and roared. It was a voice filled to the brim with rage, almost like a bucket of gunpowder going off. Her voice shook everyone's eardrums. Take your tribe and leave, or else I shall slaughter every one of you. The two-headed ogre showed no fear even while standing in front of a legendary Stormlord. It took a war flag that depicted creepy skulls from its subordinates. The flagpole probably weighed a few 100 pounds, but the two-headed ogre easily held it with one hand and stabbed it dozens of centimeters into the ground. The ogres began to gather and were now visible to the human camp. They were around 2.4 meters tall, weighed over 500 pounds, and had fat all over their bodies. However, they were not chubby, but instead looked even more brawny and fearsome. Their stomachs especially were covered with a lot of fat and meat, but that did not stop their well-trained abs from showing. The two-headed ogre was taller than other ogres, reaching over 3 meters in height and looking almost like a relatively small giant. The one that spoke was its left head, the right one staying silent for the time being. Both heads were covered in deep blue face paint that extended all the way to its chest, and it had runes that seemed to be tattooed onto its arms. It wore a beast skin cape. Humans. The two-headed ogre straightened the war flag, and the ogres behind him roared all together as though they were on drugs. It had not cast any spells, but the ogres behind it all had bloodshot eyes, and their veins bulged as their muscles swelled. The war drums produced even more noise as the ogres swung their weapons and roared. They all seemed to be extremely hyper, awaiting the battle with eager anticipation. The two-headed ogre glared at the Whiterun army while standing next to the war flag. Despite being a wizard, it had not even considered staying in the rear. The Bone Crusher tribe's war flag has already been planted on this land. Let war show us who the rightful owner of this land shall be. Dom, dom, dom. The sound of war drums resounded throughout the plains. The ogres took out their whips and began whipping the iron spike boars. 20 of these boars led the charge toward the human army. It was quite a spectacle to see half-ton beasts charging at full speed. Iron spike boars were mutated beasts that fed on minerals, which was why their skin was so tough and why sharp spikes grew on their backs, making them great for charging at enemies. Enslaved gnolls and lizardmen followed behind the boars, with the ogres being the last to charge. Formation. Heavy arbalists. A warrior covered in full plate mail armor ordered the Whiterun soldiers in a loud, firm voice. The soldiers obeyed his command and began to disperse in an orderly manner. Rows of heavy infantry emerged from the rear, each wearing at least chain mail armor. Steel shields and swords hung on their backs and waists respectively, and they held heavy crossbows. After getting into position, they began loading their crossbows. Each row consisted of 30 heavy infantry separated by 5 meters from the next row. The rows in their 3-meter deep formation were staggered to close all gaps, completing their defensive formation. Most people had to reload heavy crossbows by holding the crossbow in place with their legs due to the high draw weight. But the heavy infantry easily loaded the weapons with only their hands. They aimed their crossbows at the charging monsters but did not fire, awaiting orders from their commander. 3rd Cavalry Squad, prepare to engage. Heavy cavalry adorned in knight armor gathered. They lowered their helmet visors and patted their horses to soothe them, then held up their 4-meter-long lances. They formed rows 3 meters apart, each with 10 people. These horsemen were all at least grade 2 warriors, with some of them being even as strong as grade 3 warriors despite not having actually reached that grade themselves. Wizards, prepare. 30 or so Gillims gathered, stomping over from the flanks to the center. They formed a concave arrangement, looking almost like a pocket. On the sides were the adventurers who were to cover the flanks. The wizards began casting shield and mage armor on themselves. It was still not yet time for them engage in combat. The first wave was simply cannon fodder. War Song of Bravery. Bless. An uplifting war song could be heard. A divine bard dressed in a white cloak appeared. It was an advanced profession of bard and required the person to also multi-profession in priest. Along with his song, everyone in the human camp was fired up. The priests who came along with the army began to cast Bless on their warriors. It could remove their fears temporarily and dampen their sense of pain. Other soldiers loaded the dozen or so arquebulas too and aimed the projectiles, which were each as thick as a human arm, at the approaching monsters. The monsters closed the distance gradually. When the two sides were 300 meters apart, the officer swung his sword and yelled, "Fire!" Thud, thud, thud. The arquebus projectiles punctured the iron spike boars with ease, opening gushing wounds on their bodies as they tumbled to their deaths. The heavy infantry also fired their heavy crossbows, dropping plenty of lizardmen and gnolls in an instant. They calmly reloaded and fired again, repeating 3 more times before they lowered their crossbows and took out their shields and swords for the close-range battle to come. The light infantry in the rear continued firing their crossbows. The enslaved monsters fell one after another, most of them dead before even reaching the 100-meter mark. However, some of the iron spike boars were still charging recklessly at the human army despite having countless bolts dangling from their bodies. When the boars were 50 meters away, the heavy infantry spread out and created an opening in their formation deliberately, letting the boars run through the hole. The moment the beasts entered, the soldiers closed in and stabbed their long swords into the beasts' necks. Some of the boars continued charging despite having wounds on their necks, but the heavy infantry simply ignored them and got back into their initial formation. They held their shields in front of their bodies, prepared their long swords, and faced the charging ogres. Support. Kill the boars. The adventurers began attacking the iron spike boars that made it through the first line of defense. They were beasts after all, thus they only charged in a straight line, making their path predictable. The adventurers fired their ranged weapons at the boars, with most of the shots landing on the boars. Saran shot a boar in the head, netting him 500 slaughter EXP. Golems, forward. Gigantic golems shook the ground as they walked forward to intercept the ogres. When the two parties were roughly 70 meters apart, the ogre warriors bent their bodies and threw their spears toward the heavy infantry. Evade! The commander shouted. Protection from ranged attacks. Dozens of spears struck the energy field, shattering it in an instant. 8 heavy infantry failed to dodge the rain of spears, and 5 of them died right on the spot. The other 3 blocked the spears with their shields and were forced to the ground, but they scurried back up onto their feet quickly. Their steel shields were well forged, thus they would not die as long as they blocked the spears, but it would still hurt their arms and bodies, making it slightly inconvenient to fight. Ogres holding 100-pound weapons were already close, just 50 meters away from the heavy infantry. They roared and swung their weapons, their skin gradually turning bright red. Grease. Web. Haste. Strength. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. Transmute rock to mud. Wizards and priests started to cast spells consecutively. They were not attack spells, but rather spells aimed to control the enemy and buff allies. The heavy infantry had increased speed and strength after being buffed by haste and strength, but the durations of these spells were only in the magnitude of minutes. Even grade 3 wizards could only cast buffs that lasted for 15 minutes or so. Grease and web worked poorly against ogres. They were so heavy that the grease could not make them slip, and they simply broke out of the webs, entangling them in no time. Their charge was unaffected by these 2 spells. When their distance reduced to 30 meters, the ogres further accelerated to full speed. They held their spiked maces up high, then swung at the humans in front. Crash! The sounds of blocking rang throughout the rows of heavy infantry. They stood firm on their feet and blocked the ogres' first attacks. Hope you like the chapter. Next chapter will be out Friday, 29th June. Chapters are out at 9:30 AM UTC. Join our Discord server here. https://discord.ggq2w2a6. Want to re-experience the journey of Saran, but in better quality? Check out the ebook here. https://www.amazon.com/bo7d. Earn a free copy of the ebook by entering your email here. First 15 entries only. https://surveymonkey.com/3ssl8g. You can now vote for more chapters. 9th, _6 extra chapters, 10th, _4 extra chapters, 11th, _3 extra chapters, 12th, _2 extra chapters. Vote here now to motivate me and get more chapters. Thanks for all the support. Comment down below and let me know what you think about the chapter as well. Longtoes, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Chapter 82 Cavalry Charge. Ogres had a monster level of 5. Making them already grade 2 creatures the moment they were born. If they successfully obtained a combat profession, its level would stack with their monster level, making them even more powerful. As warriors, they might have been a lot less skilled and possessed cruder techniques than humans, but the ogre's overall combat prowess was still considerably higher than that of Whiterun's normal forces. The ogre's great innate strength made them almost unstoppable as they barged around in Whiterun's defensive formation. Heavy infantry who were buffed by strength could barely manage to hold on. But the rest of the army, especially the light infantry, was not so lucky. The first line of defense started to get chaotic. The ogres that led the charge were falling one after another, with almost 30 of them dying from crossbow bolts. But it was Whiterun's turn to suffer casualties after the two armies literally collided. As the wizards could not cast buffs without limit, most of the buffs went to the more powerful heavy infantry, leaving the unbuffed light infantry vulnerable to the ogre's charge. Most of the unlucky light infantry who got hit by the ogre's spiked maces died right on the spot, with a sparse few only losing a limb or two. "Hold your lines!" an army officer shouted and pointed his sword to the front. Whiterun Elite Corps, attack! The second batch of heavy infantry marched to the front. They all wore full plate mail armor, but they were not equipped with shields. Everyone held their own preferred weapons, most using more common weapons like two-handed swords and long swords, while some opted for more exotic weapons such as flails, spiked maces, or scythes. They were all grade 3 warriors and did not require any buffs. The soldiers simply shouted as they intercepted the ogres. Glang! Weapons clashed against one another. The elite heavy infantry blocked the ogres' attacks with ease and fought them head-on, meeting force with force. Despite wearing heavy full-plate mail armor, they still moved around agilely, evading the ogres' powerful strikes while looking for openings. As they were all grade 3 warriors, they had at least 5 free attribute points that had been allocated to strength, making them on par with the ogres in that aspect. It was a pity there were only 70 to 80 of these elite warriors, but that was enough to stabilize the first line of defense, at least for now. Critical hit. Saran shot a glance at the main battlefield while firing away with his crossbow from the sides. There were a few especially notable individuals. Everywhere they went was littered with ogre corpses. In just a few short minutes, a dozen ogres had already died under their swords. They were probably the only people who did not wear armor even in such a battle. With extraordinary speed and reflexes, they drew line after line with their swords in the air, landing critical hits on ogres one strike after another. Grade 3 Sword Saints. The most violent bunch among close quarters combatants, Sword Saints were even more dangerous than Fury Warriors. They were like living slaughter machines. However, because they were extremely frail in terms of defense, 6 heavy infantry fought alongside them, covering their backs and flanks. If they let even one hit through, a Sword Saint would be dead for sure. Given that they wore no armor at all, Saran fired at another ogre. The bolt struck its eye and punctured its brain, killing it instantly. Just from killing a normal ogre warrior, he received 800 slaughter EXP. If he could slay one of the elites, it would give him about as much EXP as the snake demon he had encountered a long while back. Storm Spear. An ogre officer in the back seemed to have noticed the Sword Saints and decided to take action. It took out a spear, roared, and threw it toward the Sword Saints. The iron spear cut through the sky, creating a whistling noise. Its impact killed 5 soldiers, and a Sword Saint who did not notice the spear until it was too late was severely injured in one thigh. Before anyone could rush in to help him, an ogre grinned and smashed the Sword Saint's head like a watermelon. Strong, but also weak. In such a large-scale battle, Sword Saints were simply too eye-catching. It was inevitable for them to become the enemy's main targets. Each ogre was equipped with 3 iron spears, most of which were gone after 2 volleys of spear throwing. The ogre officer growled and charged along with the elites with face paint, aiming for the wizards in the rear. As long as they made it through the first line of defense, they could throw their remaining spears at the flimsy spellcasters. Their defensive spells would not be enough to protect them from such powerful spear throws. After activating Feral Bloodlust, ogres would almost lose their sanity completely. Apart from their own brethren, everything else would become targets. As they fought the heavy infantry, they broke up and spread into different directions. Though some attacked the light infantry, some of the ogres suddenly made an unpredictable move. Since they could not breach the first line of defense, they turned toward the adventurers at the flanks. The adventurers swore. Annoyed, they took out their weapons and intercepted the ogres attacking them. The legendary Stormlord could no longer hold herself back. She took out a short spear and tossed it out toward the ogres. Along with a thunderous boom and lightning sparks, an ogre warrior died instantly. She then dove into combat, her war spear flickering with lightning. Every strike killed an ogre, their heads falling one after another like she was harvesting wheat. All the wounds she caused were charred black due to her lightning. In just a blink of an eye, she killed 8 ogres. She showed the clear difference in power between those who had reached the realm of legends and those who had not. The sound of war drums beating could be heard once again. Ogre shamans roared and took out large wooden maces, then joined the fray. The two-headed ogre, who had stayed put the entire time thus far, also made his move. Both heads started chanting spells as it charged at the legendary Stormlord with a heavy war axe in its hands. The glow of magic covered its body, turning its skin stone-like and doubling its speed. It swung its hefty axe and split a heavy infantry trying to block the incoming attack in half. Fireball, flame burst, draconic strength, haste. The two-headed ogre's casting speed was far faster than human wizards. It cast a fireball at the human light infantry, wreaking havoc in the formation. Even though they started to scatter as soon as they noticed the approaching fireball, a dozen or so soldiers still failed to evade it and were blown to the ground, half of them dead and the others half dead. After empowering itself with draconic strength, the two-headed ogre's attacks could even bend and crack the steel shields the heavy infantry were using. Only after the two-headed ogre finished casting its barrage of spells did the human wizards manage to do something about it. They together cast counterspell on the ogre, forcibly dispersing the greater haste spell it was trying to cast. However, 3 of the human wizards turned pale and vomited blood afterward. It was the sign of counterspell failure. Whenever counterspell failed, the caster would receive great backlash. It was quite a surprise to the prideful wizards to learn that their intelligence was lower than that of an ogre, even if it was a rare two-headed ogre wizard. From the moment the two-headed ogre made its move, 100 soldiers had been injured or killed. It shouldn't have a lot of filled spell slots left. Saran unsheathed his curved sword and cut the waist of a nearby ogre. Wizards could only cast a limited amount of spells due to the limitation of spell slots. The two-headed ogre was no exception to this rule. It could indeed cast spells simultaneously, but that also meant that it expended its arsenal of spells at a much quicker rate. Meanwhile, ogre warriors who had received buffs from their chief broke through the human line of defense and rushed at the wizards in the rear. Fly. One after another, magical halos enshrouded the wizards' bodies, and they started hovering in the air. Fly could not last very long, with every point of the caster's spellcasting score equaling to 1 minute of flight. If the caster did not have abilities that boosted his spellcasting capabilities, his mobility would be decreased and cast time would be increased while flying. This was because the caster had to continuously make calculations in his mind in order to sustain flight. Cavalry. Charge. Opportunities came and went quickly on the battlefield. The ogres noticed what the wizards were doing and started throwing their spears. The wizards in turn started evading using all sorts of maneuvers, with some casting multiple defensive spells, some simply dodging the spears by flying around, and some even teleporting away. Only 2 unlucky wizards died from the volley of spears. One of them was simply unable to avoid the spears, while the other was unlucky and was pierced through the chest the moment he materialized after teleporting backward. Hold monster, charm monster, invisibility, flame arrow, acid arrow, ice lance, alter self. The wizards finally made their offensive move. Each cast spells according to his own forte and attacked the frontmost ogres. Being hit by the barrage of spells, the ogres in front all collapsed to the ground. Those who did not take the full brunt of the spells continued to charge despite having their bodies charred and burned. Even after receiving significant damage to their bodies, they still rushed in recklessly and swung their spiked maces with great strength. Suddenly, the sounds of horses galloping and armor clanging could be heard. The Whiterun cavalry squad lowered their lances and charged from the flanks. The heavy infantry changed their tactics accordingly, aiming to throw the ogres into disarray in order to make them easy targets for the cavalry. The horsemen stabbed their lances at the unsuspecting ogres. With the cavalry's strength and momentum, their lances punctured through the ogres' tough skin and embedded themselves into the ogres' torsos. The lances were designed to break into two halves after landing a hit, causing the front part to stay within the enemy to deal more damage over time. This design also prevented the horsemen from getting flung off their horses due to Newton's laws of motion. If the lances did not all have a wooden section designed to break upon impact, the lancer would have to bear the same force applied to his target. That would surely send someone flying away despite wearing heavy armor. As such, lances were actually disposable weapons made to be used only once. After their initial charge, the cavalry rushed past the ogres and turned back for a second charge. They dropped their lances and unsheathed their long swords, then commanded their steeds to gallop towards the ogres once again. The ogres swung their spiked maces, but many of them helplessly dropped their weapons before they could finish their swinging motion. Their chests were opened and life seeped out of their bodies. The war horses were quick, and the horsemen made use of their speed to land damaging slashes before the monsters could retaliate. Even so, some ogres managed to hit the charging war horses. Even though their weapons just barely grazed the horses, it was enough to make them tumble and fling their riders into the air. The trained cavalry remained unfazed, and the soldiers who were flung off their horses landed on the ground with their shields and long swords ready. It was time for round 3. Hope you like the chapter. Next chapter will be out Saturday, 30th June. Chapters are out at 9:30 AM UTC. Join our Discord server here, https://discord.ggq2w2a6. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. Want to re-experience the journey of Saran, but in better quality? Check out the ebook here, https://www.amazon.com/bo7d. Earn a free copy of the ebook by entering your email here. First 15 entries only. https://surveymonkey.com/3ssl8g. You can now vote for more chapters, 9th, _6 extra chapters, 10th, _4 extra chapters, 11th, _3 extra chapters, 12th, _2 extra chapters. Vote here now to motivate me and get more chapters. Thanks for all the support. Comment down below and let me know what you think about the chapter as well. Longtoes, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Chapter 83. Stormlord Cavalry Charge was one of the most powerful attacks available in the Age of Cold weapons. With it, a grade 2 knight could even kill a grade 4 warrior, provided the strike landed perfectly. Even warriors who had reached the realm of legends would suffer great damage if they were not wearing rare grade armor. A hole in their bodies would be inevitable in that case. Whether or not they could survive then depended on where the strike landed. And it was of course pretty much impossible to survive if the strike hit one's heart. No one was reckless enough to intentionally take on a cavalry charge when grade 3 knights using it could even open up massive holes on dragons. Given how powerful it was, cavalry charge was one of the hardest skills to obtain. It required around 5 abilities as prerequisites, and it was heavily reliant on the user's proficiency in using lances, how good the warhorse was, and how well the user could control his steed. With just one mistake, the horseman would suffer severe backlash. Getting flung off one's horse was lucky compared to the possibility of simply snapping your neck and dying. The Whiterun cavalry charge was, as expected, considerably successful. Admittedly, 5 of the horsemen were flung off their horses, and 2 of them died, while the other 3 were injured and had to retreat. However, the damage they had dealt to the ogres was enormous. All the ogres who were struck either died immediately or received grave wounds, making them unable to fight any longer. 5 casualties for killing 50 ogres was a numerically great success. A third of the ogre horde had died by this point, with most of them having been killed during their initial charge and by the cavalry charge not long before. As their numbers decreased, the pressure on the first line of defense also lessened. The light infantry had already expended most of their ammunition, Thus they unsheathed their swords and engaged in melee combat. Of course, the Whiterun army had also received considerable casualties. At least 100 were dead, and many more were seriously injured. Even though the light infantry kept firing their crossbows so long as they had bolts, the ogres simply pulled out the projectiles and continued fighting as long as they were not struck at critical points. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. Somewhere on the battlefield, the two-headed ogre had already destroyed 3 golems. It then launched a fireball at the cavalry squad, sending a dozen of them flying. One of the knights hid behind his steed, which soon exploded into chunks of meat, and barely survived, but the corpse of his warhorse crushed his arm and probably fractured a few bones. A moment later, a war spear struck the ground, followed by a human silhouette. The Stormlord picked up her weapon and struck the two-headed ogre. It blocked the Stormlord's attack with its war axe, which immediately chipped and cracked after receiving the full brunt of the war spear's might. The ogre's left head frowned, and it swung its axe at the enemy with its left arm, while the right head started to chant a spell. In just a second, it had finished casting the spell, and the right arm also picked up an axe and swung it horizontally. Clung. Glang. The Stormlord danced around with her war spear violently clashing against the two-headed ogre's axes. Every time she blocked, she had to take a step back, her face full of rage. The ogre's strength was apparently higher than hers. After trading a barrage of blows in quick succession, the female Stormlord had already taken over 10 steps back. Her hands slightly trembled. She was not in good shape, but her opponent was in a similar condition. Arcs of lightning danced around the ogre's body and the twin axes, dealing continuous damage. A magical glow suddenly covered the two-headed ogre's body. An ogre shaman swung its staff and cast a buff on its chief, then proceeded to cast another spell. Lightning sparkled around the shaman. Call lightning. It was an area effect spell, thus it also damaged other ogres, but they merely shuddered for a split second, then continued swinging their weapons as if nothing had happened. However, things were different for the human soldiers who wore metal armor. They were extremely susceptible to lightning attacks. 6 or so human soldiers dropped to the ground, paralyzed and shocked by the spell. Resist elements. Human wizards and priests continued to cast spells to support their allies and deal damage to the enemies. Another barrage of elemental arrows shot through the air toward the ogres. Due to the fact that friendly fire was possible when using area effect spells, wizards rarely memorized large-scale attack spells. 1/3 of their spell slots were spent on self-protection spells. Another third was filled with crowd control and buff spells, and the remaining third contained the damage-dealing spells. A wizard who only memorized damage-dealing spells would surely be the first to die on the battlefield. There were simply too many enemies for one person's attacks to handle. The moment a group of ogres died from a fireball, more would fill the space. They were burning through their reservoir of spells. Most grade 2 wizards had already expended over half of their stored spells. Even though they were over level 10, their number of level 3 or above spell slots was still rather limited. Their spells were extremely deadly when fighting in small groups or in uncertain situations. But there were plenty of ogres on the battlefield right now. The wizards additionally had to save a few spells to handle sudden situations. The fight between the leaders of both camps raged on. After retreating for the 15th step, the Stormlord suddenly growled, her eyes burning with fury. Muscles all over her body began to swell, and her bones starting to extend and click into new places. All of a sudden, she grew taller and brawnier, reaching 2.2 meters in height. Perhaps because she was female, her muscles did not look too monstrous, but she still gave off a powerful vibe. Barbarian. Saran had never considered that she might have advanced into Stormlord from Barbarian. As she roared, she blocked the two-headed ogre's attack head. She then twisted her spear and sliced the monster's chest. Though it had cast a defensive barrier and stone skin beforehand, both shattered with just one attack. The legendary Stormlord's body was surrounded by lightning, and a black rain cloud had appeared out of nowhere. Boom! The sound of thunder shook the ground, causing both man and monster to shudder in fear for a second. The Storm Lord's eyes were bloodshot. The adrenaline from the battle and slaughter made her to feel more excited than ever. Lightning storm, a type of chaotic energy, further enhanced her berserking state. Her state of mind was becoming more and more affected. Every human soldier near her started to retreat, keeping at least 50 meters between them and the berserking Storm Lord. When a legendary Storm Lord went berserk and lost her mind, anyone, including allies, might be harmed by her might. "I shall behead you." The Storm Lord took heavy steps as she strode forward, lightning flickering around her. With her body enshrouded in lightning, her dark silhouette looked almost as though it was the personification of a severe storm. "Your head shall become my spoils of war. I shall preserve it well and hang it in my room." The two-headed ogre growled in response and buffed itself with a spell. Its eyes then also became bloodshot as its body swelled. "The descendant of a dragon slayer fears no one. I will kill you. Consuming your flesh will bring me great power." Feral bloodlust. The two-headed ogre gave off an even more fearsome atmosphere after activating the skill. As using feral bloodlust was similar to berserking, the user's state of mind would also be affected. Despite becoming significantly stronger in melee combat, the user could not cast any spells when the skill was active. The Storm Lord was a professional who had reached the realm of legends. But the two-headed ogre was also a legendary grade monster. While it normally had powerful casting abilities, it was also a fury warrior who was proficient in melee combat. On the other side of the battlefield, golems were supporting the flanks while light infantry spread out and battled the ogres. As the two forces clashed, the number of casualties was bound to increase, and the adventurers were no exception. A ranger right next to Saran was smashed into minced meat by an ogre. Saran and Yas stood back to back as they evaded and countered the ogre's attacks using their agility. They had already taken out 5 or 6 ogres, and Saran had received almost 3,000 slaughtery XP for them. The duo could have killed even more ogres, but they did not want to show too much of their strength by any means. If the ogres deemed the pair dangerous, they would team up to kill the two half-elves. They could handle ogres easily when in a tough assassin situation, but it would become much more dangerous if their numbers were equal. The Dead Sword Saint was a good example of what would happen to them if they started recklessly slaughtering the ogres. Winning the battle was not important, at least for Saran. The one who should be concerned about the battle's outcome was Whiterun's commander, not a mercenary like him. He was simply getting paid to fight, and his own objective was to hunt as many ogres as he could in relative safety. From time to time, there were adventurers who aided the light infantry when it looked like they were about to collapse, but Yas and Saran did not do so. They simply stayed on the flanks, with Saran taking on the ogres while Yas provided support with his sword and bow. The two both mostly aimed for the ogre's legs. It was almost impossible to quickly kill an ogre, even with a critical hit, given their tough skin and the fact that they wore leather armor. Slicing their legs and making them tumble, then killing them after they were immobilized was the safest way to go about things. Even with the care they took though, the duo's great chemistry must have been obvious. An ogre officer suddenly charged at them with eyes full of blood. A berserking ogre officer had marked them as its targets. Name: Two-Headed Ogre Wizard. Profession: Level 8 Two-Headed Ogre. Level 11 Wizard. Level 4 Fury Warrior. Attributes: Strength 24, Draconic Strength +6, Dexterity 16, Grace +4, Constitution 20, Intelligence 21, Wisdom 9, Charisma 14. Hope you like the chapter. Next chapter will be out Saturday, 30th June. Chapters are out at 9:30 AM UTC. Join our Discord server here, https://discord.ggq2w2a6. Want to re-experience the journey of Saran, but in better quality? Check out the ebook here, https://www.amazon.com/bo7d. Earn a free copy of the ebook by entering your email here. First 15 entries only. https://www.surveymonkey.com/3ssl8g. You can now vote for more chapters. 9th, 10th_6_extra chapters, 10th_4 extra chapters, 11th_3 extra chapters, 12th_2 extra chapters. Vote here now to motivate me and get more chapters. Thanks for all the support. Comment down below and let me know what you think about the chapter as well. Long toes, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Chapter 84 finale. The ogre officer swung its mace at Saran, who rolled backward to evade the strike while slicing its legs with his curved sword. Even though he opened up a half-foot wound on the ogre officer's leg, it did not stop attacking in the slightest. Apart from the gaps on its full-plate mail armor, there was nowhere else Saran could attack. The ogre officer's arm swung past Saran, engulfing him in a horrendous stench. Ogres were even stinkier than wolves, Saran noticed. Without dwelling on such useless thoughts, he rolled all the way back until he was 7 or so meters away from the raging ogre. Yas took the opportunity to load an arrow onto his longbow and fired at the enemy's head. It covered its face with its gauntlets, the arrow bouncing away after hitting the chunk of metal. Yas cursed as he loaded another arrow. He was about to fire when the ogre officer suddenly changed its target from Saran and rushed at him. Unable to switch to his sword in time, Yas hurriedly fired the knocked arrow in a desperate attempt to ward off the ogre officer. However, his efforts were in vain. The ogre officer ignored the arrow that struck the side of its neck and attacked Yas, who could only block the incoming mace with his longbow. With a loud snap, the bow splintered into pieces and he was hit square inches the chest, his entire torso collapsing inward from the impact. Meanwhile, his arrow, despite landing in the ogre officer's neck, failed to hit any major veins or arteries. Die! Saran shouted and jumped at the ogre officer. He swung his curved sword at the monster's neck, cutting through its tough skin. However, his sword got stuck between its cervical vertebrae. The ogre officer roared and struck Saran's arm with a reverse back fist, sending him flying. Crack! The bones in Saran's right arm fractured, and the ogre officer's spiked gauntlets pierced through his right shoulder. Perhaps it had also damaged his tendons, because he could not use even a tiny bit of strength in that arm. Deciding that was enough, Saran started to retreat to the rear. With one of his arms disabled, it was impossible to fight against the ogre officer, let alone kill it. The ogre officer pulled out the curved sword stuck in its neck and tossed it onto the ground. Blood surged out of the wound like a fountain, but it did not seem to care at all and pursued Saran. After taking a few steps though, it slowed down greatly, perhaps due to extensive blood loss. I cut its artery. Saran's expression changed from grim to gleeful. He picked up a sword from the ground and tossed it at the ogre officer. Enraged by his actions, it once again charged blindly at Saran. Along with its intense movements, more and more blood gushed out from its neck, leaving behind a bloody path. The bulky ogre suddenly froze and dropped its weapon, then dropped to the ground, unable to move any longer. It was not dead yet, but it had lost too much blood for it to even move, let alone pursue Saran. Saran slowly approached the dying ogre officer. After confirming it was on its last breaths, he unsheathed his dagger and stabbed it in the eye. Critical hit. 21 damage dealt to the target. Successfully killed the ogre officer. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. Extracting soul energy from target. Receive 2,400 slaughter experience points. It must have been a grade 3 ogre about to reach grade 4. Because it gave even more EXP than the snake demon. Saran gasped for air as he surveyed his surroundings. After confirming there were no enemies nearby, he swiftly bandaged his right arm. If he did not treat the wound and continued to lose blood, he would be extremely weakened for a while even with the rebirth ability. In the worst case, he might even die from complications. Saran rested for a minute after bandaging his broken arm, then went to find Yas's body. Given how his chest collapsed from the ogre officer's strike, He must have died within 10 or so seconds after getting hit. May your soul receive eternal peace. Saran's eyes showed a hint of grief. Even though they had not known each other for long and were by no means good friends, they were still allies on the battlefield. Saran closed Jas's eyes with his fingers, then searched the half-elf's body for anything useful and put it all into his own multi-dimensional bag. Even though the battle was still raging on, with his arm's condition, he could no longer fight. He looked toward the main battlefield, where the Whiterun army still clashed with the ogre's main forces, then quickly ran back to the rear. Only after putting over 100 meters between himself and the battlefield did he take out a potion and chug it down. He then forcibly put his bones back into their original places. Though they remained fractured, it would help speed up his recovery a bit, but that did not mean he could suddenly use his arm now. Level up wizard. He had fought quite a bit since the last time he'd used his slaughter EXP. Thus he'd accumulated over 9,000 points by now. As he assigned the necessary EXP to level up his wizard profession, new rows of data appeared. The profession wizard is now level 5, receive 25 INT 20 plus INT 2010 times 0.5 skill points. HP increased by 9, profession HP 4 plus con 2010 times 0.5. Successfully learned the profession skill counter spell. Received 1 ability point. The additional HP brought by the level up alleviated his injuries a little, and he could finally move his right arm slightly. He stood up and looked to the front, realizing the battlefield had long since turned into a chaotic brawl. The ogres had finally broken through the defensive formations, but the human soldiers were still trained personnel and continued to fight in groups of 5 to 10 despite having their formations broken. It had been a while since the battle first broke out, and ogres were falling one after another. Even with their great vitality, small wounds would stack up to eventually cause death. On the sides, wizards were focusing their firepower at the trained ogre warriors. Acid Arrow and Firebolt worked well against the ogres as they had high penetrating power. With the aid of golems, the humans were successfully suppressing the ogres on the flanks, and the ogres were gradually collapsing. Feral bloodlust has reached its time limit by now, and some ogres began to flee as their morale plummeted. The Stormlord was also getting the edge over the two-headed ogre in their duel. While she was occupied, other Whiterun officers took over and ordered the cavalry corps to circle around and strike the ogres from their rear. The storm clouds surrounding the Stormlord seemed to be getting closer and closer to the ground. All of a sudden, a thunderbolt cut through the sky. The two-headed ogre expected to be struck with lightning, but the lightning landed on the Stormlord's war spear instead. Electrify weapon. The bolt of lightning squirmed around her weapon and covered it entirely. The glow emitted by the weapon nearly blinded everyone, and it almost looked like she was fighting with a lightning bolt in hand. She began to attack faster and faster, her body flickering with lightning as she released primal roars. From time to time, those who entered her 30 each radius would suddenly stand still as though they'd been electrocuted. Legendary electrostatic field. The two-headed ogre's movements started to slow down, and the moment it showed an opening, the Stormlord pierced through its chest with a lightning bolt, creating a wound with a 5 cm diameter. The two-headed ogre shrieked from the pain, and both heads started to cast spells in a panic. In the blink of an eye, it teleported a few hundred meters away from the Stormlord. It was running away. Thunder War Spear. Flickering lightning gathered onto her war spear. She roared as she leapt tens of meters into the air, the storm lifting her body higher into the sky. She held her war spear tightly, then threw it at the fleeing ogre chief. Like a bolt of lightning, it dashed through the sky at speeds beyond human perception. The next moment, a gaping wound appeared on the two-headed ogre's chest. The two-headed ogre's enormous body fell to the ground. The Stormlord slowly descended from the sky, her breath slightly rough and disarrayed. She also seemed to be tired and injured. Her hands were charred black as though they were burned. The moment the ogre chief dropped dead, the ogre horde's order collapsed entirely, and many of them escaped. The Stormlord did not bother pursuing the fleeing ogres. but instead slowly walked toward the corpse of the two-headed ogre. She took out a short sword from her waist and cut off both heads. Blood gushed out from the lumps as she beheaded the corpse and placed both heads into a sack. She then nodded in satisfaction and turned back to look at the battlefield. When the ogres started to scatter and run, the White-Run cavalry chased down as many of the fleeing monsters as possible. Infantry who had fought from the start till the very end of the battle were extremely worn out, and many of them collapsed onto the ground after realizing the monsters had retreated. The sound of injured soldiers whimpering and whining could be heard as priests and priestesses tried to heal as many injured personnel as possible with their limited amount of healing spells. Those who'd suffered mortal injuries but were still barely clinging on were given a swift end to their misery and suffering by depressed friends and allies. Others who were in relatively good shape went around chopping the heads off the ogre corpses and collecting them. They were the most important spoils of war for White-Run. They would preserve the heads and hang them at their borders to show off their accomplishments and military might, which would also serve as a warning to those who might try to attack. Most monster tribes would not dare to settle down in White-Run's territory after the battle between man and ogre. They would first consider whether or not they could defeat a large ogre tribe in war, a feat which few, if any, monsters could rival. Tales of the battle would soon be spread around taverns in the city, then the entire southern regions soon after by bards. Of course, the main character this time was not Saran, but perhaps there might be a day when he became the protagonist of a legendary tale. For now though, he was just an inconspicuous adventurer. The battle has ended. You have successfully aided the White-Run army in defeating the bone-crushing ogre tribe. You have improved your skills in battle. Scout +5, Search +5, Sneak +2, Survival +2, Parry +2, Evasion rolling +1, Evasion body shifting +1, Listen +1, Heal +1. As you have taken part in a legendary grade battle, your legend rating folklore has increased by 1. Hope you like the chapter. Next chapter will be out Saturday, 30th June. Chapters are out at 9:30 AM UTC. Join our Discord server here, https://discord.ggq2w2a6. Want to re-experience the journey of Saran, but in better quality? Check out the ebook here, https://www.amazon.com/bo7d. You can now vote for more chapters, 9th, _6 extra chapters, 10th, _4 extra chapters, 11th, _3 extra chapters, 12th, _2 extra chapters. Vote here now to motivate me and get more chapters. Thanks for all the support. Comment down below and let me know what you think about the chapter as well. Longtoes, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Chapter 85 Triumphant Return Legend Rating. Saran opened up his attributes screen, and there really was an additional column which indicated his legend rating was now 1. It was considerably difficult to raise one's legend rating, and for now at least, it had only peculiar uses. It did not directly affect one's strength before reaching the realm of legends, and Saran could only use it as a bonus to his diplomacy, deception, and intimidation skills. Each point in legend rating was equal to 1 bonus point in these basic skills. The rating would play a decisive role after entering the realm of legends, but that was still a ways off. Saran was only looking around the battlefield again when, suddenly, new rows of data showed up in his vision. Unlocked battle record. Automatically recording the current battle. Quantifying system initiated. Before Saran could react, an entire paragraph popped up. The legendary Battle of the Bone Crusher Tribe, in September, 1675 of Lunar Reckoning, White-Run launched an assault on the Bone Crusher Ogre tribe to expel the monsters. You took part in the battle to defeat ogres of the Bone Crusher tribe and killed an advanced ogre officer level 14. Tales of the legendary grade battle will soon spread around and be known by the entire southern region. Legend rating +1. Though unexpected, it wasn't particularly important at the moment, so Saran closed the record without giving it too much thought. In the meantime, After resting a while, the White-Run soldiers had started cleaning up the battlefield. Their casualties numbered around 600. Every war and battle came with a price after all. There was no time to grieve over the deaths of their allies, and the soldiers started gathering the dead bodies and severed limbs of those who had fallen in battle. It was customary to bring the bodies of the deceased back to the city and give them proper funerals and burials. The injured were sent back to the city as well for further treatment, because even divine spells could not heal every injury, and medicine and potions were required for extensive treatment. It was also a fact that priests had to expend their own life force in order to heal others, though the people of the world did not publicly acknowledge it. Just looking at the average life expectancies of legendary wizards, druids, and priests, it was pretty obvious that priests were giving up some life force, since wizards could live for up to a millennium, and druids could live for a few centuries, while priests had only a century or two. Priests though believed that returning to the embrace of their deities was part of their mission, so it was not like they minded too much anyway. Almost everyone was injured somewhere to various degrees. The adventurers had also suffered some casualties, albeit less than the army. Party members would take care of the bodies of dead teammates. If the deceased was a solo adventurer, his or her body would be burnt on the spot, and the ash would be buried nearby. Most people of this world preferred to have their body buried in the soil after death, but adventurers were different. If they buried the dead adventurers' bodies into the ground, they might end up as food for monsters the next day. To them, this was even more of a disgrace to the deceased, which was why the common practice was to burn their bodies to ash before burying the ash. With the help of some other adventurers, Saran cremated Yas's body and gathered his ashes with a piece of cloth, then dug a hole nearby and buried it. He wanted to set a gravestone for Yas, though he was not sure what to write on it. Yas was a grade 3 ranger after all, and he deserved at least that much for his accomplishment. Saran carved Yas's name on a log, then pondered over what to write next. Yas, a brave half-elven ranger, protector of Autumnfall in the Battle of the Grey Hills. He slaughtered ogres and killed an ogre officer in the very last moments of his life. May his soul receive eternal peace. Saran could not think of anything else, so he stopped there. He then placed Yas's broken longbow and eviscerate sword into the pit. It may seem wasteful, but it was a tradition in this world to do so, and it was a tradition worth preserving. One's weapons were an extension of one's body, thus it was only natural to bury them along with their deceased owner. It was the same for the White-Run soldiers who died in battle. The army would not reuse their armor and weapons, and would bury them alongside the braves who gave their lives for the city. The city officials had clashed more than once with the army on this issue. Politicians and nobles found the practice to be extremely wasteful and believed that the equipment belonged to the city. As such, they believed they should have the right to collect the equipment of the deceased and redistribute it to other soldiers. But the proposal was met with extreme opposition from the army. Their reasoning was admittedly rather weak. They simply thought that their equipment acted as part of their bodies, and it was basic respect to bury one's body in its entirety. Perhaps this was the obstinance of warriors. The soldiers went on to search the half-built ogre fortress, where they found plenty of loot, but that was unrelated to Saran, as the items belonged to the city. The adventurers would get the rest of their pay when they returned to White-Run. Find authorized novels in Web Novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. The White-Run officers ordered their men to take the valuables away, then ordered them to burn the unfinished fortress. This was to prevent other monster tribes from occupying the place and settling down there. As Saran was injured, he went back to the city along with the other injured soldiers and adventurers. Those who could still fight had to mop up other monsters nearby, such as the lizardmen that had moved out of the dark swamp. If the lizardmen knew the ogre tribe had been exterminated, they might just retreat on their own. If not, then the White-Run army and adventurers would have to kill the monsters. Lizardmen were a lot weaker than ogres though, so just 600 soldiers was enough to handle the rest. The way back to White-Run was relatively peaceful. As they went past villages, villagers cheered for the soldiers. some of them amazed by the sight of ogre heads. Most of them had never even seen an owl in their entire lives, let alone ogres. The only monsters they would come across regularly were goblins and kobolds. Gnolls were already quite dangerous for commoners after all, and military personnel would be dispatched to exterminate them upon a single sighting. The soldiers received similar treatment when they entered Whiterun. Citizens and merchants all cheered for the army's success, and the soldiers held their heads high. It was their moment of glory. They'd risked their lives for the city and its citizens, thus such glory was deserved. Now that the ogre tribe was exterminated, the other, smaller monster tribes would hopefully fear the city's strength and refrain from aggressive actions. The merchant squads should be able to make their way out of the city toward their next destinations now. Saran remained silent as they made their way through Whiterun to City Hall. Some of the soldiers were hugging their families in joy, but there were also middle-aged men and women sobbing at the sight of their sons' corpses. War did not always bring riches, but it would surely bring about grief and sorrow, even to the victor. Even so, Saran was unaffected by such emotions. He had plenty of similar experiences in the past. The Whiterun officials gave Saran an additional 50 gold derals as his reward. It seemed that the Ogre fortress really had a lot of valuables. Because he fought alongside the army, the city even gave him a medal. If he wanted to, Saran could settle in Whiterun as a citizen. He received his reward, tossed it all into his multi-dimensional bag, then turned to leave the city hall. Saran had received plenty of such medals in the past. If he wanted to, he could even have become a noble, but he wasn't interested. It would give him benefits and power, naturally, but that also came with responsibilities and obligations. After leaving, Saran went to the Adventurer Guild, as he'd taken part in a fight against ogres. His adventurer rank was raised to E. There were no additional rewards for raising one's rank. Saran next went to find a physician to put his bones back into place properly, then went to the Shrine District to find a priest to treat his arm. There he paid 30 gold derals for a priest to cast Cure Moderate Wounds on his right arm. It was not like he could not heal naturally, but it was safer to receive a divine spell to prevent any complications from arising. The next morning, finally, Saran went to meet Vivian. It was the first time he had truly smiled in a while. He held her high and spun in circles happily, then kissed her on the cheek. Vivian was no longer the skinny girl she used to be and had gained a bit of weight. Gloria looked at and observed Saran. The Whiterun army had been away for a while already, and the people were very concerned about the outcome of the battle. She was no exception. The current Saran was different from the Saran she had first met. He had grown much stronger in a short period of time, and his already fierce atmosphere was now more intense, but calm at the same time. If his atmosphere was that of a gang member before, he was now a warrior who had experienced war and slaughter. Saran turned to look at Gloria. He lightly smiled and nodded at her. Despite not saying anything, she could understand that he was planning to leave the city with Vivian. Gloria sighed. She was unable to understand why Saran so stubbornly insisted on leaving. During the time she had spent with Vivian, Gloria had learned a lot about the siblings. Even so, she really could not comprehend why Saran, who was technically only an Eth elf, would want to go to the land of the prideful elves. Elves were known to be xenophobic against even half-elves, let alone someone like Saran, who only had a hint of elven blood in his veins. As such, Gloria decided to try persuading them one last time. This time, she looked not at Saran, but Vivian. Although she was just a little girl, she was quite smart for her age. Also, despite living in the chaotic slums from birth, her soul had not been tainted. It was not that she was naive, but that her pure soul could not be affected by external factors so easily. Having such a pure and strong soul will surely lead her to greatness, Gloria thought. Hope you like the chapter. Next chapter will be out Tuesday, 3rd July. Chapters are out at 9:30 AM UTC. Join our Discord server here, https://discord.ggq2w2a6. Want to re-experience the journey of Saran, but in better quality? Check out the ebook here, https://www.amazon.com/bo7d. You can now vote for more chapters. 9th _6 extra chapters. 10th _4 extra chapters. 11th _3 extra chapters. 12th _2 extra chapters. Vote here now to motivate me and get more chapters. Thanks for all the support. Comment down below and let me know what you think about the chapter as well. Chapter 86, Hunting Ha. Natalia ran with all her might. On her gorgeous face was an old scar extending from her lips to her chin. It certainly damaged her beauty, but it paired well with her ferocious atmosphere. As she ran, she saw a large rock before her. Natalia leapt over it and slid down to the ground, blood flowing out from her chest. Her right breast was almost sliced in two. Bastard. She unstrapped her leather chest plate and looked at her injuries. The slash was close to her ribs, just a bit deeper, and the attack would have damaged her heart. She clenched her teeth while stitching her wound, then cast a spell on herself. The wound on her chest began quickly regenerating. But that was not her only wound. On her back and arms were thin cuts that seemed to have been caused by thin wires, and there was a bloody wound on her buttocks. This fucking murderer. Maniac. Natalia made pained groans as she bandaged her wounds quickly. After roughly patching herself up, she got back to her feet, her strong vitality and will to live powering her body despite its injuries. Anxiously, Natalia looked back in the direction she came from, then continued running. She must have cast a buff on herself, because her speed was exceptionally high. She ran and ran, running past trees and rocks until she had exhausted most of her stamina. Hee hee. A spooky voice resounded throughout the area. In the shadows, the silhouette of a person could be seen. His entire body was enshrouded in darkness, and only his crimson eyes could be seen. He stood on top of a massive tree, fiddling with a throwing knife. In a playful voice, he said, "Oh my dear sister, why aren't you running away? Is that all you've got?" Natalia's lovely face turned fearful. She unsheathed two swords immediately, one in each hand, then said with a trembling voice, "Who's your sister? You crazy bastard." Killer. Maniac. The person who'd called Natalia his sister emerged from the shadows. He had an eerily handsome face, and his skin was extremely pale, as though he was weak to sunlight. He stood under the shadows of a tree, then sighed, "It looks like you haven't awakened completely yet. What a pity. Has Father's divine blood still not given you true strength?" Natalia glared at the man, her hands shaking. Their previous battle had made her afraid of him. Even though she was almost a grade 4 bounty hunter, an advanced rogue profession, and a ranger on top of that, she was still not his equal. All her teammates had died under his hands, despite neither party having any grudges beforehand. What made him even more fearsome were his tracking abilities. Bounty hunters were the elites among rogues in terms of tracking down enemies, and rangers were no slouches either. However, her abilities didn't even come close to matching his. She was simply a toy, a plaything in the man's eyes. She could not track this enemy, nor could she shake him off her tail. "Yes, that's the expression I wanted." The man grinned evilly. He tossed the knife in his hand, and the next moment, a new wound appeared on Natalia's cheek. The throwing knife rematerialized in his hands immediately afterward. He looked at his prey with a demonic expression and said, "That's right. That's the taste of fear. You're afraid, aren't you? My dear sister, can you still not awaken even now? What a waste of your talents. Where are the powers flowing in your blood? Have all that slaughter and killing still not awoken your inner soul?" Natalia's body trembled. As though she could no longer bear the pressure, she shouted and charged at the man. Her swords danced through the air, almost creating after images. Her attacks landed on the man, splitting him into 3 chunks. But the shadows quickly reformed as if nothing had happened. The man's crimson eyes glowed bright red, and he poked Natalia's forehead with finger. Abysmal fear. Natalia froze almost like time had stopped. Her face distorted in fear as she looked at her surroundings. There was nothing but the man standing there, but that did not seem to be the case in her vision. She cried and howled, No, no, go away, you fucking monsters, demons. Natalia suddenly snapped. It seemed her fear had reached a critical point. Her eyes turned crimson red, just like the man's. The rear of her leather chest plate broke open, and a pair of 3-meter wide wings sprouted from her back. A tail emerged from her bottom, and a pair of demon horns grew from her forehead. She released a sharp howl as her skin turned greenish blue, her voice piercing through the sky. Monsters within several kilometers radius all scrambled for their lives, as though they had just met something extremely terrible. Fear aura. The man showed his fangs, and phantasmal shadows appeared behind him. He sighed and said, "Finally, my dear sister, your resistance against fear is really quite something. It's at least a lot higher than our other brothers. Now then, the real hunt begins." The man held a pitch-black dagger in one hand as he disappeared and reappeared in midair in front of Natalia. He drew a dark line with his dagger, the weapon dashing straight toward Natalia's heart. Glang! Natalia's twin swords swung so fast that only shadows could be seen. Her eyes were still crimson, and the changes to her body seemed to have let her instinctively block the incoming attack. "How strong," the man said as he landed on the ground, his arm slightly injured. He licked his wound as though his own blood was a delicacy, then continued, "If you had awakened earlier, who knows what would have happened? Perhaps our roles might be reversed." "Is that right, my dear sister?" Natalia was still very confused at her own sudden transformation. She looked at her own body, then looked at the man and asked, "What are you? Why am I like this now?" "Who I am is not important. Just give me your shard of divinity." The man disappeared again, his voice coming from seemingly all directions. He materialized in front of Natalia, who was hovering in midair, and stabbed her once again. She blocked the attack with both her swords, then slashed violently at the man, the wind whipping violently around her body from the force of her movements. However, she did not notice another shadow approaching her from behind. The shadow stabbed her with a dagger that gave off an evil glow. The moment it struck Natalia, she stiffened and dropped down to the ground. The shadow twisted the dagger and pierced her heart. It then jerked the dagger from her body and swung it at her neck, beheading her. Along with a burst of light, the man appeared in the air once again. He lightly descended to the ground and took a deep breath with a face full of ecstasy. The power within Natalia's body turned into light particles that the man slowly absorbed. When all the light particles were gone, he looked coldly at Natalia's corpse and stepped on her head, crushing it. A spooky flame emerged, and the corpse soon turned into ash. "Now then, who's our next target? Or actually, High Priest, answer me. Why can't you locate Father's most cherished daughter, my most beloved sister of all, the Witch of Terror, Lillian?" Without waiting for an answer, the man slowly enshrouded himself in shadows and disappeared into thin air. Back in White Run, inside a wide room lined with lit candles, Vivian, who was wearing white pajamas, was reading a thick book on a bed. There were many playthings on the rosewood table near her bed, but Vivian was focused on reading. She could read quickly now, and only after reading 1/3 of the thick book did she put it down and mumble, "The North has so many strange traditions. Big Brother said we'll be going to the Frost Kingdom, but the nobles hate people from other places. The books say it's very cold there, and there are a lot of frost giants there too. I wonder what they look like. Their mammoths must be very big. Can I reach their knees? Riding them must be so cool." The little girl's thoughts wandered off for a while before she covered herself with a goose feather blanket. She curled up her small body under the blanket and took a sniff. It's soft and warm, but Big Brother's smell is missing. Sleeping next to Big Brother is better. Why hasn't Big Sis Gloria come over and continued the story yet? When is the princess going to get taken away by the dragon? Ugh, why do I want to see the princess taken away more than seeing a knight defeat the dragon? Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. Big Brother is planning to leave soon, I think. Big Sis Gloria is actually a good person, so I'll miss her a lot when we leave. I wonder what elves look like. Are all their ears pointy? The book says I cannot touch their ears because it's a special place for them, but maybe it's fine for me. Hee, I'm super cute, so maybe a big sis elf will let me touch her ears. The door opened quietly. Gloria, who was wearing a light blue nightgown, entered. She did not wear her veil in front of Vivian, instead showing her glamorous and elegant face. Her beauty rivaled that of the elves. She walked over to the bed and picked up the books Vivian had casually placed everywhere, then set them back in their original places on the bookshelf next to the bed. Hope you like the chapter. Next chapter will be out Friday, 6th July. Chapters are out at 9:30 AM UTC. Join our Discord server here, https://discord.ggq2w2a6. Want to re-experience the journey of Saran, but in better quality? Check out the ebook here, https://www.amazon.com/bo7d. You can now vote for more chapters, 9th, _6 extra chapters, 10th, _4 extra chapters, 11th, _3 extra chapters, 12th, _2 extra chapters. Vote here now to motivate me and get more chapters. Thanks for all the support. Comment down below and let me know what you think about the chapter as well. Chapter 87 Night Talk. Big Sis Gloria. Vivian popped out from under the blanket and placed her head on Gloria's slender yet sturdy thighs. She blinked her eyes cutely and asked, "Are we continuing with the story today?" Gloria patted Vivian's head, then covered the girl back up with the blanket and said, "Don't catch a cold now. This autumn is a lot colder than usual, and winter's coming soon." As a high-grade witch, Gloria herself was insusceptible to extreme temperatures. Her own magical power was enough to shield her from most environments, but Vivian was still only a formerly weak little girl who had just started learning magic. Gloria pressed her legs closer together to make it more comfortable for Vivian, then caressed her hair and said, "Well, rest a bit today. There's something I want to talk to you about." Vivian nodded and replied, "Is it about Big Brother planning to leave? We're a lot smarter and more sensible than other kids. I'm sure you know it will be a dangerous journey." Gloria looked into Vivian's eyes and asked, "Do you really want to travel with Saran to autumn and fall?" Vivian replied almost instantly with a serious look, "Yes. I'll go wherever Big Brother goes. He'll protect me, so it's okay if it's a bit dangerous." Gloria also had a serious expression as she said, "Saran's a pretty good rogue, but there are still many dangers he cannot deal with." This time, a two-headed ogre appeared, meaning something serious must have occurred. You two traveling alone is too dangerous. There are also many monsters that normal adventurers can't deal with in the forest near autumn and fall. Saran won't be able to defend himself, let alone you, if you cross paths with one. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. Vivian startled for a second after hearing that, then suddenly showed a dignified face. "It's fine. I can protect Big Brother. I'm a lot more powerful than before." "Oi, that's not what I meant," Gloria thought to herself. Gloria had rehearsed what to say a few times before entering the room, but for some reason she could not say it after looking at the determined Vivian. "Protect Saran?" "Just an 80-year-old. Honestly, I'm not sure if Saran will feel happy or ashamed of himself after hearing that either." "Silly girl." Gloria pinched Vivian's cheeks and said, seemingly slightly annoyed, "Then why don't you ask Saran not to go? It's obvious traveling will be dangerous, and you two are not strong enough to travel so far on your own. Why don't you two stay here, or follow me to the north? That way, you can continue learning magic, and Saran will not have to take such a big risk. As you two don't have any relatives in Elfenland, living there will be harsh, if they even let you in the first place. I know Saran cares a lot for you, so if you ask him, he might change his mind." Vivian was hesitating. She nervously bit her thumb, but Gloria stopped her and patted her head. "Don't bite your finger." Vivian laughed and stuck her tongue out in embarrassment, then answered seriously, "Big Brother must have his reasons for going there, although he did not tell me why. But he must be right. Gloria pinched the bridge of her nose after hearing the little girl's reply. She almost wanted to punch Saran in the face. No one will always make the right decisions. As a mere adventurer, there are plenty of things Saran doesn't know. There are two-headed dragons, zabers, and many more weird monsters in the forest of Elfenland. If you meet them, it will be really dangerous. Vivian pouted and looked away. Big brother is always right. Even if he's not, he's trying his best for me. Don't speak badly of him. Big brother is the best big brother in the world, and he will become the strongest big brother too. What Vivian said was sort of unreasonable, but from her expression, it seemed she really believed Saran would become a powerful person. Gloria sighed and said, "Sometimes I really doubt if you two are siblings or not, but now I have no doubts about it. You two have the exact same temper." Vivian remained silent, but she seemed proud of herself when Gloria said she was like Saran, as though it was something worthy of praise. What Gloria did not truly know was Saran's role in Vivian's mind. He was her big brother, but more often than not he was like a father too, shielding her from any and every danger. In others' eyes, he was just silent rogue who had great agility and was sometimes merciless, but that was about it. No one could really remember his face because the way he acted was simply too inconspicuous. However, there was one girl who would remember everything about Saran, and that was obviously Vivian. She remembered how Saran had taken care of her. How Saran had taken her out on afternoons to chase butterflies. How Saran had made funny faces to cheer her up and make her chuckle, and many, many more things. Back then, their mother was still sane, and despite being poor, they were still living a normal life. Then the day came when they became orphans. Saran, who was barely a teenager at that time, along with Vivian, who was just a kid, roamed the streets. To make a living, Saran had done just about everything he could. Vivian could still remember his ferocious look when he had his first fight, and his tender voice when he soothed her tears afterward. She could recall Saran's trembling hands, as well as his nervous yet joyous look when he committed his first theft. She could also remember the first time Saran had killed someone to protect her. He shuddered in fear all night, only holding her tightly without getting an ounce of sleep. Vivian could do nothing but cuddle in his bosom at that time. After that incident, the times when Saran would laugh got fewer and fewer, and his previous warmth was replaced with a cold, expressionless face. He would only show his soft-hearted smile and dimples when comforting Vivian. It was a smile that would warm Anun's heart. To Vivian, Saran was her big brother, but also something more. There were things outsiders could not understand, and there was no need for them to understand either. Big sis Gloria, Vivian timidly peeked at Gloria and asked in a small voice, "How about you come with us? If we meet something Big Brother cannot handle, you can protect us. Big sis is so strong, there must be no problems." "Ah, it must be boring to stay here every day. Doesn't Big Sis want to go see the elves?" she added innocently. Gloria could only laugh bitterly at Vivian's suggestion. "Hey, I'm telling you two not to go there. Why did it suddenly become me going with you?" Vivian took another peek at Gloria, then bashfully said, "Then what if we really meet some monster that even Big Brother and I cannot defeat? Vivian will get eaten by monsters, and I can never meet Big Sis again." Vivian then pretended to sob, but frankly her acting was terrible. She rubbed her eyes, but no tears came out, and she also took peeks at Gloria from time to time. Gloria obviously knew she was acting, but because Vivian was just too cute and her acting almost made the entire scene comedic, she could not help but smile. Gloria lifted Vivian up, placed the little girl face down on her lap, then slapped Vivian's butt lightly. "Stop pretending, you little cheeky girl." Gloria stopped for a while, then continued. "Let me think about it." Charisma interference activated, persuasion successful. Realizing she'd failed her original objective and was almost persuaded by Vivian, Gloria honestly felt slightly discouraged. She was about to leave when Vivian tugged her sleeve and said, "Big sis Gloria, can you sleep with me tonight?" "Okay." Gloria hesitated, but ultimately ended up sleeping next to Vivian. Gloria covered both herself and Vivian with the blanket, and Vivian immediately cuddled herself against her bosom like a little kitten. Vivian sniffed and said, "Big sis smells good." Gloria did not reply and only closed her eyes while embracing Vivian. Sometimes she simply could not steel herself when facing the little girl, and she did not know why. Perhaps she really liked her. When Gloria first saw the thin, bony Vivian, she felt pained, as though her motherly nature had been awakened. As they spent more days together, Gloria could feel that the little girl was influencing her with her cheerfulness and stubbornness. Gloria really enjoyed staying with Vivian. The two did seem to be similar in many ways. Big sis' chest is so soft. It feels nice when I touch it. Vivian did not seem to be too sleepy tonight and was playing with the pair of things in front of her. She was at an age where she was curious about any and everything. Vivian's memories of her real mother were vague. She could not even remember her mother's face. Gloria though had satisfied Vivian's desire and need for a mother, a caring and gentle woman who would spoil and teach her things. Vivian's butt got slapped once again. She took her hands back despite wanting to fondle Gloria a bit more. Gloria's cheeks were slightly reddened. She looked at Vivian with a tired expression and said, "Stop moving around, and no touching. Once more and I'll cast sleep on you." Vivian finally stopped moving and closed her eyes. She hugged Gloria's arm and pulled herself close against Gloria's chest, then quickly fell asleep. Kids at her age needed a lot of sleep after all. Hope you like the chapter. Next chapter will be out Sunday, 8th July. Chapters are out at 9:30 AM UTC. Join our Discord server here, https://discord.ggq2w2a6. Want to re-experience the journey of Saran, but in better quality? Check out the ebook here, https://www.amazon.com/bo7d. You can now vote for more chapters, 9th, _6 extra chapters, 10th, _4 extra chapters, 11th, _3 extra chapters, 12th, _2 extra chapters. Vote here now to motivate me and get more chapters. Thanks for all the support. Comment down below and let me know what you think about the chapter as well. Chapter 88 Invisibility. Saran stayed awake almost the whole night. He was trying his utmost to analyze invisibility and construct the spell model in his mind. It may have been the hardest level 2 spell to learn, but it was also the most useful one. It be cast not only on the caster, but also on others, making it very versatile. Invisibility level 2 spell. After casting invisibility, the target will visually disappear. Creatures with the innate ability to see through invisibility and those who have cast see invisibility will still be able to see the target. Invisibility can visually hide the target, but will not erase any noise or physical evidence made by them. When the spell is active, whenever the target picks up or holds an object, the item will be concealed as well. The item will be visible again once it is released. Invisibility will last until it expires, or until the target launches an attack. Invisibility has a duration of 10 minutes for every spellcasting score point the caster has, and its effects can be made permanent with permanency. Saran was now a level 5 wizard, and with his 20 intelligence, his spellcasting score was 10. Invisibility cast by Saran would last for 100 minutes. It was definitely not a short period of time, and it could be extremely useful when cast at the right moment, especially for escaping. Furthermore, during the trip to Autumnfall, they might encounter dangerous monsters or large hordes of monsters. If that happened, he could cast invisibility on Vivian and let her hide while he handled the situation. There were pretty much no monsters in the wilderness that could see through invisibility, thus it would be a lot safer if he could learn it before they left Whiterun. Rogues often used invisibility potions and invisibility scrolls to bring out the full potential of sneak, backstab, and steal. Be it assassinating or stealing from the rich, these items were very useful. Back in the game, the only reason Saran managed to get out of the slums and became an adventurer was because he managed to get his hands on a bottle of invisibility potion. An invisibility potion lasted for 1 hour and cost 200 gold emeralds. As these potions were pretty rare, Most rogues would only use them when assassinating important targets or stealing in the noble district. 1 hour was enough for them to steal plenty of things, and if they were lucky, they could earn as much as 1,000 gold derals in just one theft. However, they would mostly raid low or mid-ranked nobles because there were a lot of alarms and security measures in high-ranked nobles' houses. Back in the game, a thief once managed to steal an antique vase worth 50,000 gold derals, making him wanted within the entire southern principality for a long time. Saran did not mind stealing. In fact, he's done a lot of it. If it was necessary, he would unhesitatingly steal from the nobles. This was another reason he was trying so hard to learn invisibility. After studying it for a few days, he had already analyzed 60% of the spell. He'd raised his literacy to 115, and together with his high intelligence, it sped up the learning process a lot. If his estimations were right, it would take roughly 2 more days to learn the spell. Saran could then fill his 2 level 2 spell slots with invisibility, granting him over 3 hours of invisibility, which was enough to do a lot of things. Saran now had 6 level 0 spell slots, 4 level 1 spell slots, including the bonus one from his Ring of Wizardry, 2 level 2 spell slots, and 1 level 3 spell slot, for a total of 13. Low-grade wizards had limited spell slots. Due to the limitations of the magic network, most wizards could only hold relatively few spells. Intelligence currently affected one's spell strength, cast speed, time needed to reconstruct spells, and highest level spell usable. The magic network controlled the number of spell slots a wizard held, though. Only after the fall of the magic network could exceptional wizards show their true talents. Without being limited by the magic network, they could cast a lot more spells, and the spells would be a lot more powerful than they used to be. This was because the magic network took half of the spell's magic power. Most of it was used to maintain the network, while the rest was absorbed by the goddess of magic to strengthen herself. As long as the magic network existed, the goddess of magic could assign spell slots as she wished. If she granted more power to the users, the number of spells they could cast would increase, and the same went for the opposite. This was why, when the time of troubles started, the goddess of magic was attacked by many parties, including legendary wizards. Their aim was to bring down the magic network and release the limiter forcefully placed upon them. The price was huge, though, and many wizards ended up losing their spellcasting ability altogether. Of course, no one in this world currently really knew how the goddess of magic set up or ran the magic network. Thus wizards mainly relied on equipment to increase their spell slots. Saran washed his face, then went somewhere to practice the White Raven sword style. As his level increased, his energy and vitality also increased, making a few sleepless nights bearable. His progress on learning the sword style was slow, but that was only natural. Saran now had over 5,000 slaughter EXP, which was enough to level up either rogue or wizard once. But he decided against it for now. He first wanted to see if he could advance into an advanced profession, since it would grant a substantial increase in power. Lurkers would receive a +10 bonus to sneak and detect. Godly thieves would receive the same bonus for picklock and snare, while bounty hunters would have a +10 bonus to search and receive a tracking ability. Advanced professions were professions based on the basic professions, and tended to be particularly proficient in specific aspects. However, it cost 5,000 slaughter EXP just to obtain an advanced profession, provided that the person had met the prerequisites, and leveling up an advanced profession was also very EXP intensive. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. At present, the easiest advanced profession for Saran to obtain was Lurker, since the only requirement was having 150 sneak. However, he wanted to explore more possibilities, such as Shadowed and Straw Bounty Hunter, before he made such an important decision. Advancing into the former required evasion abilities, while the latter had prerequisites related to tracking and detection skills. Both of these professions were very strong after entering the realm of legends. especially Bounty Hunter. They could place a soul mark on their target, then activate a special skill allowing them to appear behind their target, regardless of their location, by traversing through the plane of shadows. Their assassination talents were comparable to legendary assassins. If Saran had not multi-professioned in wizard, he would unhesitatingly pick lurker as his advanced profession. However, considering he could soon cast invisibility, and even greater invisibility when he continued to level up, the bonus given by lurker was almost redundant. As such, Saran wanted to increase his burst damage with a more suitable advanced profession. The top 3 choices right now were Assassin, Shadow Dancer, and Bounty Hunter. Not in any specific order. Assassins need to learn alchemy and know how to make poison beforehand. Bounty Hunters can track their enemies well, but they are not that strong in open combat after reaching the realm of legends. And, well, advancing into Shadow Dancer requires a lot of evasion skills, and I'm nowhere near having what I need for that. I can only wait and see which one I can unlock first for now. After thinking for a while, Saran went to the magic store to buy some items, such as parchment, ink, a quill pen, powdered gems, and some other miscellaneous items. Those were all the kinds of things used by wizards and not by the common populace. He then bought himself some food for dinner and headed back to his room. In just that single stroll, he had spent over 100 gold dirals. After returning to his room, Saran began scribing spell scrolls by recalling the memorized spell structures. It was one of a wizard's most crucial abilities. It allowed them to create backup scrolls for when they had expended all their spell slots. The drawback, though, was that it was quite expensive to scribe scrolls. As he had filled his 4 level 1 spell slots all with arcane missile, he could attempt to scribe it 4 times. Generally speaking, the first few attempts were bound to be failures, but they could still raise his scribe scroll skill. As the skill rating increased, the chances of success would rise proportionally as well. After reaching a certain skill level, he could try scribing more difficult and higher level spells. Unsurprisingly, Saran failed his first trial. The materials wasted costing him around 20 gold dirals. The failure did give him 2 points in scribe scroll though. He continued to try, only succeeding on the 4th and final attempt. For 100 or so gold dirals, he'd received an arcane missile scroll and increased his scribe scroll skill by 12. Scribing level 1 spells could raise his skill to 50. But anything beyond would require him to try scribing level 2 or above spells. 2 hours had passed at this point. It seems that my concentration is still not high enough. Saran stored the completed scroll away, then tidied up the place before visiting Vivian. He looked at the wasted materials and sighed, then muttered, "Spellcasters really do have it hard, don't they? I haven't even started learning alchemy. Looks like I have to go back to stealing again." As a rogue and former perhaps not thief, stealing was something natural for him. After looking at his remaining funds, he decided to go loot a noble's mansion before leaving the city. Hope you like the chapter. Next chapter will be out as soon as it is ready. Please check back regularly for updates. Sorry for the inconvenience. Join our Discord server here, https://discord.ggq2w2a6. Want to re-experience the journey of Saran, but in better quality? Check out the ebook here, https://www.amazon.com/bo7d. You can now vote for more chapters, 9th, _6 extra chapters, 10th, _4 extra chapters, 11th, _3 extra chapters, 12th, _2 extra chapters. Vote here now to motivate me and get more chapters. Thanks for all the support. Comment down below and let me know what you think about the chapter as well. Chapter 89. Back in business. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Saran spent most of his time analyzing invisibility and finally managed to learn it. Unable to stand the anticipation any longer, he eagerly constructed the spell in his mind, which took him over an hour. Saran filled both of his level 2 spell slots with invisibility, while the 4 level 1 slots were stuffed with arcane missile. Although he could also learn level 3 spells, Saran did not have so much time now. It would have to wait. For now, he needed to quickly obtain more funds. Although his scribe scroll skill was now 36, he had spent over 300 gold derals and was a bit tight on money. As it was only afternoon, Saran decided to rest for a while to recover from his mental fatigue after learning spells for so long and to wait for night to come. Saran woke up at 10 at night, after the sun had already set. He changed into a suit he'd prepared beforehand, then donned a mask and went out. Saran got the items from people of the Grey Realm, as long as one knew how to deal with such people. He could very easily get his hands on various useful tools. The night curfew was still in place in Whiterun, and the number of guards patrolling the streets was almost doubled as compared to normal circumstances. Saran, though, could not care less. He blended into the shadows and headed toward the noble district. The social classes of this world were distinctly separated. Those who were rich and had high social status were separated from the normal populace, and the noble district was an individual sector within the city guarded by soldiers. Normal citizens could not enter the noble district, and they would be questioned and sent away as soon as they approached its entrance. The guards would only let those who wore elegant and tidy clothes through. If wanderers were found within the district, the guards would be punished. As compared to the other places within the city, the noble district was especially clean and tidy. There was no excrement in the back alleys, and there were no stinking drains. The ground was covered with smooth stone, and there were small openings to direct rainwater to the underground sewers. Flower beds and trees lined both sides of almost every road, along with elegant mansions with colored glass windows. It was a sign of wealth. Colored glass was an alchemical product, and normal people could only afford paper windows. The most important difference between the noble district and the rest of the city, however, was the presence of patrols within the district and guard posts at the entrances. People like Saran were the reason soldiers patrolled the district. Plenty would want to try their luck at stealing from the nobles, and the guards were there to deter thieves from entering and apprehend those who dared to try. Stealing from the nobles was a serious crime, and the person caught might have his arms smashed or get sent to the mines. Saran murmured a chant and cast invisibility on himself in a dark alley. He disappeared from the spot shortly after, moonlight taking his place as though he were not there. Under the effects of sneak, Saran's footsteps were very light and did not alert any of the guards. He even walked straight past two patrolling guards without being found out despite being only a few meters away. The guards simply continued chatting about some sexy mistress from a tavern and laughing. If Saran wanted to, he could end their lives, but pointless slaughtering was not his objective here tonight. The mansions were all dark inside because almost everyone was sleeping. Further back were the high-ranked nobles' mansions, but Saran refrained from entering that region. As low-ranked nobles did not have many expensive items, while high-ranked nobles had extremely good security measures, he was aiming for a middle-ranked noble's mansion. For now, humans still maintained social order and did not simply follow the strong. Many nobles were no stronger than commoners in terms of combat. Only those who held high power had strict requirements in terms of combat strength, as they had to rule over a city with many powerful people. Most nobles in Whiterun had inherited their status from previous generations, with some titles being permanent while some would only last for 3 generations. Even for the former, if the house failed to produce anyone who made great contributions to the city for a long time, they would slowly be deranked into commoners as well. Middle-ranked nobles had their own villas outside the city, but they would also keep a mansion within the noble district, for the sake of socializing and maintaining their relationships with other nobles. They would spend half a year living within the city and spend the other half in their villas. Because of this, most banquets and events were held between March and June. Some were banquets held for the nobles to have dirty dealings with one another, while others were purely for fun. For the latter, they would invite the priests of the goddess of beauty and love as well as those of the Lady of Joy. The overall lifestyle was very similar to that of British nobles. Saran quickly surveyed his surroundings and soon found a suitable target. It was a medium-sized mansion with a large garden, and there were no guards keeping watch. The servants' rooms were all dark, but surprisingly, the owner's room was still lit with a light glow. After mentally calculating how much time he had before the patrolling guards would pass by this mansion, he leapt and held onto the second-floor balcony ledge, then climbed into the mansion. The room was dimly lit and had a specific fragrance. "Brad, is that you?" A soft voice could be heard from within the room. A lady wearing a loose red sleeping gown held together only by a silk string sat up on the bed and looked toward the balcony. "Be quiet and come in quickly." The noblewoman heard the small noises Saran made, and she was slightly nervous when no one replied. At a closer look, she was also wearing black stockings, which indicated that she might actually be rather affluent. Obviously, no one would wear stockings when going to sleep. Her current outfit was obviously for a specific nighttime activity. A tryst, the noblewoman was clearly waiting for her lover. For some reason, such a sneaky act was actually very popular between southern nobles, and almost everyone knew what was going on at night. Given their status, they had little to worry about in terms of living expenses. But that did not mean their human desires could be satisfied. Practically speaking, illicit affairs were a fairly tame pastime. Those nobles who could not be content even with nighttime rendezvous with other nobles might even turn to the evil god's rituals in order to satisfy themselves. There was once a time when the goddess of joy tried the forbidden ritual of pleasure. If not for the good-aligned deities who held her back just in the nick of time, she might actually have changed her alignment from good to evil. The most notable deity who had changed alignment due to such pleasure was the goddess of cats and dancing. It was said that the Night Baroness gave her so much pleasure that she changed from chaotic good to chaotic neutral. It was fortunate she did not completely succumb to the Night Baroness. Hustling sounds could be heard from not far away. A healthy-looking man leapt over the mansion wall and said in a low voice, "Camellia, it's me dear. I'm coming right away." Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. This guy's got decent agility. Saran had night vision, so he could clearly see the handsome young man creeping his way through the garden. He seemed quite muscular and young, and was probably in his mid-20s. The noblewoman, on the other hand, seemed to be in her 30s. She surely took good care of her body, but that did not prevent the slight wrinkles and her slightly thickened waist from showing. "Quickly, dear," the noble lady spoke in a hurried voice, and her breathing gradually turned rough. The young man was apparently aroused by her voice as he quickly climbed his way up onto the balcony and jumped at the waiting woman. They kissed wildly as the man rubbed her breasts, then quickly retreated into the room. Their lips never separated for a second, and they seemed extremely thirsty for love. Saran had no interest in the upcoming wild battle in bed. He quietly snuck his way next to the two nobles, then did a karate chop on the woman's neck, rendering her unconscious. As it was an attack, his invisibility wore off. Saran quickly squeezed the man's neck, then kicked him right in the balls. The man could not even scream before his eyes turned white, and he lost consciousness. Saran might have crushed something precious. Saran calmly placed the two on the ground and started searching their bodies for items. Rings, necklaces, earrings, bracelets. He took everything that seemed valuable. He even had the leisure to rub the woman's chest, but he was disappointed as he muttered, "It's a bit too soft and saggy." The drows were way better, all right. Perhaps because he had spent a lot of time in the Underdark, he knew the most about female drows, more so than humans. Saran observed the man's ring under the dim light, and he could not help but shudder after realizing what it was, a ring of energy. After activating the ring, one could fire an energy beam that could deal around 30 damage, which was enough to kill low-ranked professionals in one hit. It was fortunate he'd acted quickly and did not give the man time to react, or else he would have been seriously injured. Besides being dangerous, the ring also cost around 2,000 gold dirhams. This guy must be from a house with decent standing, Saran thought to himself as he looked at the blood around the man's crotch. The man had a combat profession as well, and this much damage would surely not kill him. Saran dragged the two unconscious nobles out of the way, then searched the room. He managed to find a hidden safe, and eagerly set to cracking it. Damn! Saran swore after he failed to open the hidden safe even with 45 picklock. It probably had some special mechanism reinforcing it. Although he could break it with sheer force, doing so would create a loud noise. As such, he could only think of other methods. After roughly measuring the dimensions, he realized he could fit it inside his multi-dimensional bag if he dumped out some of his other items. He did just that, throwing away some miscellaneous items and replacing them with the safe. Before Saran left, he looked at the two lying unconscious on the floor. He took a blanket and covered their bodies like a caring mother. It was already unfortunate to have his balls crushed right before a great battle in bed. It would be even worse if the man caught a cold, right? Hope you like the chapter. Next chapter will be out as soon as it is ready. Please check back regularly for updates. Sorry for the inconvenience. Join our Discord server here, https://discord.ggq2w2a6. Want to re-experience the journey of Saran, but in better quality? Check out the ebook here, https://www.amazon.com/bo7d. You can now vote for more chapters, 9th, _6 extra chapters, 10th, _4 extra chapters, 11th, _3 extra chapters, 12th, _2 extra chapters. Vote here now to motivate me and get more chapters. Thanks for all the support. Comment down below and let me know what you think about the chapter as well. Chapter 90 Deck of Arcane Magic. Saran lightly leapt off the balcony and landed in the garden. He quickly hid and cast invisibility on himself, then moved to leave the noble district. The loot obtained was pretty decent. There were almost 100 gold emeralds, and if he sold the jewelry and rings, it would net him roughly an additional 300 gold emeralds. Of course, that did not include the ring of energy or the things within the safe. As for the two unfortunate nobles, Saran couldn't care less about them since he was leaving the city tomorrow. It was about time for the skinning incident to reach Y to run, as it was a large-scale incident which affected the entire southern region. Most, if not all, cities had experienced such a terrifying event. The aim of this ritual was to spread fear, which would strengthen a certain abyss deity, but Saran at that time hadn't been strong enough to unlock the mission and learn the details. Saran, currently invisible, walked right past the guards and exited the noble district as if just taken a stroll in the park. However, when he entered a dark alley, he noticed a hazy silhouette sneaking around the corner. Is it the Shadow Council or faceless envoys? Saran stopped and hid behind a crate to observe the person. The shadow was extremely hazy and almost blended completely into the dark night. If Saran did not have night vision, he probably could not have noticed the person. Saran looked at his surroundings, then opened a manhole on the ground and entered the underground sewers. Instead of trailing the person and seeing what they were up to, he decided to hide and wait it out. It was dangerous to stick his head into every matter he came across. As they said, curiosity killed the cat. It was not wise to investigate something unnecessarily. After a while, Saran left the sewers and returned to the place he was staying. Before the time of troubles began, various organizations fought among themselves. The most active ones being the Faceless Envoys, the Druid Order, and a certain mysterious group known as Godslayer. There were plenty of legendary existences within these organizations, and if Saran was careless and trailed the shadow, such people might easily kill him. Back in his room, Saran took out the safe and his whole set of tools. After tampering with the safe with much effort, he still could not open it, giving him no choice but to use the last method, smashing it forcefully. Fortunately, it was not an enchanted safe, or else brute force would not have worked. After opening the safe, Saran could not help but frown at its contents. Inside was a stack of real estate contracts. They could not be exchanged for money and could easily be reissued to the owners by the city's authorities if lost. In other words, they were garbage to Saran. As he was flicking through the papers though, Saran could not help but hold his breath after noticing something among the contracts. A card from the Deck of Arcane Magic. This is, however, Saran's emotions quickly took another turn as he realized the card had already been activated. There was already a picture on the front of the card, which would have been empty if it had not been used yet. The image showed a mechanical arm which looked like Tiglam's arm, and there were hexagrams in the four corners. On the back of the card was a black whirlpool. The card seemed to have been kept for a long time, for it had light scratches here and there, and they did not seem to be recent. A Golem's arm? Saran murmured as he observed the activated card. Is it part of a set? That woman had no combat abilities whatsoever, so why would she own such a thing? No one knew much about the deck of arcane magic. Saran was no exception, though he was more knowledgeable when it came to the deck of many things. His knowledge of the deck of arcane magic was extremely limited. He knew that cards from the deck could be used in combination to summon powerful creatures or empower the user temporarily. For example, one could summon a legend degrade Elder Wind Elemental using 3 different Wind Elemental cards. It was the only known combination which someone had succeeded in collecting among the entire set. Saran was so jealous that he almost wanted to kill the guy at one point. Suddenly, a row of data popped up. Received Mana Armor of the deck of arcane magic. Do you wish to repair it? Mana armor? Saran was startled for a moment, but he then replied, initiate repairs. Repairing Mana armor requires 80,000 soul energy. Insufficient slaughter EXP. Unable to repair 80,000 EXP? What joke is this? That's enough for me to reach grade 3. Saran was speechless after reading the notification. He continued to look at the card, and he noticed something. The scratches on the card seemed to have been dealt by a sword. The card was made of considerably tough materials, and to be able to leave even a scratch must have required great power. However, he wasn't sure what, if any, significance this might hold. From what Saran had heard, Mana armor were top-tier golems and also one of the standard defensive items in aerial fortresses back in the age of the Arcane Empire. One could even see golem patrol squads in cities controlled by powerful wizards. Golems could be made with a wide variety of materials, ranging from clay, stone, and iron to steel and adamantite. Although they were by no means weak, an adamantite golem, basically the strongest type of golem in the current age, was only around grade 4 in terms of strength. The only type of golem possessing the combat strength of a legendary professional was created back in the age of the Arcane Empire, and that was the Mana armor. Technically speaking, its full name was the Mana-powered Exoskeleton Golem Armor. Saran once came across one in a ruin, and his squad of legendary adventurers almost got wiped out. What am I going to do with just an arm? The whole set of cards for the Mana armor probably included 4 limbs, a head, and a power generator. The card was currently of no use to him. There was no way for him to get the other cards or so much slaughter EXP right now, not to mention that he did not have the luxury to spend so much EXP to repair them. Saran placed the card into his multi-dimensional bag in disappointment, then continued to look for other things in the safe. There was some jewelry, and that at least helped soothe him slightly. The sun was already peeking over the horizon. Saran, who was not tired at all, fiddled with the ring of energy and tried to appraise it. It was one of the more common rare grade items, and it belonged to a set of 2 rings, the other being the ring of protection. The former could fire a ray of energy to deal damage, while the latter could deploy a 100 horsepower shield. They were considered great items for beginners. Item type: Ring of Energy +1. Item grade: Rare grade 1. Description: An enchanted ring made with alchemy. When activated, the ring will fire a beam with a spellcasting score of 36. It can be recharged through alchemy. Requirements: None. Effects: Energy beam 1 use remaining. Despite the somewhat fancy description, the principles behind the ring's operation were relatively simple. An alchemical formation which converted matter to energy was engraved onto the ring, and firing the ring would expend the gem on the ring. To recharge the ring, one simply had to fit another gem or jewel into the empty slot. In the game, Saran still wore the set of rings after entering the realm of legends, and he considered them to be almost as useful as legendary grade items. The rings, especially the Ring of Protection, had saved his life many times. In the morning, Saran left his room for Gloria's place. He had not left behind any traces last night, and the two nobles should not have seen his face. Thus, he was not worried about getting caught or discovered by the guards. However, there seemed to be more guards on the streets, and they were all more alert than usual. Saran was unsure if the nobles had notified the guards, because getting robbed during a tryst wasn't the most glorious thing to brag about. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. Saran was surprised to see that the security at Gloria's mansion was also a lot tighter than before. As he entered, Gloria spoke with a strict voice. "Someone was skinned last night." "What?" Saran's expression changed as he quickly answered, "Where's Vivian? I'm leaving with her right now." Gloria looked deep into Saran's eyes and said, "You do know something, right? If not, you would not have left Amber City with us in a hurry. You knew beforehand what would befall Amber City, right?" Saran calmed down and remained silent for a second, then answered slowly, "I don't know much either. All I know is that the skinning incidents are part of an ancient ritual of an evil deity. It will affect a lot of places, and the fallen ones will bring slaughter and death. They will spread fear across the region." As expected, Gloria nodded as though she had finally understood something, then continued, "Is that why you're leaving with Vivian to enter the elves' territory? That place belongs to the Forest Queen, and the fallen ones won't be able to enter easily. Is that right?" Saran was unsure how to answer, so he simply nodded. There was simply no way for him to tell Gloria everything he knew about the time of troubles, though letting her know about the skinning incidents would be a good start. It was just the beginning of a chain of events after all. Gloria hesitated for a moment, then took out a scroll and handed it over to Saran. She asked him in a serious tone, "How much do you know?" "This was delivered to me by the Witch Council. In the city of Psalms, a group suicide incident has occurred. 1,000 people watched a bard's performance, and hundreds killed themselves that night. There were high-ranked priests and paladins among the dead." "Does this have anything to do with the skinning incidents?" "The Helpoema?" Saran read the scroll with a complicated expression. "There shouldn't be any relationship between the two. That bard might be someone from myths and legends." "Have you ever heard of the Helpoema?" Gloria shuddered upon hearing the name and murmured, "Helpoema? He should have fallen centuries ago." Saran looked at her and hesitated, but ultimately decided to tell her what he knew. Only his body died. At the moment of his death, he had already struck a deal with the devils in hell. The Helpoema, one of the 3 legendary bards to have existed in the world. Chapter 91 Helpoema. There were 3 legendary bards among myths and legends. All of them were monstrous existences that were proficient in all-around combat. They could cast legendary spells like wizards, use legendary combat skills like warriors, and could even enter the plane of shadows like rogues. The trio lived in different time periods, yet the extents of their powers and capabilities were equivalent. Bards were commonly known for being jacks-of-all-trades, meaning they could do pretty much everything, but never quite competently enough. Even so, there were 3 bards in history who managed to become masters of all trades. In doing so, they became frightening existences who carved their name in history. The Helpoema was one of the 3. Legend has it that he was once a devoted disciple and divine bard of a certain deity, but was tempted by the Lord of the Hells, to whom he succumbed and turned evil. There wasn't much information about the Helpoema, but his combat records were splendid. He had slain 16 legendary professionals. He was also the author of one of the 3 forbidden songs, Revelation, Prologue of Hell. It was said that the song had 6 sections, and each section had power comparable to level 8 spells. Descent of Hell, a legendary spell which had destructive power beyond all imagination, could be cast by completing the entire song. The Helpoema was an active NPC during the time of troubles. Using his songs, he killed 3 weak deities, ascended, and became the evil god of music. He was also a master of blasphemous language, and many of the evil alignment would pledge their loyalty to him in exchange for knowledge and power. If what Saran read was true, Then the Helpoema should have performed the first section of Revelation, Prologue of Hell, which struck despair into the souls of the audience. People with insufficient willpower would gladly commit suicide. Saran had sparse memories of the city of Psalms. All he knew was that it was somewhat far away. He had never been to such a distant city anyways. There were many mysterious powers in the world, and some were controlled by beings unfathomable to mortals. Saran didn't really want to dabble in these troublesome affairs too much. Gloria stayed silent briefly and then looked Saran in the eye and asked, "Are you leaving today?" Saran nodded and replied, "Yes." Gloria had a complicated expression upon hearing his reply, her eyes glinting with disgust. "Very well, I shall travel together with you too." "What?" Saran shouted, shocked. "Why?" Gloria glanced at him with a somewhat displeased look and said, "I'm worried about Vivian's safety. With your current strength, you can't always protect her. I don't wish to see her in danger because of your stubbornness. Sometimes I really wish I could scold you, but Vivian gets really angry whenever I speak poorly of you." Saran was speechless, but he could tell that Gloria really cared for Vivian. There were some things that he still wasn't sure of yet, but Saran had more of a favorable impression for Gloria now compared to his suspicious attitude before. "I'll travel to Elfenland with you two, then teleport back to the north myself." For a moment, Saran really wanted to tell her that it was the north that was the center of all the chaos to come, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. Perhaps it was better to wait till the deities stopped contacting their priests and believers before disclosing things to Gloria. They had to travel for around a month together, so it should be long enough before she was informed that all gods had stopped responding to their believers. The deity's silence was one of the events triggering the time of troubles, and the powerful organization of the world would realize that something was amok among the gods. It would be a good time to tell Gloria what he knew, at least some of it. Priests of some evil deities tried to gain the attention of their gods by conducting evil rituals, but those efforts were futile. Their counterparts of the Good Alignment also held major worshipping events and rituals. One of the most notable ones was the ritual to request the descent of the Oak Father, and it was held by the elves. Saran remembered that specific ritual because it was supposed to summon the legendary Dryad Queen, which would then mate with a chosen human. Obviously, the gods remained silent and the ritual ended up as a failure. "Please wait here," Gloria said while walking towards the room in the back. "There are things I have to prepare. I'm sure Vivian must pack things up also. Let's leave at noon." Saran didn't object. Half an hour passed, and the cute little girl appeared in front of Saran. Vivian wore her original clothes and a pair of deerskin boots Saran bought for her. She had kept them clean all this time. They almost looked like they were sparkling. She tottered over and sat on Saran's lap, swung her legs, and happily said, "Look, big brother, I have grown bigger. These boots fit me now." Saran didn't reply but instead kissed her on the forehead. Vivian wore what seemed to be trinkets, but Saran could roughly tell that they were rare-grade items. Saran had no doubts about how affluent a high-ranked northern witch could be, and he was now sure that Gloria had a considerable standing, even among the northern witches. The Witch Council ruled most of the northern cities, and each high-ranked council member would have their own territory that served as the source of their riches. When Gloria appeared once again, Saran was somewhat startled. It wasn't as though she wore something eye-catching or extravagant, just a simple-looking grey robe which almost covered her entirely. If one had not observed closely, it would be hard to determine whether Gloria had been a male or female. For some reason, however, Saran felt that this attire was rather familiar, as though he had seen such a person before. Of course, it wasn't from his memories when traveling together with her from Amber City to White Run, but from way back, buried deep inside his memories. Saran tried his best to remember what had happened but he couldn't. He could only put it aside. It was difficult to remember every encounter after all. Gloria had prepared a horsey-drawn carriage, and together they left at noon. Now that the road to Autumn Fall had been reopened, many merchant squads which were stuck in the city started leaving. There were still monsters here and there, but the merchants' guards should be able to handle that much. From what Saran could remember, the ancient red dragon in the region should still be setting up its lair. For the following month or two, things would be relatively peaceful, that is, excluding the skinning incidents. Whiterun's state of affairs became similar to that of Amber City when the skinning incidents first began. The Whiterun Guard Corps, who had just engaged in large-scale combat with the ogres not long before, were flustered and exasperated. The feeling of wanting to save every last falling one showed clearly on their tired, menacing faces. With Gloria's power and status, they easily bypassed the checkpoint and left the city. Saran was the driver while the two ladies sat in the carriage. It must have been tailor-made and cost a fair amount, given the stability and silence when traveling. Gloria lit incense which filled the carriage with a sweet fragrance, then laid down lazily. Vivian sat beside Gloria with a book in hand. The little girl would ask questions whenever there were things she couldn't understand. After a while, she would peek at Saran, who was driving, or even go out and sit next to him. The scenery seemed to drift backwards as they traveled, and Vivian enjoyed looking at it. Perhaps because the siblings were now traveling together with Gloria, a powerful witch, it felt more like a vacation. Gloria always seemed to be producing things out of thin air, including the snacks which Vivian would sometimes feed Saran, and some other miscellaneous items. She kept yawning while answering Vivian's questions. It was a peaceful journey, at least for now. Chapter 92 Descendant of God. The silvery moon illuminated the plains with dim, cold moonlight. Saran halted the carriage and got off. He was planning to stop for the night, so he laid his back against the carriage as he sat on the ground. He closed his eyes, to rest briefly while taking great care not to fall asleep. Even though the region had been cleared recently by the Whiterun army, Saran still remained vigilant. He constantly reminded himself that the reason reached the realm of legends before was because of his careful and vigilant attitude. It was important that he keep his guard up at all times. Gloria exited the carriage and walked around. With a flick of her fingers, a magical glow enshrouded the carriage. She went to Saran and said, "Rest at ease, I've set a magical alarm around us." That's why spellcasters were so useful. Saran glanced at her, then gazed into the distance before replying, "Thank you." "Call me Gloria." I might have been overboard with my tone when we first met. After all, you may have your own personal concerns. Still, it somewhat bothers me that you won't tell me more about it. It was at that moment Saran knew the Northern Witch in front of him was different from others. He had come across many spellcasters, and most of them, especially the more powerful ones, tended to have strange tempers and were arrogant. Gloria's mother was a good example of how spellcasters usually behaved. They respected the strong but considered the weak as nothing better than dirt. Gloria hesitated for a moment, then sat down beside Saran. "A bit different from other people I have met. As a rogue, you are very knowledgeable. Even some wizards might know less than you do. However, you can be stubborn at times. You know, it reminds me of those obstinate monks." Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. Is she trying to reduce the tension between us and improve our relationship? Saran turned to look at the lady beside her, barely catching a glimpse of her eyes. Their eyes met for a brief moment before he averted his attention back onto the gold deals he was fiddling with. Different from other witches as well. From what I have seen, they are all haughty women, you know. The tavern once had a rating for the most difficult women to handle. The first were the drows, the second were the Amazon warriors, and the third were the Northern witches. Gloria had a confused look. Really? So, people really think of the Northern witches that way? Apparently, Gloria seldom went to taverns. It was certainly the best place to gather information, but people with complicated backgrounds gathered there as well. With such a high social standing, it would be more of a surprise if she frequented such low-class places. Just like how nobles would not mingle with commoners, there were also different social standings among professionals. Yeah, Sran looked up to the starry sky. But not the same. You're easier to talk to. Maybe it's because you're prettier. Such flattery was enough to make Gloria grin ever so slightly. She shook her head to get that off her mind. Suddenly, she stood up with a shocked expression and looked back at the direction of Whiterun. The sky had turned fiery red. A familiar scene they had witnessed together before. Meteor swarm. Sran looked up at the sky in disbelief. For some reason, his face was completely rigid. After they just left Amber City, it was reduced to ruins by a meteor swarm cast by an unknown party. Now, the city of Whiterun, from which they had just left, was about to get hit by the exact same spell. Sran told himself that it was just mere coincidence. But deep down he held doubts about the situation. He simply had no idea what was going on. The spell was interrupted. The fiery clouds dissipated gradually. Gloria said in a serious tone, someone interrupted the spellcasting process. Whiterun was different from Amber City. The latter was a relatively new city, thus, its foundations were not as concrete as the former, which had been established for ages. Whiterun's first generation of residents were dragon slayers. After all, such large-scale magic would surely alert the city's defenders, and they would definitely send high-grade spellcasters over to interrupt the spellcasting process. The higher the spell's tier, the longer the spellcasting time was, especially so for spells with large areas of effect like Meteor Swarm. Do you still plan not to tell me about it? Gloria glared right into Sran's eyes. Is Vivian a descendant of God? Gloria had already suspected that Vivian was a descendant of God long ago. The little girl was simply too talented. So talented that it was almost supernatural. Those with 18 intelligence at a young age were considered prodigies. And even the cream of the crop among the prodigies would only graze the 20 intelligence mark. But Vivian's was even higher. Sran inherited elven blood, meaning his dexterity was higher compared to normal humans. Furthermore, his father was a legendary godly thief, and Sran must have inherited at least a bit of his father's talent. Even so, his dexterity was only 18. But Vivian, her charisma was already 21 when she first showed her talents. Beyond the extraordinary threshold of 20. It was not as though Sran had never suspected that Vivian was a descendant of God. The thing was, they had different fathers, and Sran knew little about Vivian's father. However, Sran's estimation of the chance that Vivian had inherited the blood of a deity had risen from 25% to 50% now. Was Vivian's father really a god? Why would a god choose to give birth to a child with a typical human woman? Looking at Sran's attributes and bloodline buffs, there was no doubt that her mother was a completely ordinary woman. He simply had none of those. Sran took a deep breath and reflexively placed his hand on his curved sword. He shook his head and answered, I have no idea. Vivian and I are half-siblings, and we had different fathers. If she were a descendant of God though, I should have noticed it long ago. I have seen her father, and he was just a strong adventurer, nothing more. I haven't noticed any divine powers from Vivian also, so I don't think she's one. Gloria's brows are still knitted, but her tone softened a lot. Then why did you choose to leave now? Don't tell me this is all coincidence. She glanced at Sran's hand, which was placed on the hilt of his sword, and said softly, do you still not trust me even now? Regardless of whether Vivian is a descendant of God or not, I still like her a lot. If anything, I will definitely stand by her side when trouble arises. Do you still plan not to tell me anything? Can you keep it a secret if I told you? Sran hesitated. Contrasting Sran's reluctance, Gloria swiftly replied, I can promise you that. All right. Sran took in a deep breath, then continued, I found Alik's secret dungeon back in Amber City. Inside, I met an abyss snake demon. It told me about a terrifying prophecy. It said that the deities would soon lose their divine powers and fall into the mortal realm. Massacre and slaughter would spread through the realms starting from the abyss and hell, and fear would propagate from the followers of the evil gods. The entire world would plunge into chaos, and the Frost Kingdom will be the only safe place, for a while, that is. What Sran said was mostly the truth. He only fabricated the source of information. However, Gloria wouldn't be able to realize even though she had cast Detect Lies beforehand. A part of what Saran had said was deemed vague by the spell, but it also notified Gloria that most of his answer told the truth. In other words, Saran had not lied about anything. Gloria knew, however, that the results of the spell were not all powerful. There were higher tier spells which could determine whether what someone said was the absolute truth, but that required the power of the gods. Now that the deities had gone silent, she could only use Detect Lies. Gloria's mind was in a mess, and she could not spare energy to think which parts Sran was being vague about. How is that possible? The deities losing their divine powers and falling to the mortal realm? What will become of this world? Will it house a chaotic battle between those two parties? She knew that believers were losing contact with the deities they follow, and that alone had already caused plenty of panic. Given the circumstances, it was highly plausible that Saran was indeed telling the truth. What sort of mess would the world become if the gods and the creatures from Abyss and Hell all came to the mortal realm? Liches are basically legendary monsters. If the prophecy came from a lich, it must have been a legend-degrade divination spell. The prophecy's accuracy would be over 50%. Is that why you insisted on traveling to Elfenland? So that you could go to the Frost Kingdom? Then why did the skinning incident start just as you planned to leave? Even more, Whiterun was attacked once we left. There must be some sort of connection, not just mere coincidence. It has to be about me, you, or Vivian. The two stayed silent. They couldn't help and turned to look at Vivian, who was fast asleep. Both Gloria and Saran were convinced that they weren't the main cause. That meant that the only possible conclusion was Vivian. Saran's mind raced. Then, is Vivian really a descendant of God? Why doesn't she show any sparks of divine power? If she does, how could I not notice all these years? Back in Whiterun, several places were ablaze. A grey-robed wizard hovered in the air, looking down at the battles unfolding within the city. At that moment, what sounded like a dragon roar came from the city center. A dazzling column of light blasted straight into the sky, and an awe-inspiring figure emerged from within. The legendary warrior donned in crimson armor slowly walked forward, in his hands an exotic long sword covered in blazing flames. The Dragon Slayer's sword. A woman appeared in a dark corner in the city and murmured, "So that fella still decided to pull out this cursed weapon in the end? Whatever, it's not my business." The druids observing me seem to be quite busy recently anyways. This is now my chance to run. Ho ho, looks like I got to thank those evil followers. I'm finally free. Ho ho. A magical glow surrounded the bewitching woman, and she disappeared into thin air. Chapter 93 Nightmare in the Dim Sewers. A group of evil followers gathered together. The sewer had been expanded considerably. 100 square meter large altar had been built. The altar was surrounded by lit torches, and underneath it was an enormous magic formation. There were spooky shadows lurking nearby, and they looked more like half-ethereal beings rather than actual physical bodies. A bishop wearing a dark red robe kneeled below the altar. Next to him were warriors clad in pitch-black armor whose cold eyes glared at their surroundings. "Great Bishop," the red-robed man said in a respectful tone, "we still haven't detected the presence of the first descendant of God. The Dragon Slayer's descendant has pulled out the cursed sword already. We have suffered significant casualties, and the members of the Druid Order have also started to take action. They treat us as enemies because they believe we have broken the balance of the city. Whiterun is much stronger than Amber City. What should we do next?" The eerie flames of the torches turned into a hazy silhouette, and the bishop's cold voice seemed to have pierced right through the red-robed man. Who is the one that keeps interrupting this lord's plans? How are you still unable to find the first descendant of God? You insufferable scum. I have already foretold you all about the location. Why did you start the ritual only recently? Cold sweat trickled down the red-robed bishop's face as he trembled in fear. Whiterun is a powerful city. There are great existences here, including the Northern Witches. We waited for the horrifying Stormlord to leave the city before starting the ritual. We lost our Terror Knights in Amber City, and we are short on manpower. Great Bishop, I have tried my best. Nonsense. The shadow let out a roar and flicked its fingers. The red-robed man's head exploded almost immediately. The shadow casually pointed at a random person and said, "From today on, you are the new bishop. The Lord shall grant you divine power and make you powerful. Now, prepare everyone for mobilization. We shall spread the holy ritual to the entire southern region. The power of fear shall awaken all the descendants of God, and you all must find the first one as soon as possible." A black-robed follower said carefully in a trembling voice as he stood up, "Great Bishop, if we conduct the ritual in an all-out manner, all the descendants will gradually awaken. The Lord's power will be scattered among them, and it may make it harder to find the first descendant. Also, the first descendant's power will be greatly reduced if the others awaken too soon. This may be disadvantageous for our master's resurrection plan." The great bishop replied coldly as he glared at the man who spoke, "That much I know. But you useless lot have already missed the best opportunity. Reality is starting to diverge from the prophecy. Now, we can only awaken all descendants and strengthen the power of fear through slaughter and massacre. The Lord's power remains in the world, albeit scattered. As long as all the other descendants are dead, the power will be automatically gathered onto the first descendant. Your mission is to ensure that the first descendant makes it through the entire ritual. By doing so, the Lord's will can revive on his child. It can be said that the first descendant is the strongest, but also the weakest. Back in White Run, the legendary Storm Lord was dashing through the streets. Suddenly, she came to a halt and leapt onto a nearby rooftop. She glared at a warrior who was clad in heavy crimson armor. "Why did you pull the Dragon Slayer sword out?" Their warrior stopped and returned her glare. "We have lost connection with the gods. I can tell that the future will be chaotic, and White Run needs the sword's power." Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. The Stormlord had a stiff expression as she replied in a stern voice, "Don't you know about the sword's curse?" "Of course, I do," the warrior said as he gripped the sword's hilt even harder. "The sword's wielder shall die at the hands of a gigantic dragon. The sword has slain 12 of such monsters, but all of its 5 previous wielders perished from dragons. I, however, am the protector of White Run. You are just an outsider, and this city needs my protection. This is the responsibility and obligation I have had since birth." Flashes of lightning briefly illuminated the sky. The Stormlord seemed enraged. She took a deep breath and turned to leave, but not before she left a final remark. "How foolish. The curse is much worse than you think. You will regret using it." In the plains, Saran and Gloria remained silent after realizing that the fiery red sky was gradually returning to its previous state. White Run had avoided the disastrous spell. All of a sudden, Vivian, who was sleeping inside the carriage, trembled violently. Her cute face was distorted in fear, and her hands were trying to hold on to whatever was nearby. She murmured as she curled herself up in a corner, "Go away, you monsters, go away, all of you. If not, my big brother will kill you all. Are you still not going away? I'm really screaming for big brother if you don't." Saran rushed into the carriage and held Vivian's small hands tightly. "Vivian, what happened? Are you having a nightmare?" Gloria also rushed in, bumping into Saran. She also held Vivian's hands and shook her. "Wake up, Vivian, wake up. Is it a nightmare?" Vivian gradually opened her eyes. She looked around gingerly, and after realizing Saran's presence, she dived straight towards him and snuggled in his chest like a kitten. Her hands were also tightly clung onto Saran's clothes. After hearing the voices of Saran and Gloria, the little girl regained her composure a little and nodded. Yes, Vivian saw a lot of monsters, and fire, and blood. A lot of blood. Monsters? Saran and Gloria eyed each other, and went on to comfort Vivian while asking her, what kind of monsters? Vivian recalled her memories. Her face was still slightly pale. She answered timidly, they were very, very big monsters. They were burning and looked ugly. There were 2 horns on their heads and very big wings on the back. and also a cow tail. Their feet looked like horses too. They were talking around me and tried to scare me. I'm not afraid. I told them if they get closer, I'll shout for Big Brother. Then they went away. Demons? Saran also paled after hearing Vivian's descriptions. He nodded and patted Vivian until she settled down and was calm. Saran covered Vivian with a blanket and said softly, Big Brother will be just outside. I must talk with Big Sis Gloria for a bit. I'll be right back. Alright, Vivian murmured and let go of Saran's shirt which she had been holding onto. Saran stiffened as he exited the carriage. Gloria cast a magic barrier around them, then anxiously asked, You don't know anything about this too? I don't, Saran nodded. Gloria glanced at the carriage, then slowly said, It is very possible that Vivian is a descendant of God, a demon god from the abyss at that. Saran remained silent, but he had already entered his combat stance. His hand held his sword tightly and his muscles were flexed, his body ready to attack any moment. Do you have so little faith in me? Gloria seemed agitated with Saran's actions. Did you think he'll harm both of you because Vivian was a descendant of God? I have done so much, yet you still don't see me as a friend? Saran relaxed a bit at her words, but he was still holding onto his sword. I'm sorry, I was too nervous. You know about what we have gone through before. It is simply hard for me to trust someone completely. Gloria also let out a sigh and eased up. You two must have had it rough. Saran ignored Gloria's statement and said, I don't remember much about Vivian's father. If she really is a descendant of God, then things will get very serious. That is true. Gloria's eyes showed signs of pity as she looked at the carriage. Abyss demon gods gave birth to descendants for various reasons, but the most probable explanation right now is that one of them foresaw his demise. By leaving behind a descendant in the mortal realm, he could revive through the body of his descendant. 2 demon gods had attempted this in history. One was the god of slaughter, and the other was the god of tyranny. The former failed. He was destroyed by his own descendant, and his position as a deity was usurped by other gods. The latter succeeded and rebirthed in his descendant's body. The poor descendant had been robbed of his divine powers and his body was taken over by his father before he could even react. Gloria sighed, then continued, If Vivian really is a descendant of God, then her future will definitely be a really tough one. Saran's palm had turned white from the excessive force he exerted on his sword's hilt. He looked at Gloria and said unhesitatingly, I will kill him. I will completely destroy that god. If I can't find him in the mortal realm, I will tread through the abyss to find him. No one shall hurt Vivian, not even a god. Gloria's gaze turned into a gentle one. In a soft voice, she said, This will not just be a battle of strength, but also faith and willpower. You'll need allies. Gloria extended her white arm, and Saran shook hands with her once more. This was the second time the two had done so, but the meanings were entirely different. Chapter 94 Awakening inside a dim room, a young man shrieked and woke up covered in cold sweat. The bed sheets were torn apart, and his palms were bleeding, blood flowing down to his fingers. Demons. The man held his head in pain, then knocked on his own forehead. Why did I dream of such things? He could hear bugs whistling about but the man did not care. He left his room. His house was a moderately-sized manor, and it seemed that his family had considerable wealth. With just a thin set of pajamas on, the man stood beneath the moon. The breeze blowing by was somewhat chilly, but he did not look to be affected at all. He took a deep breath, calming himself down. The man looked at his palm. He realized that the wound had already been healed, leaving behind only a light scar. He couldn't believe it and held his palm up high to have a better look. Indeed, it was healing up, and when observed closely, even the scar was gradually diminishing. How is this possible? The shocked man suddenly realized he could see clearly in the dark night. Even though he had some degree of night vision before, his vision was nowhere as clear as it was now. Unsure what was going on, he shook his head and murmured in disbelief, What is going on? What happened to me? In a remote convent, The suppressed cries of a female could be heard. A nun of considerable age barged into the room where the cries originated from and started casting a spell right away. A dim glow radiated from her fingertips as she looked worriedly at the teenage girl lying on the bed. The girl wore simple linen clothes and was delicate and pretty. However, currently, she was writhing in pain. "Liana, what's the matter?" The old nun hugged the girl and shook her. But it had little effect as the girl was still experiencing the nightmare, her face gradually getting paler. Protection from evil. The old nun swiftly cast another spell, and a cleansing divine light gently embraced the girl. She calmed down from the spell, and slowly opened her eyes. Perhaps still afraid, she let out a cry before diving into the old nun's bosom. "Abbess Izara, I saw demons again." The old nun Izara held her fists tightly and said, "Pray to the High Lady of Silver Moon. She will protect her followers." The teenage girl trembled as she knelt on her bed and prayed. As she prayed, the grains of pure and holy divine power within the convent gathered on her body. Her fearful expression slowly disappeared. It was a convent which was dedicated to the High Lady of Silver Moon. After she partly took on the role of blessing females, many convents which only accepted nuns started worshipping her. Her churches also experienced considerable changes as more female believers joined. The number of priestesses grew. At some point, breast milk became the symbol of femininity and maternity. It also played vital roles in many rituals. These changes were beneficial for the High Lady of Silver Moon as she could gain more deity roles. If she combined such roles, it was highly probable for her to become a powerful deity once again. The bright particles of divine light dissipated, and the teenage girl's mind was finally at peace. She looks at the old nun and asked, "In the end, I still can't get rid of the demons plaguing my heart. They plant fear in me." "Abbess Izara, is it because my faith towards the High Lady of Silver Moon is not resolute enough?" The old nun hugged the girl and gently patted her back. "My dear Liana, you are the High Lady of Silver Moon's most devout believer. Believe me, the goddess shall not let the demons harm you. She will always watch over and love you, just like a mother caring for her daughter." Similar scenes occurred in underground chambers, remote villages, ancient castles, and many other locations. Many experienced nightmares and woke up, only to find that the world was no longer the same as it was, at least for them. In a dark canyon, an eerie man stood underneath the moonlight. He gazed into the distance and grinned. "Oh, my dear brothers and sisters, you all have finally awakened. I have waited for this moment a long time." He leapt off the cliff which was dozens of meters high. As his silhouette turned hazy, he dashed away rapidly. There was a place further north than the northern regions where the terrain was made up of glaciers and icy mountains. The sea could be seen but was frozen due to the cold weather. In such a chilly environment stood a tower which pierced through the skies, its height completely beyond human imagination. If Saran were here, he would doubt if his original world, where technology was extremely advanced, could construct such a structure. The strange tower had withstood the harsh environment for millennia, but there were not even the slightest signs of weathering. "Teacher," a teen with a chiseled face said as he stepped onto the top of the tower. It was an ancient astrology divination platform. The teen stood behind his teacher and continued, "The Dreadlord have started spreading chaos and fear. They also awakened the descendants of God earlier than expected. Perhaps we might need to do something this time?" An old man, whose white hair and long beard almost reached the ground, turned around. He wore a grey robe, and slowly said to his apprentice, "Matul, you have to remember that we are mere observers at all times. Our mission is to observe the changes of the world, not interfere with it." The apprentice hesitated for a moment before arguing back, "But teacher, if we don't interfere, the Dreadlord will revive through his descendant's body, and the world will once again be shrouded in fear. He is a powerful demon god, and there may not be a better chance to make him fall if we miss this opportunity." The old man sighed and slowly said, "Matul, you have to remember we are neutral. We don't side with justice, nor do we side with evil. It is only this way that the gods allowed us to exist. Besides, It is not so easy for a god to resurrect. The apprentice seemed to refuse his teacher's final remark. If so, why did the god of tyranny manage to resurrect? The elder saw no way out of the situation without explaining everything to his apprentice. To resurrect, there are many requirements a god has to meet. The bodies of mortals cannot hold a god's divine powers, even if they were the god's children. As such, a god will have to distribute his divine powers among his children before attempting to resurrect, making the children descendants of God. The more powerful the god is, the more children are required to bear his divine powers. After the god dies, the divine power left behind would begin to converge, often causing the descendants of God to fight among themselves in pursuit of power. In the end, the number of children left behind will just be a few, but they are also a lot more powerful than they used to be. Having powerful children and converging divine power is only a part of the resurrection process. What matters more is the power of belief. All divine powers exist because there were believers who devoted themselves to their gods. The act of worshipping gods gives the deities their power, and this is the most crucial part of a god's resurrection. Descendants of God hold divine power, but they are not the believer's target of worship. Thus, their powers can't grow since they are not worshipped. The god's soul would be able to relocate to a body which held his original divine powers, basically one of his children. The god could then mend his own soul using the divine power brought by his believers, then usurp his child's divine powers as his soul's authority over divine power is higher. This completes the process of resurrection. The reason why the god of slaughter failed in his resurrection was because his bishops had betrayed him. The believers no longer prayed and worshipped him. The god of tyranny managed to resurrect because his believers still kept their faith when he had gone missing during the process of resurrection. The teen seemed to have understood the situation. He lifted his head and asked, "Teacher, does this mean that it is impossible for the Dreadlord to resurrect successfully this time?" The old man knocked his apprentice's head with his staff. "Remember, we are mere neutral observers. No one can predict the future, but the gods will not allow the Dreadlord's followers to spread chaos and fear. It should not be long before the Dreadlord's believers suffer great blows. If the number of believers decreases, the chances of the Dreadlord's resurrection will also lower proportionally. If there are insufficient believers who worship him, even if one of his children meet the resurrection requirements, it is still impossible for him to resurrect." Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. The apprentice didn't fully understand what his teacher had said, but he could tell that it would be unlikely for the Dreadlord to resurrect. With a smile, he joyously told his teacher, "I'll go make some tea for you. I'll use your favorite southern tea leaves." The old man sighed once again. He gazed afar, as though his vision could pierce through space itself. He saw a dazzling screen of light lowering from the sky, and it was indeed a spectacular and splendid sight. Chapter 95. The first glimmers of dawn showered the plains. Saran drove the carriage as the trio continued their journey. The road had gotten a lot rougher, and that hindered their travel speed. Vivian sat upright with crossed legs in front of the long desk inside the carriage. Gloria was combing the little girl's hair in front of a mirror. As Vivian's brother, Saran was not well qualified when it came to tending to her daily needs. Vivian had to take care of herself most of the time, and Saran didn't have the time nor energy to care even if he wanted to. Gloria's presence filled the void that Saran had been unable to fill. The role of mother. Gloria always had a gentle smile, and she was now carefully tying a ponytail for Vivian. "It's done," Gloria said as she tied the ponytail with a pink ribbon. "Our Vivian looks just like a little princess." The corners of Vivian's lips rose as she smiled gleefully. She looked at the mirror and caressed the pink ribbon. "Thank you, big sis Gloria. It's very beautiful." Vivian looked into the mirror again before muttering, I don't want to be a princess. A dragon will take me away." Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. PFFF. Gloria could not help but inwardly laugh. Meanwhile, Saran was still in the driver's seat while chewing on some jerky. He had been listening to the conversation going on behind him, and it made him glad. He turned to investigate the carriage, then continued to focus on his duty as a driver. Perhaps because of what had happened the day before, their relationship was much closer now. Gloria was vastly different from other northern witches he had encountered, and Saran discovered more and more of her good qualities as they interacted. Gloria was an elegant beauty, and her gentle smile and gaze could brighten up one's mood. She really was a nice lady. Perhaps her haughty attitude, in the beginning, had been a disguise. Even Saran himself had acted coldly most of the time to avoid others from reading his emotions. Similarly, Vivian seemed like a clever good girl to most people, but she was in fact somewhat mischievous at times. Even Anale, the priestess from Amber City, had not noticed her true nature. It was only in front of Saran and Gloria had Vivian acted in such a manner. Saran thought of it as a good thing. He had always been worried that good girl Vivian would lack the wits to handle abrupt situations, but her mischievous nature proved him wrong. If Vivian really was a descendant of God, then having a pure mind would be fatal. It would be good for her soul to remain pure, but her mind must be aware of the deceptions and evil of this cruel world. There were herds of wild goats roaming through the plains. Many beasts and animals lived in the wilderness, and a lot of them lived in groups in order to defend themselves. Normally, there would be a few exceptional beings in each horde. For example, the goat herd leader was stronger than the others and had a monster level of 3 to 5. At times, goats might even clash head-on with wolves. In fact, it was similar to the social construct of humans, at least in the sense that the strong defended the weak, albeit a lot more simplified. The herd leader noticed the carriage and growled. It used its thick horns to urge the other goats towards the center of the plains. While the herd leader could enjoy the best grass, it also had the responsibility of protecting the herd in times of danger. When defending was not possible, it also had to evacuate the herd using the most effective route. The goats were also protected by the druids. If it was just hunting on a small scale, the druids would not intervene. But if it was a large-scale operation to capture and slaughter the wild goats, the druids would stand out and defend them. Of course, the druids would also kill off the goats when their herd grew too large. After all, the druids operated on the principles of equilibrium and balance. To Saran, both paladins and druids were annoying existences. Vivian was reading within the carriage. The rate she absorbed knowledge astonished Saran and Gloria. She had already finished a third of the books Gloria had brought along. Those books weren't just story books, but brick-like books packed with knowledge. Even though Vivian was just merely memorizing the contents for now, at this rate, she would surely become a knowledgeable spellcaster in the future. Knowledge was more important than spell slots in a sense because spellcasters had to understand the principles of spells before they could cast or counter them. There was a lot more wilderness now compared to before. Many monsters had migrated away from the region, and they would not dare intrude for a considerably long time. However, there were still kobolds and goblins scattered here and there. They were basically weed-like monsters, and the Whiterun guards could not be bothered with annihilating them. No matter how hard they tried, these monsters would still appear again in a year. At noon, Saran encountered a traveler. He was of a relatively rare and highly praised species in the south, a halfling. He was only around a meter in height, and his clothes were the size of children. 2 short swords hung on the halfling's waist, but they were more like daggers in human standards. He had somewhat thick body hair on the back of his legs and hands. With a thick rope in hand, the 40-pound halfling was controlling 2 goblins, kicking them at times to urge them forward. After noticing the approaching carriage, he hopped up excitedly and waved while shouting, "Hey, hey, can I get a ride?" Gloria poked her head out to see what was going on and quickly sat back down. Afterward, it was Vivian's turn. The little girl chuckled as she whispered into Saran's ears, "Big brother, look, it really is a halfling. He's really only a bit taller than Vivian." A short, inconspicuous halfling. If he had hidden in tall grass, it would have been hard to notice him. "You guys got lucky," the halfling said while untying the restraints on the goblins. He kicked the two monsters, and they instantly fled. The halfling then stowed the ropes away and murmured, "How dare you steal my food? I won't let you monsters off the hook next time." Saran slowed down the carriage, and the halfling hopped on with ease. He patted the horses and sat down beside Saran. "Ho ho, thanks. I've been walking alone in the wilderness for days now, and I can finally rest." Halflings were better at sneaking than Saran given their innate talents. If they were barefooted, the sounds of their footstep were basically non-existent since they had an innate +20 buff to sneak. "Greetings, distinguished northern witch." "Greetings, pretty little girl." The halfling nodded as he greeted the two in the carriage one by one. He then looked at Saran who was beside him and introduced himself. "Greetings, traveler. I am Aladdin Tobacco Diriditis, Imarog and also a gourmet traveling around the world. Glad to meet you all." Saran did not reply, but his mouth twitched upon hearing the halfling's name. Contrary to Saran's seemingly uninterested attitude, Vivian was very curious and approached Aladdin. Without asking, she extended her hands and squeezed Aladdin's cheeks. It may seem rude, but Aladdin simply laughed and allowed Vivian to do as she liked. "Little girl, is this the first time you met a halfling?" "Ho ho, that's the way we are, just around your height." Halflings had mild tempers, and their species was a gentle one. They respected the deities, even weak ones who only had governance over small lakes and short streams. As such, they were a species favored by the gods. They were also people who appreciated good food, and many curious halflings had the ambition of trying out all the tasty dishes in the world before setting out for a global journey. It was easy for them to gain affection from others, and even if they encountered bad people, they could easily escape with their skills as first-rate rogues. Moreover, halflings were blessed by Lady Luck, the goddess of good fortune. They had an innate luck buff, and if they received another blessing from a deity, they would get the ability Heroic Luck, which granted a +1 rating to everything. As such, they were best partners and buddies of the legend's protagonists. They would lend their aid to people whom they had acknowledged. Due to their short stature, they had little strength. Most of the time, they relied on their dexterity in combat. Over half of all halflings had below 10 strength. The average halfling only had 8 strength. Having 12 strength was already considerably high for their species. There were not too many halflings in the world, and most of them lived in the Murdoch and regions. Their population numbered around 300,000, and they had not expanded their territory for millennia. Under the protection of Yondala, an ancient and powerful deity also known as the Halfling Protector, the species had survived for countless years. They were curious beings, but they had no desire for war. If left undisturbed by other species, the halflings were beings who pursued their own interests, such as good cuisine, planting tobacco, and having parties. Another thing they were good at was boasting. They liked to sit down, take a deep breath of their tobacco, then start boasting about all sorts of things. That's why Saran knew what Aladdin was up to when he took out his pipe next to Vivian. It was a scene he had seen many times before. Chapter 96 Halflings. That's right. Aladdin took another deep breath from his smoking pipe. After puffing out a ring of smoke, the halfling continued with exaggerated expressions. "There were 20 scary ogres surrounding me at that time. Their arms were as thick as my waist, and they held large spiked maces. A strong wind blew every time they swung their maces. One hit could instantly shatter my head." Aladdin swung his smoking pipe as if to show how the ogres had swung their maces. Indeed, it was some splendid acting. He somehow managed to have beads of cold sweat on his forehead as he narrated the situation. It was extremely dangerous. I dodged and dodged, a few attacks barely grazing my clothes. Thanks to Lady Luck, none of those big, slow fellas managed to hit me. Instead, I cut their thighs with my short sword. Then I saw a large wooden barrel in front, so I ran and ran. It was a long, tough battle. Finally, those clumsy monsters used up all their stamina and I defeated them one after another. Then I casually left the ogre lair. Saran had to admit that Aladdin's storytelling techniques were pretty good. Even though he was sure the halfling had been bluffing the entire time, both him and Gloria felt interested in the story. With those two short swords hanging on his waist, it would take considerable strength and skill to even slice through the ogre's layer of fat, let alone injure them. Given how Aladdin had been bluffing the entire time, the number of ogres he had faced was most likely just 4 or 5. Halflings often like to exaggerate things after all. Vivian was listening attentively. She had always liked listening to stories, and the fact that she and Aladdin had similar height made it easier for her to place herself into his shoes. Halfling stories were popular among human children because it allowed the children to fantasize themselves as the protagonists. Time passed by. Perhaps due to the cheerful halfling, the journey was a lot merrier than before. He would tell Vivian stories of his adventures from time to time. Although it was obvious he had exaggerated things, Saran could still tell that Aladdin had traveled to plenty of places before and encountered many troublesome foes. He could not determine the halfling's true strength, but he thought Aladdin was a grade 3 rogue at the very least. He also seemed proficient in alchemy and handling machinery, given that he gave Vivian a few delicate trinkets which were mechanical items made with alchemy. Vivian had received a handful of gifts throughout their trip. The merchant guards had given her some, and Gloria also bought toys for her. Even the bewitching lady whom Saran was utterly powerless against, Gloria's mother, gave Vivian a gift. The little girl now had a multi-dimensional pocket filled with the gifts she had gotten from others. At dusk, Saran untied the horses and let them eat grass nearby, then went ahead to prepare dinner. Aladdin offered to take on the task in order to show them the cooking skills of a gourmet who had traveled around the world. Saran missed the tasty cuisine of the halflings also, so he instantly agreed after noticing Vivian's sparkling eyes. The group had stopped near a river, so Aladdin decided to make the meal with fish. He took a few sticks from his backpack and quickly assembled them into a fishing rod. Afterwards, he set up a campfire, then placed a pot filled with water, mushrooms, and spices on top. I picked these up in the forest today. They were quite fresh. Aladdin then took out a small packet of edible salt and poured the white granules into the pot. Afterwards, he said as he walked to the riverside, "Give me a while. I'll come back with the fish when the water boils. I'm a fishing master back in my hometown, you know." The curious Vivian followed him, and Gloria, who always seemed disinterested in trivial matters, also followed. Aladdin laughed as he noticed the little girl next to him and said, "Do you wanna try? I've got another fishing rod." Vivian nodded in response. Aladdin took out another set of sticks and assembled a new fishing rod for Vivian. The little girl learned how to hook the bait and tossed the line into the river. The halfling glanced back at the fire, then started to bluff the moment he sat down. "Back in my hometown, there's a fishing contest every autumn. The champion gets some decent prizes, and as long as I'm at home, the first place always goes to me. That's why the guys rejoice each time they find out that I am leaving to travel around the world." Saran had already heard from numerous halflings that they were always the champion of the fishing contest. He guessed that Aladdin had really won at least once or twice, but winning every year was something he doubted. Moreover, the fishing contest was just one of many events held during the autumn festival, and almost every village held such contests, so there were bound to be many champions. While Aladdin was still proudly telling Vivian about his splendid past, Vivian's fishing rod started twitching. Vivian tensed up immediately and shouted, "Big sis Gloria, come, I got a fish." "Don't be hasty." Gloria, who most likely had little experience in fishing, walked over with a bemused look and said, "Don't be in a hurry and wait for a while. It's not hooked yet." Aladdin looked over and was shocked. "Oh, lucky little girl, it looks like it's a big one. Give it some time." Saran was setting up for grilling fish when shouts could be heard from the riverside. It was Vivian, who was almost dragged into the river by the fish. Thankfully Gloria caught Vivian in time, but the two started shouting something Saran could not hear. Aladdin soon joined the fuss. yelling something about lowering the line a bit then pulling it back. Saran finished setting the fire and slowly walked over. Vivian was already holding a 30-centimeter long fish in her hands by the time he did, her cheeks flushing and her breath a bit rough. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. Big Brother look. Vivian caught a big fish. The fish was roughly 12 pounds. Such a large fish had considerable strength when in water, and it was by no means easy to catch it. The line might even snap given its strength. Saran looked at Gloria, who was grinning, and realized she had literally given Vivian a helping hand. She had used Mage Hand to help Vivian reel in the fish. Saran patted Vivian's head and received the fish. Vivian's pretty good. I'll count on you then. Saran took out his dagger and started dissecting the fish for cooking. Vivian was still fishing with a serious expression while murmuring something about helping more fish would come. Perhaps it was luck, but soon another fish bit her bait. On the contrary, Aladdin, who had bluffed about how good he was at fishing, didn't get a single nibble. By the time Vivian caught her third fish, Aladdin couldn't wait any longer and dived straight into the river. Water splashed around for a while before the halfling emerged with a fish in hand. Got it. I caught one. Everyone was speechless. The four could not eat a lot of fish anyways, so they packed up and returned to their camp. Vivian seemed like she had a lot of fun and did not want to go. So Aladdin gave her the fishing rod as a gift. Aladdin took out packet after packet of spices, some for the stew and some for the roasted fish. Saran could even smell cumin, a type of rare spice. Halflings were a species good at cooking, and they often brought along uncommon ingredients. Saran had to admit that it was the best meal he ever had in this world. Vivian's stomach was almost bulging, and Gloria also ate a decent amount. At the very least, Aladdin had not been bluffing about his cooking skills, which were on the level of a master chef. This was the third day of the journey to Autumnfall. The trio met a halfling whose destination was the Alpine port where the Iron Dwarves resided in. They would travel together to Autumnfall before going separate ways. Chapter 97 Autumnfall. Beside the warm fire, Aladdin was preparing a snack for the night. It was some sort of sliced meat sprinkled with herbs to roast. The halfling NPCs were carefree characters, and they would risk at least half of the wealth they acquired during adventures to make themselves more comfortable. They also didn't like to adventure for too long, and they would often choose to retire after earning a good sum. Vivian couldn't manage to eat any more. Meanwhile, Gloria had a rare hiccup and then quickly retreated into the carriage with a reddish complexion. Saran's appetite was very good. The higher the constitution the person had, the stronger the digestive ability. As such, his appetite had doubled compared to before. For example, he now carried dried meat with him so he could eat and avoid cooking when he was in a battle. It would be much better after breaking through the fourth rank, though. By then, his endurance would be greatly strengthened. Even if he didn't eat for 7 or 8 days straight, he would still be okay. Saran also knew a thing or two about barbecuing. While the two sat by the fire and ate meat, Saran unexpectedly unlocked the basic cooking skill. Maybe it's because there's a gourmet beside him. Surprisingly, there were 20 points in that skill. There were many kinds of basic skills. Besides those that directly affected Sumion's combat ability, other skills included forging, cooking, tailoring, and so on. The impact of these skills wasn't big. Consequently, few people specialized in them. Weapon forging and armor forging were also quite limited. In order to build a rare-grade equipment, one must also incorporate alchemy skills. One of the best examples was the wizard's robes. Many high-grade robes needed special materials, like the tough spider silk from the Underdark, which normal tailors couldn't work with. As for the wizards, you can't expect them to be proficient in sewing when they have so many harder things to learn. Therefore, the number of high-grade rare items had always been very scarce. Aladdin leaned against the carriage to smoke his pipe and handed Saran a small bag of tobacco. He smiled and said, "Taste the Diridatus families tobacco. It's the best tobacco in Northern Hills." Saran didn't refuse the offer. He reached over and took a bit. He didn't drink, but he used tobacco to ease his pain and sometimes to distract his mind from his injuries. Halfling tobaccos were impressively difficult to obtain even if you had money. It's a favorite among wizards. After it was lit, it brought a faint fragrance that could freshen up a person's mind. The effect was similar to the incense that Gloria had lit, and the only difference was that smoking tobacco was a male wizard's hobby. The night was getting late. The halfling laid out a blanket, rolled it up, and went to sleep. It was hard to tell if he was really asleep. After all, it's hard for a rogue to fall asleep easily. A rogue had the most important role in a squad. They had to be alert at all times. If they were ambushed, the rogues would be the first ones questioned. As such, for a long time the rogues liked to walk alone because their task was too difficult. When faced with dangerous terrain, they would walk in front of the squad. They were meant to deal with all the traps. At night, while the wizards meditated and the warriors slept soundly, the rogues always had to be vigilant and could only take a break when it was safe. Compared to the warriors, it was better if the squad had a high-ranked ranger to do the lookouts from time to time. Their warriors were practically useless when tasked to keep watch in safe areas, and they were even worse when an enemy became invisible. Still, it was even better to be alone. There would be no one to take care of and be responsible for. Faint howls from wolves were heard in the distance. Saran rested on the carriage. Vivian pulled at the corner of his coat with her little hands, and then Saran smiled and patted her head, letting her know that it was okay. Although the halfling was very friendly, he would not take his own safety lightly. Even if there was a magic boundary, he still thought that he had to stay alert just to be sure. Otherwise, he wouldn't sleep well. The air got colder and colder. It seemed that winter might come earlier since it seemed much colder than the previous years. Aladdin was sleeping soundly. It is what he most likely wanted from joining Saran and the others. Not a ride, but a good night's sleep. He probably didn't dare to sleep this soundly when he was alone in the wild. Saran sat upright with a blanket covering his body. He occasionally stood up and walked carefully to listen to the distant sounds. It was the wolves who had spotted the campfire, but they knew not to bother the campers. If wolves weren't hungry, they mainly hunted other beasts for food. Attacking travelers would only kill them faster, and it will be very difficult for them to reproduce. The next morning, Saran was covered with a layer of white frost. It was extremely cold. Find authorized novels in webnovel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. Saran, who had an extraordinary 20 points in Constitution, didn't seem to care very much. But when Vivian woke up and saw the frost on his eyebrows, there was a sad expression on her small face. She brushed the frost off of his body with her small hands. She even opened her mouth to blow away the frost. Then, she held his palm and rubbed it hard. "Brother, is it cold?" Saran kissed her on the forehead and smiled. "It's not cold. This chill is nothing." The weather had definitely changed. When Gloria got up in the morning and exhaled, there was a white mist visible. Gloria frowned and whispered, "This winter came over a month earlier than before." Saran nodded slightly but said nothing. After waking up, Aladdin first moved about. Then, he began to find some firewood to cook porridge. He had all kinds of ingredients ready. When the food was ready, the group quickly ate it and continued their journey. Maybe it was because the merchants had cleared the way ahead, for the group did not encounter any monsters along the way. The journey lasted for 2 days, and then on the 5th day of their journey, they finally reached the territory of Autumnfall. This was the half-elves' territory. Half-elves were very common here. They had slightly pointed ears, a more slender stature than human beings, and handsome and elegant features. However, most of the half-elves had been mixed. The proportion of human ancestry was large, while the proportion of elf descents were reduced. The village was similar to human villages, but there were many more towers and sentinels. Other than that, the area produced more longbow archers than an elven tribe. That's because humans had more strength compared to elves. Elven archers would often tire out after shooting a few rounds. However, even though humans had enough strength, they did not have enough skill. Thus, compared to crossbow users and ordinary archers, humans needed a longer time to become a longbow archer. Half-elves, on the other hand, had the advantages of both sides. That is, they had strength while also inheriting the innate talent that elves had for bows. Almost every village here had longbow archers, and some towns also had teams of longbow guards. Among all the mixed races, the half-elves were doing the best. Other mixed folks, such as the half-orcs, were now either slaves or vagrants. It's very exclusive here. The half-elves would often exclude creatures that weren't half-elves. They would often watch outsiders with vigilant eyes because they were once rejected by the human and elven societies. The so-called racial harmony was just a slogan preached by idealists. Saran and others didn't stop. They continued toward the city of Autumnfall. Finally, on the 6th day of their journey, they reached the city of Autumnfall. "All right, I'll be heading to the Iron Dwarves." The little halfling jumped out of the carriage. He waved to Vivian, who was almost as tall as him, and then left as he pleased. "Goodbye, lovely little girl. Goodbye, your honorable witch, and finally goodbye, fellow travelers. Come visit when free. I'll treat you guys to some roast sturgeon." The separation was a normal thing. Even adventurers who had been together for a long time would eventually have to part ways. Vivian's face had a slight hint of disappointment, but she soon recovered. She smiled and arranged the gifts she had received. Her little face was full of joy again. She liked the halfling very much because he gave her a sense of companionship. This is because, when compared with other children, she was still too smart and mature. Thus, an adult halfling who had a child's stature but a mature mind made her feel like she had found a good friend. The city of Autumnfall had a very elven style. Most of them believed in elven gods, and only a small number devoted themselves to other beliefs. Half-elves also had their own gods, but their gods were comparatively weak. They could not provide any protection because they were only weak gods. The city of Autumnfall was full of phoenix trees. When autumn came, leaves fell in succession. It was a very romantic scene. They worshipped the legendary immortal bird, thus they also liked the phoenix trees. The immortal bird also had other names. The monks called them phoenix, the priests called them sunbirds, and the wizards named them the ashes of arcane magic. These birds soared in the skies in the Arcane Kingdom period. After that period, it was almost impossible to see these majestic creatures. They were rarer than gods and more powerful than dragons. They say that the god of fire, with powerful divine powers on the elemental plane, handed them olive branches, making these beautiful and deadly creatures leave the world. Legend has it that when they flew, the sky would have a trail of a blaze of fire, and when they landed on the ground, everything around them would turn into ashes. Their flame would only extinguish at the moment of death, and this divine flame could cause hundreds of points of divine flame damage every second. That was why they were beautiful but unapproachable. There were two landmarks in Autumnfall. One was the immortal bird sculpture in the central square, which is 30 meters high and 20 meters wide. The other was a 300-meter high dome tower which housed the Council of Autumnfall and also the Casters' Council within the half-elves. These, however, were not the most noticeable things. The more eye-catching structure was the iron pillar on the dome tower. It emitted a silver-white light. A light so bright it would cause dizziness if observed for too long. It was the brilliance of Mithril. The iron pillar that seemed like a lightning rod was actually the legendary crystal cannon. From a human's imagination, the crystal cannon was just a very heavy cannon mounted on the wall, just like the cannon used by dwarfs in stories. Because they had uncreative minds, they couldn't understand what the crystal cannon looked like. People only understood it as something that a wizard could charge and used spells to trigger it to fire. The cannon would emit a loud noise and would be able to shoot down a dragon. Yes, that's the feeling of power. But in fact, this wasn't correct. The cannon wasn't mounted on the wall. That would only make it decorative, and it didn't have a parabolic line of attack. Rather, the cannon had a straight line attack. It was built in the period of the Arcane Empire and was used in conjunction with the floating cities. It was especially terrifying when it was set up at a high point and used its maximum attack range of 1,000 kilometers. That's right. The full name of the cannon was called the Super Arcane Crystal Pulse Cannon. To be continued. Chapter 98. The First Snowfall. The name of the cannon was awesome. But in fact, It had only been fired once so far. After it killed an adult black dragon, it hasn't been fired since. Because of the loss of mana power after the Arcane Empire, the Super Arcane Crystal Pulse Cannon was now just an ornament. In the future, the Autumn Fall Council even opened the transmission door connecting it to the seabed to launch a legendary mission. Firing the cannon meant consuming half a month's worth of the floating city's energy storage while relying on the power of wizards to recharge it. And it would only, at most, produce sparks. Despite the great weapon's legendary history, it was now just used a lightning rod. This kind of magic weapon had great power, but its practicability was very poor. It could not attack across the realms or break through the space-time fabric. At present, the records of its use were mainly in the Abyss battlefield. The Arcane Empire used them to crush the demon army. One shot and a legion of demons were almost destroyed. Except for the high-ranking demons who could traverse between planes, the other low-ranking demons were evaporated instantly. At present, the only functioning Super Arcane Crystal Pulse Cannon could only be found in the Clockwork Nirvana of Mechanus, sometimes called Nirvana. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. It was a plane filled with constructs. It was also the only place left over from the period of the Arcane Empire which was preserved almost completely. The plane had large numbers of constructed mechanical life forms which maintained the normal operation of the entire plane while confronting a ferocious and powerful underground ant tribe. The glory of the Arcane Empire had almost disappeared, and the only way to appreciate the incredible power they once had alongside the gods was probably to go to Nirvana. The challenge rating there was 25, thus the creatures there were demigods and divine beings. Any life forms would be affected by the high-intensity radiation there. There were no wild plants on the surface of Nirvana. On the contrary, the place was filled with giant gear machines and constructs. They have guarded this plane for countless years. In the eyes of druids, however, this place was worse than the deepest depths of hell because the natural environment which they believe in had been completely distorted in this plane. One would not see a single trace of green on the whole plane. There was only endless steel and a doomsday-like grey sky. Saran had been there before. He was lucky to have made it back in one piece. You know what that is? Gloria glanced at Saran, who was next to her, and looked away from the Super Arcane Crystal Pulse Cannon. The weapons left over from the Arcane Empire possess forces close to the level of divine power. Unfortunately, it had too many limitations. Saran gently nodded his head and said, I've heard about it before from a story told by a bard. They say that cannon killed an adult dragon. The Dragonborns. They were second only to the powerful existence of gods in this world. They weren't simple beasts who only breathed out dragon's breath. The dragon race in this world was capable of casting spells, while possessing powerful hand-to-hand combat ability. They were also equivalent to a grade 2 or 3 sorcerers. An adult dragon could cast level 8 spells while slightly stronger dragons were able to cast level 9 spells. They had the same amount of spells that the sorcerers had. However, the way they cast their spells belonged to the turret-style classes, like sorcerers. Because the types of magic mastered by the Dragonborns varied, the adult dragons required a complete team of legendary adventurers to be even able to have a 50% winning chance. Draconic sorcerers were the most broken class in the game. Even though these guys only inherit a third of the draconic abilities, maybe because of the stories people heard. Someone once went to slaughter dragons in high spirits but was trapped by a maze spell. Then a high roar terrified the whole regiment. An hour later, one soul escaped from the maze spell. Unfortunately, all their teammates died except the wizard who escaped by teleporting. The Dragonborns who cast their spells according to their routines were certainly easy to deal with. For example, many white dragons attacked according to a routine. But for those cunning adult dragons, one would instantly find that the way they fought was completely fraudulent. Even the veteran adventurers would sweat when they went against their attack tactics. Professionals had once evaluated that if the adult dragon's spell sets were given to top adventurers, then the adventurer would at least be able to kill 3 teams of legendary adventurers. Shape-shifting, sneak attack, assassinate, maze spell, trap, banishment, summon lesser monsters. After the set of spells has been used up, then it would be a combo of either Dragon's Breath, Wing Attack, Bites, Claws and so on. Then, after carrying out this set of combos, one still had to fight hand-to-hand combat against an adult dragon which had powers equivalent to a legendary grade fighter. Back when Saran joined a squad to kill a dragon, they had to come up with at least 20 tactics. For one day and one night, the 6 legendary adventurers discussed the way the dragon attacked before they actually went to fight the dragon. If there was no pre-planning, an understanding of the battle environment, the knowledge of terrain inside the dragon's nest, the distribution of monsters, then there was only one outcome: squad annihilation. Once, there was a demigod lich who only used the imprisonment spell when fighting. Many thought this was a weakness. When there was finally a legendary squad who went to challenge the demigod, all the squad members were dumbfounded. In actuality, the demigod was bored, so she only used weak imprisonment spells. But, when there was a true danger, she quickly used the legendary skill Time Stop, which stunned everyone. Summon Demon, Astral Projection, Dissection, Dimensional Lock, Big Buy's Hand, Power Word Spells, Frighten, Blasphemous Language. The team was annihilated after a combination of spells, and not even the wizard was able to escape. Since then, everyone learned that it was suicidal to have only one tactic and that the enemy was not a puppet that only attacked in one certain routine. Not everyone had the goddess of good fortune looking out for them, and thus, making ample preparations was the only way to go. The group decided to stay in Autumnfall for a day. It was obvious that the Northern Witch didn't know that the super arcane crystal pulse cannon was just used for decoration now, because she still glanced at it with awe. Saran hadn't slept for several days and was now slightly tired. First, he got 2 rooms and settled Vivian in, and then, he packed up and went to bed. The city was still relatively safe. If Vivian really was a descendant of God, then there was a great possibility she was a son of fear. This was something he did not mention to Gloria. Saran knew that Elven territory was forbidden for the Dreadlord. It was difficult for his believers and followers to enter the realm of the elves. So for the time being, they were still safe, and there would be plenty of time. Saran had another important purpose for coming here. A piece of legendary grade equipment was in the special area near the Elven territory. It also had a portal which linked to the plane of the Earth Elementals. Killing one of these Earth Elementals would bring him around 3,000 points of slaughter EXP. If he was lucky, he could probably accumulate around 300,000 points of slaughter EXP. But he couldn't kill them alone. There were 4 of these special places, and they were around the Frost Kingdom, Elfenland, Plains of Fire, and the Forbidden Sky Nation. Those were legendary missions. The 4 places represented the elemental forces: water, fire, earth, and air respectively. Each location had a piece of legendary grade equipment which, when combined together, would become a special item. This item that could summon the 4 elemental bosses. All of them had monster levels of 24. After finally defeating all of them, you would acquire the final item, a sealed shard of divinity unknown. When the deities fell from the heavens, it didn't just bring destruction, it also brought opportunities. Saran remembers a lot, but there weren't many items that he could acquire. This mission was one of the easier challenges and the easiest legendary equipment to acquire. This is because the challenge rating of the Earth Elemental was only 9, which was about twice as difficult as the previous Snake Demon. Also, the speed of the Earth Element was slow. It was the type of creature which Saran could easily deal with, and so he could easily kill them with a helper. If he was going up against the Air Elemental, though, it would be a completely different ballgame. He wouldn't even have a chance to attack it. It was dawn. Someone knocked on Saran's door and he jumped up in surprise. He swiftly picked up his curved sword beside him, rushed out, and murmured, "What's wrong?" Outside the door was a somber Gloria, who pointed out the window and said, Look! He saw a white and snowy landscape. The outside had been covered by heavy snowfall seemingly overnight. It was a blanket of white snow that was around 15 centimeters thick. You couldn't believe that this happened overnight. How is this possible? Saran's expression grew grave, and he murmured, "Isn't it around the end of September now? How is it already snowing?" Gloria raised her finger and pointed to the sky. She lowered her voice and asked, "Would it have something to do with them, the deities?" Saran wasn't too sure himself, but answered, "Maybe." He didn't roam around this area in the past, so it wasn't clear whether the area snowed in advance. No one probably noticed the early snowfall either, since there were too many things happening at that time. However, snowfall in September was a bad omen. Saran only knew about the early signs after the deities had fallen. So if the snowfall really was early for some reason, then it must have something to do with the gods who controlled the ice and snow. Was it the Frost Maiden or the goddess of winter? Didn't the turmoil of the time of troubles not affect them? Didn't the events in Frost Kingdoms begin to erupt several years later? Have the events already started brewing? People outside had already started to sweep the snow. From time to time, people like merchants cursed at the bad weather. They were basically stuck in the city since there was no way to leave during heavy snowfall. They might even have to wait till next spring to leave, and the money that they earned along the way would almost all be spent here. There were also many people who were worried because the early snow would mean that the winter would be very cold. Also, monsters in the wilderness were more likely to launch frequent attacks on other creatures if they didn't have enough food stored in advance. The sudden snowfall would kill many animals, reducing the chances of monsters surviving in the wild. All these seemingly insignificant events would ultimately add up to have a great impact on the world. Many things in nature had always been chained together. Chapter 99 Druids. Mother Nature would always react and change according to different forces. In previous winters, monsters in the wilderness didn't have enough food and would attack other nearby creatures. Since it was snowing more than a month ahead of schedule, their frequency of attack would probably be higher than before. Many Aborigines were already unknowledgeable and uncivil, but the experience they had told them that this winter would certainly be one of the most turbulent. Saran took Vivian down, and as soon as he arrived downstairs they heard a familiar voice. "Hey, hey, here, down here, down here." Since Aladdin had a small stature, he was hardly noticeable and only his voice could be heard. The innkeeper looked around, and then, with a big smile on his face, leaned down from the countertop and asked, "Greetings, midget. Is there anything I can do for you?" Aladdin was so angry that he almost wanted to jump onto the tabletop. He took a deep breath and asked, "Have you seen a man and a woman with a little girl?" "I saw their carriage outside." Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. The corner of Saran's mouth twitched. He walked down the stairs and said, "Aladdin, we're here." "Weren't you going to the Iron Dwarves?" Aladdin was delighted to see them and clapped his hands. "Thank Lady Luck, you haven't left yet." "It was rather unfortunate really. Yesterday, I had journeyed for quite some time, and finally found a cave to sleep in. When I finished setting up traps, I took a nap. When I woke up, the snow outside had blocked the cave. I dug with a shovel for half a day, and when I came out, I realized what had happened. There was heavy snowfall the night before, and I was trapped under several meters of snow. Originally, I was going to continue my journey to the Iron Dwarves, but the snow was so deep, it reached my thighs. It was impossible to continue, so I came back to see if I could go with you to Elfenland. I heard there are a lot of delicious foods there." Saran glanced at his legs. Sure enough, almost his entire lower half was wet. That meant that the snow outside the city was higher. The innkeeper's expression became more and more serious. He glanced at Aladdin's height, calculated the height of the snow, and cried, "This is bad. This snow thickness means that we're in deep winter." The others in the tavern were shocked by what the innkeeper said. Even though the snow was to Aladdin's knees, the depth of the snow would be around 30 centimeters. Comparatively, it wasn't as serious in the city of autumn and fall, but if the thickness of the snow outside was really so high, It meant that the mountains and roads would be closed. Deep winter and early spring were common sayings here. During deep winter, wild animals would begin to hibernate. Many monsters in the wilderness would also depend on stored food to live. Usually, the hungry monsters wouldn't move until the end of winter. Inside the Tower of Autumn and Fall, a group of fantastically dressed druids gathered. There were elves, humans, and half-elves. The group was composed of a larger number of half-elves compared to humans, and the leader in the room was a tall elven druid wearing an antler on his head. There was a rectangular table in the middle of the room. It was surrounded by more than a dozen druids. Some were already arguing because of their different opinions. Silence. The tall druid leader slammed the table. One at a time. Please, Thornwalker. Please. A pure-blooded elven druid stood up. He looked around sharply and spoke in a serious tone. This early snow proves that we were too lenient in the past. This is the punishment from the god of nature and the goddess of winter for the endless destruction. We should have befallen the wrath of nature on those foolish humans ages ago. The plains of Grosso in the southeast has been seriously desertified. The endless reclamation of farmland and destruction of the environment have deprived the land of vitality, and it wouldn't take long before the land would become barren and become part of the desert. A third of the virgin forests in the southwest have already been cut down in the last 30 years. Nature is roaring in anger. This is its punishment for the whole world. The early winter is a sign, and if we do nothing, there will only be more terrible disasters. I suggest dispatching the sting of thorns against those greedy, foolish humans so that they can feel the true anger of nature. I object. An old-looking human druid stood up. He frowned at the elf and slowly said, it's not only humans who are destroying the environment. The dwarfs, gnomes and even the elves are also destroying the environment, at least to a certain extent. The world is developing with civilization, and civilization will inevitably come into conflict with nature. What we need to do is to find a new balance between civilization and nature, instead of sticking to the old ways of the past, using violence to solve all problems. An elegant-looking half-elf druid tapped her finger on the table and said in a soft voice, recently, many people have been dissatisfied with us, especially because of our last attack. The witches especially are becoming more and more hostile toward us. Nature's wrath shouldn't be abused. We should first send people to warn them. If there is no effect, we would then send patrols to expel them. If it is not absolutely necessary, we shouldn't launch a large-scale war. For the forests which have been cut down, we could arrange for apprentices to plant trees in those areas, and it would only take 10 years for the new forest to thrive. Thornwalker glanced at her and asked, what then? We continue to let the humans destroy our forests? Their demand from nature is endless. It takes more than 10 years for a tree to grow, but they can cut down thousands of trees in a day. I see only endless destruction and disasters in the civilization which they developed. Would you like to see the rise of an alchemy city again? The lead druid slammed his fist on the table and said, we will never allow the disaster of the Arcane Empire to happen again. Civilization should never surpass nature. However, we can not only rely on violence. You should not let your anger cloud your judgment, Thornwalker. This may only be an accident. Maybe we should intervene and warn those who destroy nature, not only the humans, but also the dwarfs and gnomes. Many of the elves have also forgotten the way of nature. Maybe we should send people out to instill respect for nature. Seasonal abrupt change is not a good phenomenon. Thus, I will send an errand to His Majesty Earthwalker in Phantasmal Forest. The problem now is that the sudden onset of winter will lead to great disasters. Animals should have stored as much fat as possible for the winter during this month, but the heavy snow has forced them into hibernation. Monsters in the wilderness can't have stored enough food. Once they eat up all their food, they will surely attack other creatures. Animals are the first to be harmed, then they will attack other races. The chain of nature would face yet another imbalance. We must ensure that all species can continue to multiply after winter. If all the creatures can make it through winter, then the balance of Mother Nature would be balanced once more. The other druids all nodded in agreement, but Thornwalker sighed and said softly, Baron of Bucks, I am afraid we would not have the strength to bring balance. The area that winter affects are too large. I suggest we call on the other druids for help." The tall druid with antler nodded and replied softly, "I am aware." "Now then, let's get started." Eagle Eye Walker, go see if the ogres in Ratchet Highlands can survive the winter. Remember, don't let them leave the area. Those foolish creatures would only cause greater damage. Master Deadwood, go to the forest in the north and count the numbers of creatures that might not survive the winter. We must help them when necessary to ensure that their population can continue to multiply. A stream of orders was passed down. Finally, the leading druid with antlers looked at the beautiful half-elf druid next to him and slowly said, "Baroness of Nightingale, I hope you can go to the elven forests, firstly, to visit His Majesty Earthwalker and inquire if there was any problem with this seasonal change. Then go to the Earth Element Gate and see if that dragon is still sleeping." The beautiful and elegant half-elf druid nodded and said, "Yes, sir, I'll go at once." "Take care." The tall druid with antlers said, "That place is connected to one of the altars in the earth element plane. Don't awaken the dormant earth spirit and that dragon. Those two have the worst tempers." The half-elf druid giggled, then reached out and a beautiful nightingale fell on her shoulder. The nightingale combed its feathers, then circled around her, chirping crisp and pleasant bird song. Not long after, there was only the druid with antlers in the hall. He gazed at the distance with a worried eye and stood motionless on the balcony. Snow and ice slowly fell all over him. Outside there were dead migrating birds. These birds froze to death overnight before they had time to migrate. The temperature got colder and colder. A few days ago, one didn't have to wear a coat. But, now, many had to wear winter clothing. This was only the beginning of winter, and if the weather continued to be this cold, then it would be a disaster for the humans, half-elves, and dwarfs. The druid with the antler looked across the white snow and saw snow-covered crops. Villagers with cold blue lips were busy in the fields as they shoved away as much ice and snow as possible so they could transport the vegetables back. Children in thin clothes dared not leave their houses and gathered around the fire pit to keep warm. The balance of Mother Nature. Monsters were part of nature, and so were the humans and the half-elves. Chapter 100. Saran was also trapped in autumn fall. The snow was so thick that the carriage could not move. Saran had ordered a warm cotton jacket for Vivian because of the cold weather. It took 3 days to complete. Outside there were half-elves busily working. There were even some druids. The snow had crushed some simple huts, and the guards of autumn and fall were scrambling to rescue the ordinary civilians. Because Gloria was taking care of Vivian, Saran went out to the outside of the city. The snow outside was much thicker. The snow was now up to his heels. The fields outside the city, which were once green, were covered in a white blanket of snow. Men and women were busy in the field, shoving up the snow and harvesting the vegetables that could be harvested. If they didn't transport them as soon as possible, they would quickly rot, and people would lose their source of food. There was probably no point in planting winter wheat since the snow was too thick. In the past, winter wheat was usually planted in October. Many half-elf farmers seemed worried. They did not have many talents, they were merely more flexible than humans. A farmer woman was carrying lettuce with her pale and cold hands. Cabbage and lettuce were common vegetables in the south. A girl with a runny nose was helping also, but because her clothes were thin, she would breathe warm air to her hands from time to time. A little boy in his teens was digging through the snow. Soon he became excited as he had dug out a frozen bird from within the snow. He raised the bird high and shouted, "Look, sister, we'll have meat in the evening." The snow had broken off some tree branches. Some even had birds' nests on them. Many tree branches were frozen like popsicles, and some even have long ice crystals forming under them. This was how people lived. A group of hunters entered the forest. Their experience told them that this winter would be a cruel one, and so they began to hunt in advance. They might be lucky to find some frozen animals. Further out, people were busy repairing their houses. Ordinary poor families could only build thatched houses. Therefore, The roof was not very strong and could be easily damaged from the heavy snow and wind. There were birds calling in the sky. These birds had to take their last chance to migrate, or they would all freeze to death here. An early winter had disturbed the way of life of all creatures. Animals were forced to hibernate, and farming was severely affected. Continuous thuds could be heard in a distance. Saran stopped in his tracks. He reached out with his hand, and small hailstones collected on his palm. The thuds became louder and clearer. From a close distance, a farmer's wife shouted, and then her two children quickly ran towards her. The little boy even took a tumble in the snow. The falling hail was getting bigger and bigger, and the woman couldn't even care about the vegetables she dug out. She protected her two children with her body, and they all ran toward a house in the distance. Saran felt a little bit of pain. Saran looked up at the sky and saw that the hail was getting larger, from the size of soybeans to the size of small stones. There was a cry of pain in front of him. Saran's figure quickly flew out and covered the two children with his body. He then murmured, quickly looked for a place to hide. The farmer's wife had no time to thank him. Her forehead was hit by a hailstone about the size of a pebble, and a bruise started to form on her head. The village was full of shouts of panic. Saran put the two children down and with a serious face, looked at the crackling hailstones falling to the ground. The roof was hit hard. Some people had bruises all over their faces, and some were even bleeding from their foreheads. The hailstorm did not last long. From the size of rice grains to the size of pebbles, the storm lasted only 10 minutes or so. People came out slowly in trepidation, looked up at the sky, and then returned to the fields to gather the remaining crops. Saran left a bag of jerky for two young children and then left to walk along the road into the forest. There were no familiar roads because the snow had covered everything up. He saw the figure of druids leaping across in the forest. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. Even though the druids were irritating, they weren't evil. Many druids stayed in desertified areas left behind by the Arcane Empire in hopes to turn them back into forests with lush green. This process has been going on for thousands of years. But the efforts of generations weren't enough. Thousands of kilometers of the desert were still covered with yellow sand. The ancient cities that had sunk in quicksand were still emitting radiation energy. Only some plants with strong vitality could grow in such an environment. It's always easy to damage the environment, but it takes countless years to repair it. Saran's attitude towards druids was very complicated. Sometimes he wants to kill them, and sometimes he adored their greatness. He especially loved the druids who were building an oasis in the bleak desert. The resilient green trying to survive in the harsh plains of gold sand was true greatness. The druids were well respected by the locals there. Saran had even seen the desert people kissing the ground which the tree-loving druids have walked on. The cold winter was already eliminating the old and weak. Only the strongest creatures could survive the harsh winter. Saran frowned as he walked deeper into the forest because the road to the Elfenlands was completely covered with ice and snow. The carriage was basically useless, and they would have to walk all the way to get through it. It was impossible to wait for the snow to melt, since that would mean waiting until the next year. Saran couldn't afford to wait that long, so they had to face the snowstorm. Vivian was still a small child and wouldn't be able to walk in the snow. She didn't have the stamina, and Saran wouldn't allow it either. Carrying her on his back was the only way. The journey was around 100 kilometers, so they would probably have to spend quite some time traveling. I wonder if Gloria would have issues. Probably not, since she's a high-grade witch. She probably has plenty of spells to deal with it. By the time Saran had returned, it was already afternoon. Aladdin stood on the bar table bragging to the guests who had gathered around him. From time to time, people laughed at his jokes and even wanted to invite him for another drink. When he saw Saran, Aladdin's face was already red with drunkenness. He must have been a big talker before. It's a pity that he didn't become a bard. Otherwise, he would have earned a lot of tips along the way. Many halflings like to brag, and they wouldn't get angry if they were called out. At most, they would just refute a bit. They weren't great storytellers, but they were definitely a good source of entertainment when things got boring. Even the innkeeper was hooked to the stories. Aladdin wasn't exactly boasting either. He had more experience adventuring in the wild compared to the others. At least he could accurately describe the height, characteristics, and habits of the hill giants. He was even able to describe in detail the habitual movements during their attacks. Of course, the main purpose of this story was to prove how dexterous he was, how he was able to evade the attack from the hill giant, playing and tricking the hill giant. Killing the hill giant, though, was another matter, as his 2 daggers were probably ineffective against them. With the encouragement of the guests, the short-statured Aladdin danced on a long table. It was a dance which had a lot of clapping and tapping. They believed that if one was good enough in dancing, one could attract cute halfling ladies. The surrounding crowd could not help clapping their hands and following the rhythm. The already very vibrant atmosphere suddenly reached a peak. The hotel owner even had intentions of hiring him. 3 days had passed. Saran was trying to memorize spells. Gloria seemed to know that he was learning magic and gave some tips here and there. However, the mysterious Northern Witch didn't know that Saran was already a level 5 wizard. Saran didn't want to cause any surprises and unnecessary trouble. After all, a level 5 wizard coming out of nowhere in just half a month was more frightening than Vivian's amazing talents. It's probably best to tell her when it was appropriate. Saran successfully memorized a level 2 spell Bull's Strength. This spell could temporarily increase his strength by 4, adding to that the effects of the Ogre Strength Gauntlet. His strength would add up to 18. Even though the spell only lasted for about 10 minutes, a typical battle was also around 10 minutes. So if he had to go up against an ogre head-on, it wouldn't be much of a problem. Low-ranking wizards had very few spell slots, thus he had an invisibility spell which was used to save lives, and a strength buff when fighting. Grade 3 and above wizards would have a dramatically increased number of spell slots. On the day of their departure, the little halfling also tagged along. He had a good time at the hotel. Every day, he was invited to have a drink. Saran thought he would stay in the city of autumn and fall. Imagome. Aladdin walked in the snow with a grumpy face. Then he said, "How could Imagome stay in one place? I've tasted all the delicious food here, so I'm going to see the elves have." Gloria was obviously not used to the journey. The noble witches seldom traveled by themselves, let alone walking in the icy and snowy environment. Saran wanted to help but had no way to do so. Behind him, like a backpack, he carried a cloth bag with Vivian inside. The little girl put her little white arms around his neck and rested her head on Saran's shoulder. Her small breathing was a bit ticklish and she would kick her little feet out from time to time. She opened her hands to catch the falling snow at first when she was in good spirits. However, she became a little lazy after a while because there was white snow everywhere. After walking for a bit, the Northern Witch already became tired. She bit her lips and looked at the others with an unyielding look. Then, she proceeded to cast light an object on herself. The mages were definitely more delicate and sophisticated. After Gloria cast the spell, her steps only left shallow traces on the snow. The spell seemed to be better than King Gong. Fly did not last very long, thus it was not suitable for long-distance travel. The cold wind in the sky was also a problem. As such, one must also use protection spells, otherwise, a witch's body wouldn't be able to tolerate the elements. Strong cold gusts blew at the travelers. There were rows of footprints on the snow, and the group gradually entered the forest. However, the wind and snow would quickly erase the traces they left behind.